Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 51 Takagi Yuriko, Saya, I'm here to help you. Lin En looked down at the plump beauty in front of him. Takagi Yuriko lowered her head and let Lin En look at her. After the information that Saeko Busujima had revealed to her on the way, she knew that the man in front of her was the supreme ruler of this place. She also knew that her daughter was living well here. She was very excited to hear that her daughter was still alive, and she was very grateful to Lin En for taking her daughter in. She was grateful and would not complain even if she was severely offended by Lin En. At the same time, she did not forget the incredible slash that the girl named Saeko Busujima had made before rescuing her. The densely packed dead bodies were all decapitated and fell down like dominoes. It was a supernatural power. Seeing it with her own eyes, Yuriko Takagi was sure of this at the time. Even such a powerful Saeko Busujima obeyed him as her master, and she didn't even show any complaints. There must be some underlying logic behind this. Although she didn't know the reason because of her vision. But she understood that Lin En was absolutely here. So, just lower your head and be obedient. She even tried her best to show all her value. If you want to live here, you can't be without value. She didn't have the idea that she would be taken in just because her daughter was here. It's just that the experiences of these days and the lack of news about her daughter made her exhausted and embarrassed. It felt like she was going to fall down in the next moment. Seeing his fatigue, Lin En didn't say anything, just said, "Saya, take your mother to rest first." "Thank you, master." Takagi Saya looked at Lin En gratefully, her eyes slightly red, and helped Takagi Yuriko to her room to rest. Calling master. Takagi Yuriko looked at her daughter strangely. I don't know how she has been doing these days. It feels. She has changed a lot. Master. It's a very unexpected and bold title. But Takagi Yuriko can also see that her daughter is very willing to call her master. Without a chance to talk to Saya, Takagi Yuriko fell on the bed and fell asleep. Living room. When Miyamoto Rei saw the scene of Takagi Saya and Takagi Yuriko getting together, her eyes were also a little wet. I wonder if my mother is still alive? Lin's bedroom. Lin updated the favor for Saeko Busujima. He frowned, it's almost not increased. Saeko Busujima was also silent as she looked at the favor information in her hand. It seems that the dead body has no effect on you anymore. It can't be helped. Busujima Saeko sighed. Today's corpse is easier for her than cutting melons and vegetables. Of course it won't do anything. Lin En thought for a while, then said, in that case, I'll take you to my world to gain experience if there's a chance. Although the efficiency may not be that high, at least some experience can be gained. Busujima Saiko's eyes lit up, Master's world, I'm looking forward to it. She wanted to know more about her master. Afterwards, Busujima Saeko and Lin En reported the situation of the exploration area. Then they started to do what they loved. Kasumigaoka Utaha secretly listened in the corner for a while, her face flushed, and she decided to discuss it with Saeko tomorrow. Tomorrow? Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely must send herself to Lin En's bed. Late at night. Takagi Yuriko was awakened by a high-pitched voice like a voice being stretched. She turned her face to the side, and her daughter's face came into her eyes. But it was not the sleeping face she imagined, but a blush, her eyes blurred, slightly panting. Takagi Yuriko was startled, then her eyes moved slightly downward, and her pupils shrank suddenly. As if she noticed the sight, Takagi Saya also turned sideways, and then met Takagi Yuriko's somewhat complicated eyes. Takagi Saya froze immediately, and her face turned red. She stood up suddenly, her hands randomly swiping in the air, trying to explain what she had just done, but soon lost her temper. It's impossible to explain it clearly. Takagi Yuriko saw her daughter's embarrassment, just smiled slightly, stood up and touched her hair, and said with emotion, Saya, you have grown up too. I feel ashamed to see people. Seeing her daughter's appearance, Takagi Yuriko immediately changed the subject and said, Saya, tell me about the situation here. She had just arrived and was a little nervous just to recognize the owner of the place. When Saya Takagi saw the steps, she immediately told him about her experiences during this period. But with the high-pitched voice in her ears, there was a hint of embarrassment between mother and daughter. I see. After a while, Takagi Yuriko also understood everything. The owner here is actually a demon. And the women here are all his followers. Even her own daughter is no exception. It was easy for her to accept this setting. After all, she had witnessed the extraordinary power of Busujima Saeko with her own eyes. It was hard not to accept it. For her daughter to become someone else's property. She did not feel any grief or anger. In the doomsday, it was already good to be able to survive. What's more, Saya is still living so well. Not only does she have no worries about food and clothing, but she also has extraordinary power. What's there to be sad about? I can't thank her enough. The only thing that made her a little dissatisfied was that Saya took so long to become Lin En's family. Wouldn't she be far behind others? If it were her, she would have been able to get on board within a few days. But she touched Saya gently. Saya, after all, is just a child, and doesn't understand how much benefit there is in it. 0. She also doesn't understand how lucky it is to meet such a person in the doomsday. After all, with Saya's personality, she was already surprised to be able to do this. Saya, you've grown up too. Takagi Yuriko sighed again. But that's not enough. Saya is already far behind. Whether it's Lin En's favor or something else. And, what value can she play in a territory full of demons? Soon, her eyes became firm. Saya, I will help you. Hey! Takagi Saya was stunned for a moment, not knowing what her mother meant. Takagi Yuriko just smiled and said nothing. She is also a virgin. She and Saya are not related by blood. Perhaps Saya has already noticed this. Not only did she not have a father since childhood, but even the color of her hair and her appearance are not similar. Of course, except for Rule Yang. Takagi Yuriko recognized him very clearly. There is no room for her to display her value in this place. The only value is this body. She is very lucky that she has not found a man until now because she adopted Saya. Otherwise, it would be greatly discounted. Besides, although they are not blood-related, they are nominally mother and daughter. If she and Saya are together, the effect will be very good, right? The next day, early in the morning, Kasumigaoka Utaha pulled Busujima Saeko to a corner. Hesitantly said, Saeko, tonight, can I ask you? Chapter 52, Chapter 52 Supernatural Investigation Society's First Commission? Busujima Saeko's eyes lit up, and she said with relief, Shiu, are you finally going to take this step? As the most traditional woman in the Busujima family, she is happy to help her master collect harems. Kasumigaoka Shiu crossed her arms and said shyly, Tisk, it's because you occupy Lin En too much. Is it true? Busujima Saeko fell into reflection. It seems to be true, she smiled awkwardly. There is no way, it's a bit tasteless. Busujima Saeko said solemnly, sorry, I won't do it again. It's true that you can't monopolize the master too much. Kasumigaoka Shiu opened her mouth and was stunned for a moment. Sure enough. This woman is the type that all men like. Kasumigaoka Shiu looked complicated. She lost too thoroughly. But, tonight, everything will be won back. She clenched her fists, her eyes lit with fighting spirit. Psycho 053, I'll leave it to you tonight. No problem. Busujima Saeko readily agreed to Kasumigaoka Utaha's request. It's just a change of room. No problem at all. But she was a little curious about what Utaha would do. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Paranormal Investigation Department. Kasumigaoka Utaha first went back to her and Lin En's home and put a certain combat suit into her bag. Then she came to the Paranormal Investigation Department with a full sense of stealth, with a blush on her face, which made Lin En look puzzled. Xiamen, are you going to evolve? Lin couldn't help but tease her, but Kasumigaoka Shia was like a cat with its fur standing on end. She shuddered and started to talk nonsense. Go, evolve? Ahaha. Okay, it seems so. Something's wrong. It's very wrong. Lin looked at her suspiciously. Kasumigaoka Shia's eyes were wandering, she was holding her bag tightly, and she began to sweat nervously. Knock, knock. Suddenly, the door of the Paranormal Investigation Department was knocked. Lin was surprised. Even Yotsuya Miko and Shina Mahiru were stunned. There are people who come to the Paranormal Investigation Department. Yotsuya Miko and Shina Mahiru looked at each other and could see the strangeness in their eyes. Only Kasumigaoka Utaha showed an expression of being saved, and was relieved. Come in. Although Lin En was surprised, he couldn't stop people from coming in since they were already here. Swish! The door of the Supernatural Investigation Department was opened from the outside. A girl with long black hair and a very cute appearance walked in. She looked a little cold, and looked at the supernatural environment with a scrutinizing look. Behind her, there was a girl with a bun-like hair huddled in. Seeing the gazes of Lin En and the others, she smiled uncomfortably, and then said cautiously, Yeah, hello. The Paranormal Investigation Department, always feels like something bad is going to happen. Could there really be a ghost or something? She kept looking around, trying to find something strange, but she was timid and shrank behind the black-haired beautiful girl. It was Yukinashita Hira and Uegahama Ui. Seeing the two, Lin En's mind flashed their names. But it was unclear what these two people came to the Paranormal Investigation Department for. Is this the Paranormal Investigation Department? A somewhat cold voice sounded from Yukinashita Yukino's pink lips. She looked at the people in the Paranormal Investigation Department. A man and 3 absolutely beautiful girls? She frowned obscurely. It's the Paranormal Investigation Department, no doubt. Lin En pointed to the nameplate on the table. Yukinashita Yukino said expressionlessly, Sorry, I thought I had entered the harem department by mistake. Ah! Yotani Miko and Shina Mahiru opened their mouths slightly surprised, and then their expressions became subtle. Yes, you are right. Ho! Kasumigaoka Shina looked at Yukinashita Yukino with interest. This girl, she got to the point. Her eyes are really sharp. No one refuted? Yukinashita Yukino frowned again. What is going on with this club? She cast her scrutinizing eyes on the only man. Are you the president of the Supernatural Investigation Department? Lin En's eyes were calm as water. He did not answer her question, but just looked at her. Yukinashita Yukino's breathing suddenly stagnated. Even though she was just looking at her, she felt an inexplicable pressure on her body, which made her a little breathless. She bit her lips lightly, her eyes were stubborn. A sense of horror also rose in her heart. This man! Her heartbeat quickened, her forehead began to sweat, and her body began to shiver slightly. Why? Why did it become like this? Huff and puff. Zioxu. Uegahama Ui pulled her sleeve worriedly. Suddenly, the inexplicable pressure dissipated instantly. Plop! Her legs went limp and she sat down on the cold floor. Zioxu! Uegahama Ui exclaimed and squatted down to check on Yukinashita Yukino. Huff huff huff! Yukinashita Yukino panted heavily, her eyes a little dazed. Zioxu, how is it? Uegahama Ui was so anxious that she was sweating. Yukinashita Yukino finally came to her senses after Uegahama Ui called out to her. She waved her hands weakly and said weakly, "I'm fine." She supported herself and stood up from the ground. Lin En supported her chin with both hands, and her red eyes became deeper. "Now, can we talk properly?" Yukinashita Yukino was silent for a moment, then bowed her head and said, "Sorry." "Ah, got taught a lesson?" Yotani Miko and Shina Mahiru thought at the same time. Kasumigaoka Utaha suppressed her emotions, afraid that she would laugh out loud. Honest. No way, she deserved to be taught a lesson. She came up with an attitude of scrutinizing others, who would give her face. "So, what's the matter?" Yukinashita Yukino said honestly, "It was Nangong teacher who recommended me here." She was indeed a little scared. This man? No, this supernatural investigation department is the real deal. From birth to now, this is the first time she has encountered a situation like that. 3.7. No matter whether it is her sister or her mother who is in a high position, a glance from them has never made her feel death-like fear. The president of the Supernatural Investigation Department is definitely from the other world. She is so sure. What about Yu Chan? Lin En was speechless. This woman always makes trouble for him. Lin En directly opened his phone to question her. "Na Zhang, isn't your Supernatural Investigation Department responsible for supernatural events?" "Na Zhang, screenshot." "Well, it is a club activity filled out when applying for the club. The Supernatural Investigation Department is naturally responsible for investigating supernatural events. Well, that is, accepting commissions for supernatural events." "Okay. It seems that there is indeed such a thing. Well, tell me the content of your commission." Yukinashita Yukino breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 53, Chapter 53. When can we overcome the life of a rice worm? Does our club actually have such a thing as a commission? Walking on the road to the old school building, Kasumigaoka Utaha couldn't help but ask questions. When in the Supernatural Investigation Department, Yukinashita Yukino had already explained the commission. Because the school is going to renovate the old school building. So the student union started planning for the old school building. But supernatural events frequently occurred in the old school building. Some people said they saw shadows, some said the tables and chairs in the old school building would move by themselves, and some even said they saw Hanako in the toilet. In short, the rumors are getting more and more outrageous. In order to solve this problem, the secretary named Fujiwara Chika went to the servant department. Yukinashita Yukino, who sneered at this kind of supernatural event that scares children, took the commission without hesitation. Then they ran back in shame. Because the chairs in the old school building really move. This is also the reason why Uegahama Ui was so careful when she entered the Supernatural Investigation Department. There is already a shadow. So, Yukinashita Yukino, who was unwilling to give up the commission, went to the Supernatural Investigation Department after being recommended by teacher Nangong. So, the previous 25 scenes happened. Speaking of, there is such a club in the school, why didn't Secretary Fujiwara find them at the beginning? Yukinashita Yukino couldn't help but complain in her heart. But Yukinashita Yukino, who was following behind everyone, couldn't help but twitch her eyelids when she heard what Kasumigaoka Utaha said. Are these people reliable? But thinking of what happened in the Supernatural Investigation Department before, she subconsciously trembled, and her eyes couldn't help but drift to Lin En. Who is he? Zioxu, are you really asking? A worry appeared on Uegahama Ui's face. Zioxu, are you anemic? It's because of the recent incident. The shadow of the old school building. So, why do you have to go back? Hey! In the distance, a girl with short orange hair and a very energetic look blinked. Is it Miko? When Yurikawa Hana saw Yotsuya Miko, her eyes suddenly lit up, and then she remembered what happened during this period and suddenly became angry. Bad Miko! After joining the club, you completely abandoned me. A month ago, they were still members of the homecoming club who went home together, but suddenly she was left alone. Is it lonely every night? It's so desolate. Just when she asked Jianzi what club she joined, she became hesitant again. Humph, I caught you this time. Yuri Kawana blinked her eyes and didn't alarm Jianzi. Be careful following carefully. Let her reveal what mysterious club you joined. Old school building. Yotani Miko looked up and couldn't help twitching her eyes. Could this be the base of some cursed spirit? Her yin-yang eyes saw it very clearly. Except for the first floor, the old school building was full of resentment. The strange black and purple fog completely enveloped it, and only the first floor was spared. Under such circumstances, it was a blessing in disguise that the student council members and Yukinashita Yukino were able to run out. Yotani Miko glanced at Yukinashita Yukino and Uegahama Ui with a subtle look. What's wrong? Yukinashita Yukino was stunned. She's glad you came back alive. Kasumigaoka Utaha stood behind her, speaking in a low voice, blowing on her neck. Yukinashita Yukino shuddered and glared at her. What's the matter with life and death? Is it that serious? Although she was frightened by the floating chair before, she came out intact, didn't she? And many people in the student council were not in any trouble except being frightened? This woman can only play tricks. Perhaps, the only one with some ability in this supernatural investigation department is the director. Do you really want to go in? Shina Mahiru was a little worried. Although she doesn't have the ability of Yotsuya Miko's yin-yang eyes, demons can naturally see such supernatural things. So, she and Kasumigaoka Utaha saw the same scenery as Yotsuya Miko. Yes. Hell. Lin En didn't have any emotions. He used his magic to sense it, and it was just a first-level cursed spirit. It was not worth mentioning to him. But for Miko and the others, it was a bit excessive. But it was also a kind of experience. Even if you just hang around, you should be able to get a lot of experience. But there is one thing I need to ask. Lin En, a cursed spirit as big as the old school building, no one cares? Nauejiang, haha, then you have to ask those idiots on the board of directors. Lin En. Sure enough. No matter where you are, there will always be stupid people. But want him to work for nothing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin En, a first-level spell item is not too much, right? Nauejiang, I will apply for you. It's not her money anyway. In the teacher guidance room, Nangang Nau agreed very readily. It's not painful for a son to sell his father's land. In front of the old school building. Okay. It feels good. Lin En, Nauejiang's guarantee is trustworthy. Nauejiang, don't add sauce. Lin En put away his phone and looked at the third floor of the old school building with deep eyes. His eyes penetrated through the layers of purple mist and saw the truth. He grinned. A mere first-level cursed spirit dared to make such a big noise. 250 points. Seeing Lin En's expression, Kasumigaoka Shiu and others knew that the cursed spirit in the old school building was going to be in big trouble. Let's go, someone has already offered a good price. Lin En shook the information on his phone. Cursed item. Kasumigaoka Shiu and others were a little confused. It's a special weapon. Lin En explained, and then turned his attention to Yotsuya Miko. You will be the main force this time. Lin En planned to give the mission reward to Miko. After all, it was very suitable for her. Yotsuya Miko was dumbfounded. Ah? She fought a level 1 cursed spirit? Don't worry, I will support you. When the experience is almost enough, I will deal with it. Lin En glanced at several followers in silence. There is not even one person who can take the lead. Alas! When can we live a life of parasites? So, can anyone explain it to us? Yukinashita Yukino raised her hand. Since just now, these guys have been saying some inexplicable things. What kind of curse is that? They were confused. Also, wasn't the commission initiated by the service department? What reward? Who gave the reward? They didn't know that the service department was just Nangong Neiyu's white glove. From the beginning, this was Nangong Neiyu's commission to Lin En. Chapter 54, Chapter 54 Wanting to meet the real world under the snow. To put it simply, there is a cursed spirit lurking in the old school building, and you don't need to know the rest. Lin En was not interested in explaining too much to her. Besides, it might not be such a good thing for ordinary people to know too much. Yukinashita Yukino opened her mouth. I really wanted to say that as the client, they have the right to know. But when she met Lin En's eyes, she subconsciously shrank her neck. The fear that seemed to be engraved into her body made her unable to open her mouth at all. Yukinashita Yukino could only bite her lips and sulk alone. This was the first time in her life that she had met such an unreasonable man. It was also the first time she had met a man who did not have to abide by the tacit rules of human society. It was a level that even her sister couldn't do. For some reason, when she thought of this, she actually had some inexplicable emotions rising. Who? She took a few deep breaths and tried to calm herself down. Then she looked at Lin En with a complicated look. At this moment, this man was the so-called rule. She even seemed to have lost the courage to refute. She was really bad. But at least it wasn't completely fruitless. Lin En's words just now also revealed some information. Cursed spirit. It should be a professional term for evil spirits and ghosts, right? So, it really exists. Things like ghosts. She pursed her lips. The moving chair is not an illusion at all. Xiao, Zioxu. Uegahima Ui showed an ugly expression, looking like she didn't know what to do. Ghosts are really scary. We have taken over the incident in the old school building. If you are scared, you can go back by yourself. Lin En didn't care about their existence. To be honest, Yukinashita Yukino and Uegahima Ui are definitely talents who can become his followers. From the moment they entered the supernatural investigation department, the skill devil chess piece on the panel began to flash. But it needs a little training. Go back? Uegahima Ui's eyes lit up. Doesn't she have to face ghosts? Great. She turned her head quickly and looked at Yukinashita Yukino with expectation. Go back. Yukinashita Yukino hesitated. She clenched her fists. A little bit. I am a little unwilling. Who? Exhaled, Yukinashita Yukino's eyes became firm. She wants to go. After all, it's just a floating chair, right? Although it's a bit scary. But she wants to see the real side of the world. Uegahima-san, you go back first. I can complete the commission of the service club alone this time. She wants to enter the old school building together. But there is no need to involve Uegahima-san. After all, they don't have to face the ghost directly. This decision is just her own willfulness. Uegahima Ui was stunned for a moment, and then said without hesitation, no. If Zioxu wants to go, then I want to go too. Although she was afraid, she should be able to do it if she gritted her teeth. To be honest, she had no confidence at all. But, if Zioxu were alone, she would be scared too. As a friend, she couldn't leave Zioxu behind. Yukinashita Yukino was stunned for a moment. No, actually you don't have to. I'm also a member of the service club, right? Uegahima Ui interrupted what she wanted to say, with a healing smile on her face. Besides, we are friends. How can I let Zioxu take risks alone? Friends? Yukinashita Yukino's eyes were a little dazed. Even though her body was shaking violently. But it didn't feel bad. A barely perceptible smile flashed across her eyes. Okay, let's go together. Seeing them make a decision, Lin En said, okay, let's get ready to go. But before entering the old school building, let's first pull out the little bug behind you. Lin En turned around and saw a girl with short orange hair and a plump figure hiding behind a wall, revealing a small head and staring at them curiously. After meeting Lin En's gaze, she smiled subconsciously, and then her face froze. Ah! Found out! Yotani Miko followed Lin En's line of sight and was immediately surprised and said, Xiao! Hwa! He he he! Seeing that she was discovered, Yurikawa Hwa walked out directly, then trotted to Yotani Miko and took her arm. This exaggerated amount of "Ru." Every time Xiao Hua hugged her arm, she would sigh and lament about her figure. However, after seeing a figure even more miserable than hers today, I didn't have the anxiety I had before. Yukinashita Yukino. I always felt an inexplicable malice coming. Xiao Hua, why are you here? Yotani Miko was a little strange. It's all because of you, Jianzi. Speaking of this, Yurikawa Hana was a little angry. I asked Jianzi about the club, but she didn't tell me at all. I followed her out of curiosity. Ahaha. Yotani Jianzi smiled awkwardly. After all, the Supernatural Investigation Department is the base of the devil. Xia Hua is just an ordinary person, and she doesn't have the ability to see cursed spirits on weekdays. I always feel that if she is brought into the Supernatural Investigation Department, it will be bad in various senses. And Yurikawa Hana said resentfully, Jianzi hasn't accompanied me shopping for a long time. Ah, this. Yotani Jianzi sweated immediately. Recently, Xia Hua has indeed been neglected. After all, she has to go to the dead world every day to gain experience. If too many people are left behind, it will be bad. Sorry. Yotoya Miko can only apologize. Okay, I forgive you. Yuri Kawaka patted her chest and forgave Yotsuya Miko generously. Ah? So easy? She didn't even need to bribe her with zhao, sweets? Yotoya Miko looked surprised. Hee. Yuri Kawaka smiled and said cunningly, but I also want to participate in your club activities this time. I heard it all. It's the old school building exploration, right? So interesting. Yuri Kawaka's eyes seemed to be twinkling with stars, and she was even a little impatient. This club that Miko joined is so interesting. She also wants to join. This way, I can be with Jianzi again. I can also participate in interesting club activities on weekdays. Good. It's decided. Yotani Jianzi was dumbfounded. Hey? Xia Hua is coming too? Wait. Yotani Jianzi was about to refuse, but Yurikawa Hana said with tears in her eyes, Jianzi-ku. Yotani Jianzi opened her mouth and sighed. I always feel that it's not good. I always have a feeling that Xia Hua might also become a member of Lord Lin's family. Good sisters, one quilt. Chapter 55, Chapter 55 Old School Building Ghost Lady. Is this really okay? Let an ordinary person. Yukinashita Yukino sighed, and looked at Yurikawa Hana who was chatting and laughing with Yotsuya Miko. She actually followed. She didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all. It was like an elementary school outing. Ordinary people. Lin En reminded, aren't you the same? Yukinashita Yukino blinked. Indeed, that's the case. But she is an insider after all, so there should be some differences. Lin En said mercilessly, it's just the difference between one burden and two burdens. I can't refute it. On the other side, Kasumigaoka Utaha couldn't help but said, by the way, it turns out that you guys took the name of the service club in advance. Yukinashita Yukino. Could it be that? That's right. Kasumigaoka Utaha crossed her arms and continued, our director was originally going to call this club, but you got it first. Hehe. There really are people who want to take this club name. Yukinashita Yukino complained in her heart. But she looked at the three beautiful girls in the Supernatural Investigation Club, each with their own merits, and then looked at Lin En, and said in a subtle tone. It is indeed a veritable service club. In comparison, it seems that her service club is a bit of a zero-title party. Hat, you who can think of this name, your mind is not pure at all. As soon as the group stepped into the old school building, a piercing coldness suddenly hit them. Hiss! Yukinashita Yukino and Uegahama Ui shivered and rubbed their hands together. It seems to be a little colder than when we came here before. She couldn't help but look at Lin En and others. Ah! No feeling at all. This group of people can't feel the cold? Even the girl named Yurikawa Hana seems to be fine? What's wrong with you? Yurikawa Hana came over with some curiosity in her eyes. You can't feel the cold? Yukinashita Yukino couldn't help asking. Yuri Kawaka thought for a moment, then smiled with a spirited smile and said, not at all. Hehe, it seems that you are the only ones who are ordinary. Kasumigaoka Utaha used the skill taunt, and the effect was outstanding. Yukinashita Yukino secretly gritted her teeth. This woman is really venomous. Lin En ignored the competition between Kasumigaoka Utaha and Yukinashita Yukino. The sight moved slightly to the right and focused on Bion Hechuan Hua. Xiu and the others may not be able to see it. But he, CFCE, can see it clearly. That life energy is about to overflow. Another talent. After the incident is over, we have to find a way to get into the family. Then, he looked back at the school building. From the moment he entered the first floor of the old school building, he could hear a woman's voice. It seemed like she was complaining about something. Why are there more and more people coming to the old school building recently? Ah! A helpless sigh came from the depths. Then, Lin En saw a shabby chair floating up, swaying and flying towards Lin En and the others. It appeared. Uegahama Ui exclaimed, and then quickly covered her mouth, fearing that she would disturb something. But the body inevitably trembled. Ghost! It's a ghost! Yukinashita Yukino also stopped competing with Kasumigaoka Utaha. Seeing the same scene as before, her pupils shrank suddenly. Yurikawa Hana opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, wow! It's amazing! The terrifying scene immediately made Yukinashita Yukino and Uegahama Ui speechless. Only Yurikawa Hana looked surprised, as if she didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all. But the very terrifying scene for them was a different scene in the eyes of demons like Lin En. Hey! I saw a tall and plump beautiful girl with long black hair, fair skin, narrow eyes, and a tall and plump figure floating in the air, struggling to hold up a shabby chair and floating. She was still muttering, look, it's a floating chair, run away quickly, or the big ghost will eat you. Lin En and others. Geng Ziza floated for a long time, and seeing that Lin En and others were unmoved, she could only put down the chair panting. Damn! Are the students this time so brave? Geng Ziza came to them in an instant. Hey! Why don't you leave? She floated in front of Yukinashita Yukino and shouted at her, but found that Yukinashita Yukino could only stare blankly at the chair she put down. Yukinashita Yukino wondered, strange, why did the chair suddenly stop moving? Geng Yuko. Of course it's because I'm tired. She sighed. Sure enough, no one could see her. But we must find a way to make them leave. The big ghost upstairs is too scary. If they break in, it will be very bad. She subconsciously passed Yurikawa and came to Lin En. The life energy of that girl is quite strong and hot. Oh! It's a boy surrounded by girls. Geng Ziza teased subconsciously, and then waved in front of him. Can you see it? Can you see it? Okay. It should be invisible. Next. She also knew that it was useless to do so, but she couldn't just watch these people die. Recently, she deliberately created a lot of supernatural events and scared away many students. This time, it will definitely work. Just when she was about to leave. Snap! A broad and hot hand grabbed her arm. Geng Zai's body floating in the air suddenly braked and leaned back, and her eyes widened instantly. This. Miss Ghost. Lin En smiled slightly, can you tell me what happened here? You can see me. Geng Zai's pair of red eyes widened, with surprise and joy in her expression. Of course. Lin En nodded, and then said, except for the 3 people next to you, the rest of the people can see you. He pointed at Yukinashita Yukino, Uegahama Ui, and Yurikawa Hana. The rest are all demons, so they can see them naturally. Geng Zaiza heard this, and her fair face was immediately filled with uncontrollable joy. Then she stuck directly to Lin En, lying on his chest, looking up, with stars in her eyes, and kept asking, really? 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 Lin En lowered his head slightly, looking at Miss Ghost whose lips were about to touch him, as if he could smell her breath. Well, if ghosts also need to breathe. This ghost lady, we can indeed see you. Kasumigaoka Utaha walked forward and pulled the ghost lady with no sense of boundaries off Lin En with a fake smile. Ah! Geng Zaizi immediately moaned happily. 4 decades. She has been floating alone. No one can see her. Today. Finally someone can see her. And there are so many people who can see her. So happy. She was immersed in her own world for a while, and then her face suddenly became stiff as if she remembered something. Wait. If you can see it. Then you also saw clearly the scene of me pretending to be a ghost and moving the chair just now. Yotani Miko and others nodded. Geng Zaiza suddenly cried out. Why didn't anyone speak up to stop me? Chapter 56, Chapter 56 The 60 years old ghost, Miss Kanuyueko. If no one saw it, it would be a weird supernatural event. But the scene just now was seen by someone in the know. It feels a bit funny. Keng Yuko awkwardly tapped the air with her toes. Yotani Miko was surprised. Ghosts can be embarrassed. Keng Yuko loudly retorted, ghosts were also human beings when they were alive. Sorry. Yotani Miko scratched her cheek awkwardly. Are you really communicating with ghosts? Yukinashita Yukino's voice was a little trembling, and Uegahama Ui shrank behind her and didn't dare to stick her head out. Where is Miss Ghost? Yuri Kawaka shook her head back and forth, trying to find Miss Ghost. Yotani Miko. You are worthy of it, Zayahua. However, the ghost lady I met this time was different from the ones I met before. Not only could I communicate, but she also seemed to create incidents, causing many students to stay away from here. She is a kind ghost lady. Lin En looked at the flashing devil chess piece on the panel, and then looked at the ghost lady floating in front of him, and his face became strange. Can ghosts become a family? Strive for the diversity of demons? Adhering to the attitude of studying devil chess piece, Lin En felt that it was necessary to give it a try. Wait until this commission is over, and find a reason to kidnap the ghost lady. Pressing it in his heart for the time being, Lin En began to listen to the ghost lady's story. The ghost lady's name is Geng Zaizi. She is an old ghost. She is also a ground-bound spirit. Because she is bored and can't leave the old school building, she sleeps most of the time. Then suddenly one day, when I woke up again, the sky of the old school building had changed. It was densely packed with cursed spirits. Of course, they were just some low-level cursed spirits, which had no effect on Geng Zaizi. But they invaded Geng Zaizi's territory. Well, it was mainly disgusting. But I don't know when a formation plate appeared in the old school building, which made it impossible for these cursed spirits to be released. So, Gengziza drove them to the second floor and moved the formation plate to the stairs to prevent them from coming down. In the end, the cursed spirits bit each other, and then a composite monster appeared. Gengziza was also a little frightened. I didn't expect that the action of driving them to the second floor would actually create a terrible cursed spirit. If it weren't for the formation plate, I'm afraid she would have met with an accident long ago. But now the array is full of cracks, I don't know how long it can last. Gengziza is still quite calm. I have lived as a ghost for decades, and I have nothing to do every day. It seems that it doesn't matter if I die completely. It's no big deal. After listening to Gengziza's story, Lin En also roughly understood the cause and effect. Someone is deliberately raising curse spirits. Put them in a closed place, let them devour, and finally create a powerful curse spirit. Gengziza's move to put them all upstairs just accelerated the process. No wonder Yu Zhang said that the people in the board of directors are stupid. Curse spirits are easy to raise, but not easy to control. If one gets out of control, it will be a bad ending. Let Jianzi tell the invisible trio about the current situation. Yukinashita Yukino was surprised, so the floating chair was made by Miss Gengziza to prevent students from getting close. Unexpectedly, it's a kind ghost. But Yukinashita Yukino looked up. Sure enough, there was nothing. She frowned, then sighed, even if they tell us there's a scary guy up there, it won't feel real if we can't see it. She couldn't help but look at Lin En and the others. Except for Lin En, can they all see it? Is it innate, or is there some other way? She hesitated for a moment, then asked, is there nothing that can make us see it? Lin En glanced at her, of course there is. But have you really made up your mind? Once you see the real world, there's no turning back. Lin En's tone became low, and Yukinashita Yukino and Uegahama Yui's hair stood on end. Yukinashita Yukino hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, I want to understand everything more than ending in confusion. Shiu, give her a buff. After receiving Lin En's order, Kasumigaoka Shiu summoned the Devil's Book. Demons have many records of this kind of spell that allows humans to see cursed spirits. Seeing the book that appeared out of thin air in Kasumigaoka Shiu's hand, Yukinashita Yukino's pupils shrank suddenly. Does this woman actually have supernatural powers? Kasumigaoka Shiu used the Devil's Book to give Yukinashita a ghost-seeing spell. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The flashing golden beam rushed into Yukinashita Yukino's eyes. She subconsciously closed her eyes. Then she felt as if something was washing her eyes. It didn't take long for the feeling to disappear, and Yukinashita Yukino suddenly opened her eyes. Then she saw a black-haired lady floating in the air. Her eyes widened slightly, and she murmured, "Is this Miss Ghost?" Sure enough, she was floating in the air. She took a deep breath and looked up towards the second floor. Her pupils shrank, and a chill seemed to enter her body from the top of her head. Cold sweat immediately flowed down. The purple mist covered the entire old school building like a cloud covering the sun, giving people a sense of déjà vu as if they were in hell. This is the real world. Yukinashita Yukino trembled slightly, feeling that her life for many years seemed to be living in a false world. The world view that had already cracked was shattered with a bang. What? Yuri Kawakawa became curious, and then shouted, "I want to see it too, I want to see it too." Kasumigaoka Utaha also gave her a ghost-seeing ritual, and then looked at Uegahama Ui silently. "Do you want it?" The look in her eyes seemed to reveal this meaning. Uegahama Ui guessed, and then she looked at Yukinashita Yukino, who was completely stunned and seemed to be gently shattered, and nodded firmly. A golden beam of light was still cast into her eyes. How scary! Even the more natural Yurikawa Hana couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the thick purple mist. "Ah, but Miss Ghost is cute." Yotani Miko. Xiahua is still very off the track. After receiving the praise, Kao Yuko was stunned for a moment, then smiled elegantly. Thank you, you are also cute. He he he. On the other side, Uagahamayui wanted to cry a little. She also wanted to act more natural like Yurikawa Hana. But I can't do it. She can't do it at all. Is this world still the world she knows? When they were in a state of being impacted by the real world, Lin En walked towards the second floor. Yukinashita Yukino subconsciously reached out her hand. Really? Are we going to fight a monster that can cause such a commotion? After all, the school should be responsible for this kind of thing. Gengzaizi also wanted to stop it. But Lin En quickly walked to the stairs and raised his hand to gently knock on the cracked array plate. Ka! Ka ka! Bang! The array plate, which was already broken, exploded into powder under his knock. Ya. As if knowing the disappearance of the array plate, a shocking roar came from deep upstairs. Lin En turned around and smiled at them indifferently. Next, let's start the real commission. It's over. It's over. Yukinashita Yukino is heartbroken. End. Chapter 57, Chapter 57 Changing the World? Ridiculous. Ah! Gengzaizi was stunned. Didn't this person understand what she said just now? The big ghost upstairs is very scary. Don't worry, Miss Gengzaizi, Mr. Lin En is very strong. Shina Mahiru smiled and comforted her. Little angel Mahiru can always calm other people's turbulent emotions. Speaking of which, they don't seem to have seen Lin En's full strength. It always feels like Lin En is omnipotent and can easily settle everything. Whether it is Kasumigaoka Utaha, Yotsuya Miko, Shina Mahiru, or even everyone in the family, they all have a blind confidence in Lin En. Well, it's already like this anyway. Gengzaizi sighed. It always feels like they don't feel nervous. She cheered up, her eyes lit with fighting spirit. I've had enough of it. Every day when I'm sleeping, I keep banging my head against the wall. It's making my sleep quality seriously deteriorate, and I even have dark circles under my eyes. Today I will sacrifice my life to accompany you, and settle all new and old grudges. Miss Gengzaizi, you seem to be dead already, right? Yotani Miko couldn't help but remind her. Gengzaizi glanced at her speechlessly. Why does this kid like to spoil things so much? A ghost's life is also a life. Bang! 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 After the roar from upstairs, heavy footsteps were heard. Every sound seemed to be stepping on Yukinashita Yukino's heart. Her little face turned pale, and a sense of powerlessness rose in her heart. What will become of her? I have no idea. Xiao, Zioxu, what should I do? I can only believe them. Boom! Behind Lin En, a huge tumor fell from the stairs. A hollow hole with a side depression was instantly smashed out of the old wall. The stairs were instantly crushed by its weight, and wood chips flew everywhere. The moment she saw its appearance, Yukinashita Yukino's heart seemed to stop for a moment. So scary! So scary! So scary! So scary! No matter how strong she looks, she is just a girl. How could she not be afraid of such a terrifying monster? As for Uagahamayui behind her, she was already scared silly. So disgusting. Yuri Kawaka felt that her appetite for tonight seemed to be gone. Damn it! This cursed spirit actually affected her eating. This was the most infuriating scene she had ever seen. The guy who affects appetite is a big enemy. It was also the first time for Kasumigaoka Utaha and the others to see a first-level cursed spirit, and they were disgusted by its disgusting appearance. Yotani Miko was even a little PTSD. Just a little bit, I remembered something that was not very beautiful memories. Ya. The tumor roared again. The strong airflow swept out, blowing everyone's clothes. It's so noisy. Lin En frowned, raised his hand and waved, and a black magic circle immediately blocked the tumor's smelly mouth. The noisy roar stopped abruptly, making the old school building much quieter. The tumor opened its mouth, but couldn't make a sound, and twisted in frustration. It felt insulted. It rushed towards Lin En's back. "Be careful!" Yukino Yukinashita couldn't help but exclaimed. Lin En didn't even turn his head. Bang! A violent noise resounded throughout the old school building. But at this moment, a funny scene took place in the old school building. The tumor was suspended in the air, and its huge body seemed to hit an invisible barrier, and its entire body was squeezed and deformed due to the violent impact. The next second, the interaction of forces caused it to recoil even more strongly, and it hit back at a faster speed than when it came. Boom! The tumor smashed into the wall, raising thick smoke and dust, and there was no movement. This scene immediately shocked Gengzaizi, Yukinashita Yukino, and others. The curse spirit doesn't seem to be very strong? No. Yukinashita Yukino hurriedly shook her head. It's not that the curse spirit is not strong, it's that the man is too strong. The director of the Supernatural Investigation Department. No wonder he looked so confident. No wonder Teacher Nangang asked her to seek help from the Supernatural Investigation Department. Because this man is so strong. The cursed spirit can easily smash through the wall, make the ground dent, and even cover the entire old school building in a haze. It was like a ball in Lin En's hand. In fact, it was defeated before Lin En even made a move. When I thought of her attitude in the Supernatural Investigation Department before, I couldn't help but tremble. Minister Lin En, shouldn't be so petty? Gengzaizi has a clearer understanding than her. After all, she and the tumor-cursed spirit lived in the old school building and knew how terrible it was. He is a reliable man. Yuri Kawaka was much simpler. Miko, the head of the department, so handsome. Shiu, Miko, Mahiru, it's your turn. He had no interest in this cursed spirit. With Lin En's current strength as a top-level demon, this first-level cursed spirit can be easily destroyed. Not to mention that it was a bunch of low-level cursed spirits swallowed and spliced together. But used to give shiwits just right for you and the others to gain experience. Yes. X3. They came to the tumor with serious expressions. Although for Lin En, a mere cursed spirit is not a big opponent. But for them, it is a truly powerful enemy. Don't give it a chance to get up. Zayas Hikiyoshiu said, taking the lead. The pages of the demon book flipped, and finally stopped at the page that wrote the super-level magic lightning. Lightning! A magic circle rose in the demon book. Boom! A blue lightning crackled and instantly hit the tumor-cursed spirit. Wisp of green smoke rose from its body. If you smell it carefully, you can still smell a burnt smell. Shina Mahiru was not to be outdone. She took out the blazing gun she got from Rias and shot a bullet with holy attributes through the epidermis of the tumor evil spirit. The holy attribute is obviously very useful against this kind of evil spirit creature. Yotani Miko didn't have any extraordinary means, and there were no other cursed spirits here that she could control. But one of her abilities of summoning demon is to attack spirit creatures. She just used some simple magic release techniques she had learned before on the tumor-cursed spirit, and the damage caused was more than that of Kasumigaoka Utaha and Shina Mahiru. Yukinashita Yukino opened her mouth and looked at Kasumigaoka Utaha and the other two who were using various supernatural powers and cooperating tacitly. Her mood was a little complicated. Are all the people in the Supernatural Investigation Department people with supernatural powers? We are all students of Shuchen, but I always feel that I don't go to the same school as them. While she was talking about the unrealistic dream of changing the world by changing people's weaknesses. They should be fighting these terrible monsters in some corner. Compared to them, it's really ridiculous. Chapter 58, Chapter 58 Under the Snow, it's really a harem. Shuchen, old school building. Yukinashita Yukino fell into silence. She was somewhat shocked. She even began to doubt herself. In such a world, a person like her who has no ability is simply powerless to change it. Keep it up, Miko. Yurikawa Hana did not feel nervous at all, and cheered for Yotsuya Miko who was fighting. She was so natural that she did not even wonder how Yotsuya Miko suddenly became supernatural. Who? Yurikawa Hana's voice woke Yukinashita Yukino. She let out a breath. Now is not the time to think about these things. She turned her attention back to the battle. Kasumigaoka Utaha was slightly out of breath. To deal with this cursed spirit whose strength exceeded theirs, she used all her strength from the beginning. Magic power is not enough. She looked back at Lin En. Master, replenish magic. For this kind of thing, Kasumigaoka Shiu is already very natural. Wait. Yukinashita Yukino was shocked. What did she just hear? Master? Calling Lin En master? Her eyes widened, and she shuttled back and forth between Kasumigaoka Shiu and Lin En, trying to see through their relationship. Boyfriend and girlfriend? Master is just a way of playing? And what is replenishing 25 magic? In order not to cause unnecessary disturbances, Lin En's family members would replace them with ministers when they were in school. But Kasumigaoka Shiu was moved by the moment and did not pay attention to the problem of address. Lin En did not explain anything. What do you need to explain about the devil? The clan needs to replenish magic, so Lin En, the master, will naturally not be stingy. He held up Kasumigaoka Utaha's head and kissed her. Yukinashita Yukino was shocked again. Pupils trembled. It's confirmed. It's definitely that kind of relationship. But does kissing also depend on the occasion? The style suddenly changed. It suddenly changed from a battle show to a love show. After their lips and teeth separated, Kasumigaoka Utaha felt the full energy that Lin En injected into her. Are you actually in this kind of relationship? Gengziza came over and hung her whole body on Lin En, with curiosity and inquiry in her eyes. Kasumigaoka Utaha stared at her, her eyes narrowed slightly. You ghost, don't you have a sense of boundaries? This ghost has always wanted to get close to Lin En from the beginning. Have you not seen a man for 800 years? Gengziza did not feel anything about her verbal attack, but just pressed her fierceness on Lin En. How is it? Is it soft? There was a hint of expectation in her narrow eyes. Well, no clothes. As for ghosts, there's no need to. Currently. This old maid ghost. Kasumigaoka Shiu gritted her teeth. Pa. Before she could react, Kasumigaoka Shiu's buttocks were slapped by Lin En. Stop paddling and go to fight. I know. Kasumigaoka Shiu blushed and hurried to support Miko and Mahiru. Kao Yuko was a little stunned. So obedient all of a sudden? She wanted to tease her again. Master. Minister. Yotani Miko was panting, feeling that her physical strength and magic power were about to run out. Seeing this, Lin En didn't waste any words and directly injected energy into her. Kao Yuko, ah! Yukinashita Yukino. What's going on? These three people. Yuri Kawaka's eyes widened, she covered her mouth, and said in surprise, Kimeko. So bold. But didn't Lin En kiss Kasumigaoka Sr. just now? So, who is the girlfriend? She was a little confused for a moment. Mahiru, do you need it? Letting go of Kimeko, Lin En looked at Mahiru. Shina Mahiru's face was red, she was tired and shy. No, there is no way, I didn't bring Sister Shizuka's supplies, it seems that I can only eat Mr. Lin En's saliva. After all, I have to make good use of this opportunity to gain experience. Who? She exhaled and said in a low voice, I'll leave it to Mr. Lin En. Shina Mahiru, first time to replenish magic. Her eyes were a little blurry. It was the smell of Mr. Lin En. Ah, three, all three. Even the natural Lily Kawakawa's pupils trembled. Kao Yuko fell silent. As a 60-year-old ghost, she had never seen such a scene. Ah! It's the harem department after all. Yukinashita Yukino's eyes were sluggish, and she felt that not only her worldview had collapsed, but also her outlook on life and values. No wonder no one refuted her when she mentioned the harem department in the supernatural investigation department. After all, there was no need to refute. Xiao, Zioxiu, did the cursed spirit use illusion to attack me? Why, I saw them kissing the same man. No, you were not attacked by illusion, that was real. After a while, the three of Kasumigaoka Utaha were exhausted again. Lin En saw that it was almost done, raised his hand and struck with lightning. The tumor-cursed spirit, which was already badly damaged, was hit by a black lightning. Boom! The lightning with a destructive aura burst out instantly, splitting the curse spirit into its most primitive form, the curse power. Soul devouring was activated. A first-level curse spirit condensed experience pill was kept by Lin En. Okay, the commission is completed. Lin En took out his mobile phone and took a photo and sent it to Nangang Nau. Nau Zhang? I asked you to remove the spirit, not to demolish it. Seeing this, Lin En looked at the appearance of the old school building. Except for the changes in the appearance, it seems that there was a fire inside. Lin En, that's your business with the school, don't forget the mission reward. Nau Zhang. Is this over? Yukinashita Yukino looked a little dazed. Just now they were fighting fiercely, but as soon as Lin En raised his hand, the cursed spirit disappeared completely. Terrible man! Yukinashita Yukino looked at Lin En with awe in her eyes. Never provoke him. At the same time, she also had many questions in her heart. For example, harem, the relationship between Yingluan of the Supernatural Investigation Department, and replenishing magic. After her analysis, each of Kasumigaoka Utaha and the others seemed to have returned to their heyday after kissing Lin En. So, is kissing actually a kind of combat endurance? She has too many questions about Lin En and his group. But after this commission, she and the Supernatural Investigation Department should have no intersection, right? After all, she and Lin En and others are from two different worlds. Yukinashita Yukino is just an ordinary person. Ah! So tired. Kasumigaoka Shiu pounded her aching shoulders and complained, I feel more tired than being beaten to death. The three of them continued to fight, but they couldn't defeat the cursed spirit. After all, it's a first-level cursed spirit, so it's still a bit difficult for you now. Lin En continued, however, after returning this time, I guess your ability will increase a lot. Ability? The eyes of Kasumigaoka Shiu and the other two lit up. After fighting with a first-level cursed spirit for such a long time, I wonder how much it will improve. Hey, are you leaving? Geng's eyes floated over, her eyes a little lonely. Soon, she will be alone again. Alone in the old school building, so lonely. Lin En saw this and extended his hand to her. Would you consider joining my clan? Chapter 59, Chapter 59 Yurikawa Hana's world-shattering wisdom. Family? Yukinashita Yukino felt nervous, and she always felt something was wrong. She hurriedly said, well, since the commission has ended, Uegahama and I will leave first. Yukinashita Yukino lowered her head slightly, not daring to look into Lin En's eyes. Then she pulled the somewhat confused Uegahama Ui out of the old school building. I always felt that if I continued to stay, I would be involved in some serious incident. What happened today? It was enough to make her anxious. Not only was her worldview shattered, but she even doubted her life creed. She needed some time to accept all this. Old school building. Ah, they left. Kasumigaoka Utaha was slightly surprised. Master, Are they unqualified people? They are obviously beautiful girls? Yet, this is the rule that Kasumigaoka Utaha has summarized. Generally speaking, as long as they are beautiful girls, they are qualified to become Lin En's family. As for Yukinashita Yukino and Uegahama Ui, they are obviously beautiful girls, right? Lin En shrugged and said, obviously, they are qualified people. Sure enough. Kasumigaoka Utaha's eyes flashed with understanding, and then she asked in confusion, then why? Why let them go? Lin En suddenly laughed and said, Utaha, you got it wrong. It's them who need me, not me who needs them. Lin En's eyes were deep, and her words were calm but deep. Kasumigaoka Utaha was stunned for a moment, then smiled, that's true. They don't know how great an opportunity it is to become the master's family. They also don't know what they have missed. Lin En didn't care about Yukinashita Yukino and the others leaving, and turned his attention to Gengzaizi. He was very interested in ghosts reincarnated as demons. How about it? Would you like to come with me? Gengzaizi's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed. It was hard to meet someone who could see her, and she also wanted to follow Lin En out of the old school building. But no. Gengzaizi said in a gloomy tone, I am a ground-bound spirit here, and I can't leave the old school building at all. Lin En smiled slightly, it's simple, just become my family, isn't it? Family. Gengzaizi blinked, a little confused. Lin En had mentioned the family once before. But she was interrupted by that girl, so she didn't have the opportunity to ask. What is a family? I am a little curious. Lin En saw this and raised his lips slightly, of course, reincarnate as a demon and become mine. The words fell. Lin En spread his demon wings. Gengzaizi's eyes widened, demons or something, are you serious? Lin En shrugged and said, the real deal. Gengzaizi looked at Kasumigaoka Utaha and the others and asked, what about them? All of them are my followers. Of course. They are all demons too. Kasumigaoka Utaha and the others looked at each other, and then they cooperated and spread their demon wings. Wow! Jianzi, you suddenly become so cool. Yuri Kawaka's eyes were full of stars, and she looked like she wanted to reach out and try it out. Yotani Jianzi's eyes twitched. Sometimes I really admire your thick skin. Gengzaizi's brain was a little out of order at this time. As an old ghost, today is really an eye-opener. Demons are real creatures? Gengzaizi had a complicated expression. Although she was old, she had little experience. She was locked up in the old school building every day, so she naturally knew nothing about everything. Lin En shrugged, if ghosts can exist, why can't demons? It seems so. Gengzaizi thought so. Before she died, she would never know that she would become a ghost. She even lived as a ghost for 50 or 60 years. Becoming a demon seems to be quite interesting. Gengzaizi's eyes flickered with inexplicable colors. But the color in Gengzaizi's eyes suddenly dimmed. Is it really possible? Take her away. Gengzaizi was a little skeptical. After all, she had tried for 50 or 60 years, but failed every time. How can we know if we don't try? Lin En said in a relaxed tone. How can a mere earthbound spirit be as high as his devil pawn? You're right. Gengzaizi was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes became firm. She decided to become a devil. Maybe she can leave? Even if she still can't leave, it seems not bad to live with a different identity. Besides, Gengzaizi's narrow eyes revealed a smile. If you still can't leave the old school building after becoming your family, remember to come and see me when you have time. Gengzaizi said pitifully, you don't want your family to be alone, do you? Ah! It really deserves to be the ghost of neon, the smell is too authentic. Lin En said firmly, don't worry, I won't leave you here alone. Gengzaizi was stunned. He was a little touched. Maybe because it was interesting, the mentality of wanting to reincarnate as a demon also changed a little. Following what Lin En said, it seems to be not bad. Everything of my little girl is entrusted to you, this. Mr. Devil. Geng Zai's eyes were full of seriousness. Lin En smiled slightly, you won't regret it. By the way. Geng Zai's suddenly thought of something and her face froze. Can a ghost really be reincarnated as a demon? After all, she is already a dead person, right? Lin En paused and glanced at the flashing devil chess piece on the panel. Then he said decisively, if I say yes, then it's fine. Yes. Devil chess piece says yes, then it's fine. Okay. Come on. Well, what should I do? Geng Zaizi was slightly confused. Lin En condensed a demon chess piece, then paused, looking at the somewhat natural Yurikawa Kazumi. There is an outsider here. Although I have thought about bringing her into the family. But it is obvious that she is not a family member yet. It is okay for people to watch the demon reincarnation ceremony, Li Wangzhao, in general. But his reincarnation ceremony is extremely special, and he has to engrave grace at the end. People who are not from the family are not trustworthy. Soon, Kasumigaoka Utaha also thought of this. Yotani Miko's eyes also became inexplicable. Although I trust Xiahua very much, I have to be cautious when it comes to the master and the family. Hey! Yurikawa Kazumi was stunned for a moment, being stared at by everyone, making her a little overwhelmed. Yotani Miko reminded helplessly. Xiahua, why don't you step aside? Yuri Kawaka suddenly felt wronged. Miko, are you going to abandon me again? Yotani Miko, shaking. Why did you make her sound like a scumbag? Seeing that Xiahua couldn't figure out the situation, Yotani Miko became serious. Xiahua, this is our family's internal affairs, you. Then why don't I join you? Yotani Miko. Chapter 60, Chapter 60 Yukinashita Yukino sees. Then why don't I just join you? In the old school building. Yuri Kawaka's voice was deafening. Yotoko Miko blinked. It seems, it is true. But I don't know if Xiahua has the qualifications to be accepted into the master's family. Yotoko Miko looked up at Lin En. Lin En smiled at her and said, then join Geng Yuzai. Reincarnate as a demon together and become my family. Great. Yotoko Miko breathed a sigh of relief. Xiahua is also a qualified talent. Great. Yuri Kawaka hugged Yotoko Miko excitedly. Yotoko Miko smiled helplessly, but was also happy for her. Being able to become the master's family is definitely a chance to reach the sky in one step for ordinary people like them. Besides, people who know the truth of the world but have no ability will struggle to live. Just like her before. Xiahua has come. Being able to become the master's family is a blessing for her. On the other side, after leaving the old school building a little distance away, Yukinashita Yukino finally breathed a sigh of relief. But two words kept flashing in her mind. Family. Although she did not choose to stay in the old school building to continue listening. But her smart brain turned a little bit, and she could roughly guess something. Maybe. Are those girls in the Supernatural Investigation Department the family of Minister Lin En? Or maybe, those girls can master supernatural powers because they have become the family of Minister Lin En? Who? She exhaled and gave up thinking. When facing the timorous curse spirit in the old school building, she clearly understood one thing. Yukinashita Yukino is just an ordinary person. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Facing such a monster, there is nothing you can do. I don't want to get involved in any supernatural events anymore. Xiao, Zioxiu. Suddenly, Uegahama Ui pulled Yukinashita Yukino's clothes, her voice trembling. Front. Yukinashita Yukino looked up in confusion, and then her pupils shrank suddenly. Can you see it? Can you see it? Yukinashita Yukino's face stiffened. On the streets of Shuchen. There are evil spirits everywhere. No. Not just Shuchen. She looked into the distance. The streets outside the school are also full of evil spirits. Xiao, Zioxu. Uagahumayui showed a smile that was uglier than crying and trembled and said, "Those are." "Don't say it." Yukinashita Yukino whispered. Uagahumayui was silent immediately. "Just like that, pretend not to see." Yukinashita Yukino whispered softly. She seemed much calmer on the surface. But if you listen carefully, you can also detect the slight tremor in her voice. Can you see it? She thought of the words that the curse spirit kept repeating. If they were found out that they could see it, something terrible would happen, right? Her lips turned pale. Why? Will the world become like this? Is this the truth of the world? Suddenly, she thought of what Lin En had said in the old school building. Once you see the real world, there is no room for turning back. So, is it this kind of no room? She clenched her fists, her heart beating faster. What should she do? What should she do? Suddenly, a cursed spirit with a hood, a hideous face, and a fishy smell in its mouth walked in front of them. Can you see it? Can you see it? So scary. The evil spirit is so scary. Should I go back to the old school building to find Minister Lin En and the others? But I had already left without hesitation, so why should I run back to seek help in shame? Can you see it? Suddenly, the evil spirit came closer. Yukinashita Yukino trembled obscurely. It seems something has leaked out. Inside the old school building. Because of the reincarnation family, Lin En was going to find a clean room. So, the group came to Geng Zai's room. Great! Sure enough, no, Cod, was affected. Geng Zai floated in the air and opened her hands to Lin En and others. Welcome to Zai's boudoir. Lin En looked around. Well, it has a girlish vibe. Kasumigaoka sighed, I didn't expect that she looks like a queen, but her room is unexpectedly girly. Then she muttered in her heart, she is obviously an old virgin in her 50s or 60s. Lin En took out the devil chess piece and asked, who will come first? Yuri Kawana raised her hand high, but Geng Zai pounced directly on Lin En. While rubbing against Lin En, he said, I'll go first, I'll go first. Okay, then take off your clothes. Geng Zai stopped moving, her eyes a little surprised, and then she looked interesting. Reincarnation ceremony, there is such an interesting setting. She squeezed hard, and then pulling down the collar, revealing the deep ravine, pretending to be shy. Is this so? Lin En was not embarrassed at all. After admiring it for a while, he said, you have to take it off completely. Geng Zai looked a little uncomfortable, really, what a greedy man. She didn't wear anything inside. But since that's what I said. Geng Zai slowly took off her clothes, showing her beautiful body completely in front of Lin En. Ahehehe. Yuri Kawaka covered her eyes, but her fingers were wide open. Actually, she really took it off. So shameful. Kasumigaoka eyelids twitched, you old ghost, you really don't wear anything. Humph. Geng Zai straightened up, that kind of thing is very uncomfortable for a ghost, okay. Lin En picked up the devil chess piece, are you going to put it on the front or the back? After briefly explaining the matter of engraving the favor, Geng Zai suddenly understood. I see, that's why I have to take off my clothes. Her eyes flashed, pretending to be shy, whatever, Lin En, whatever you like. Geng Zai said so, Lin En naturally did not hesitate and put it in front directly. It seems that something came in. Geng Zai moaned, her face flushed. Kasumigaoka gritted her teeth and said, this woman is definitely doing it on purpose. Buzz. The reincarnation ceremony is over. The message of Gengzai's favor emerges. Gengzai. Lower level demon. Race, demon. Master, Lin Ivor. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic power, I0. Inherent skills. Ghost demon. Will-o-wisp. Earthbound spirit, deploys the inherent barrier, the habitat of the Dusk Maiden. Demonization, extreme ghost mode. Ding. You get the family member Gengzai. Ding. Your family member is reincarnated as a special demon ghost demon. Ding. You get the skill ghost demon. Ding. Your strength has been slightly improved. Chapter 61, Chapter 61 Devil's Life, Yurikawa Hana. As expected, he was reincarnated as a demon. Lin En was still a little surprised to see that Gengzai had successfully reincarnated. Although Devil Chess Piece had told him a long time ago. But ghosts are creatures without entities after all. It feels like Devil Chess Piece has some incredible settings hidden in this skill. Ghost Demon. After checking the introduction of this skill, he was a little concerned about the ability of the Earthbound Spirit. Inherent Barrier. This is the first time that Lin En has seen this type of ability. He felt it himself. Then his face became strange. It's the old school building. As for the ability of Will-o'-the-Wisp, it doesn't seem to be of much use except to enrich his means. In addition, he seems to have gained a new state. Well, it's the same ghost state as Gengzai. That means, can he pass through walls in the future? The other side. Gengzai played with her demon wings in disbelief, and said in surprise, I actually succeeded in reincarnation. But she looked at her body in confusion, it seems to be a ghost. Even if she reincarnated as a demon, the characteristics of a ghost did not disappear. Lin En handed her the copy of the grace information, just look at your skills and you will understand. Gengzai checked it out. Skip the basic abilities that are currently useless. Ghost Demon. She twitched her mouth, so, I am both a ghost and a demon now. Lin En said, that's about right. Okay. Gengzai quickly accepted this setting. Will-o'-the-Wisp. Gengzai muttered, could it be what I thought? She closed her eyes and guided the power in her body. Swish! A series of blue flames ignited from the air around her. Gengzai laughed, and the corners of her mouth twitched a little. Now, the characteristics of the legendary ghost are all gathered. And the earthbound spirit? Is this hinting at something? But the result is always good. At least, I can't feel the connection with the old school building. Gengzai was surprised. This means that she can completely leave this cage called the old school building. Well, in fact, it's not that you left the old school building, but the old school building left with you. Lin En didn't know whether to remind her or not. Forget it, let her find out for herself. Okay, next one, Yurikawa-san. Here. When her name was handed to her, Yurikawa-san was a little nervous and shy. I had never thought that I would have to take off my clothes when I was reborn as a demon. But she didn't want to be separated from Jianzi. Yurikawa's eyes became firm. She took off her school uniform in no time, leaving only an undershirt. She hesitated for a moment and whispered, well, should I put it on the front too? Jianzi's chief likes the front, right? She secretly glanced at Miss Gengzai. It's just, the front is too exciting. Yurikawa blushed and hesitated. Even if she was a natural, she was just a high school student. Lin En saw her embarrassment and said, it's okay, just show your back. He was not a perverted alien, and he would not force his followers to engrave their favors on the front. Hearing this, Lily Kawaka finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned around, unbuttoned his back, and revealed his smooth back. Seeing this, Lin En put the demon chess piece on it. The cold touch made Lily Kawaka's body tremble. Buzz. Ding. You get the family Lily Kawaka. Ding. Your family is reincarnated as a special demon life demon. Ding. You get the skill life energy, life demon. Ding. Your strength has slightly improved. The favor of Lily Kawaka emerged. Yuri Chuanhua. Lower level demon. Race, demon. Master, Lin Hualafu. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic, I0. Inherent skills. Life energy. Life drainage, draining life energy through eating. Stamina increase, speed increases faster. Life demon. Regeneration, consume life energy to regenerate, the degree of regeneration depends on the life energy consumed. Life flame, convert life energy into flame. Demonization, life plundering mode. The ninth family, get. And it is another special demon. Lin set his sights on Yuri Chuanhua's skills. Life energy. Like Jianzi's yin-yang eyes, they are all talents with their own skills. However, the huge life energy in Yuri Kawaka also made Lin En expect it. Then the next skill. Life demon. After seeing the introduction of the skill, Lin En's eyes lit up. Regeneration ability. This is a rare skill for Lin En. Regeneration by consuming life energy. Lin En was thoughtful. Life demon and life energy are two abilities that are actually linked skills. But this is also good, at least the life energy that could only be used as a cursed spirit grill can be used. What's more? Life demon is much more than that. Life flame. This is a power system different from magic. But the ability of flame should be more suitable for close combat, right? I feel I have to find someone to get gold coins again. Or should I grab Rias? Lin En touched his chin, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't there still Yu Jiang? He suddenly thought of Yu Jiang's junior, who is also a human magician. Sasaki Misaki. But Lin En clicked his tongue. It's not that easy to get some benefits from Yu Chan. Just keep this in mind for now. Lin En copied Yurikawaka's message of favor. Yurikawaka hurriedly put on her clothes and looked at her own message of favor. But I can't understand it at all. Yurikawaka was a little distressed. Jianzi, help me see my ability. Yotani Jianzi smiled helplessly. Xia Hua, what a fool. But when she saw Yurikawaka's message of favor, her eyes suddenly changed. Stupid Xia Hua, is he so strong? The incident in the old school building came to an end. Lin En and others took Geng Zizi and Yurikawaka to the Supernatural Investigation Department. Geng Zizi glanced at the old school building behind her, with a look of regret. It felt unreal. After all, she had lived there for 60 years. Supernatural Investigation Department. Yuri Kawakawa was filling out an application to join the department. Geng Zizi said noisily, I want one too. Kazuma Jayakashita looked down at her, why would a ghost like you join the department? Don't ghosts have human rights? Okay, let's start the club activities next. Lin En stopped them from fighting. Club activities. What is what? Yuri Kawakawa and Geng Zizi looked curious. Well, go to another world to fight monsters and level up. At X2. Chapter 62, Chapter 62 Shina Mahiru wants to reward. The world of the dead. After Yurikawa Hana and Kao Yuko stepped into the gate, they were surprised. Is it really a different world? They looked around. It seems to be no different from the modern world. Lin En called Miyamoto Rei and asked her to take them to get familiar with the world of the dead and to fight a few dead bodies to test their abilities. As for Lin En, He was going to renew the favor for Xiu and the others. But where is Xiu? Xiu Kasumigaoka secretly put her things away and ran back in a hurry. Lin En looked at her suspiciously. I always feel that Xiamen is acting strange today. It started from the time of the Supernatural Investigation Department. Being stared at by Lin En, Xiu Kasumigaoka's eyes were a little evasive and her face was a little hot. Tonight, she is Lin En's woman. Her face got even hotter when she thought of this. Come on, I'll update your grace 240 for you and see how your ability value is. Today, they formed a group to kill a level 1 cursed spirit, and I feel that they should have grown a lot. Lin En's bedroom. She first. Kasumigaoka Xiu nodded, and then took off her upper body clothes very naturally. This kind of thing has been experienced many times. Although she is still a little shy, she has also gotten used to it. Lin En manually updated her grace. Kasumigaoka Xiu felt Lin En's fingers wandering on her body, and couldn't help but squeeze her thighs. Kasumigaoka Xiu. Low-level demon. Race, demon. Master, Lin Ivor. Strength, A823. Agility, A877. Durability, A827. Magic, S999. Inherent skills. Demon of the book, omitted. Lin raised her eyebrows and copied down her grace information. Said, Xiu, your magic should have reached the limit, and the others should be almost there, are you ready to upgrade? Without Saeko's longing for slaughter, this ability value is almost the limit of Xiu. The previous accumulation, plus the first level curse spirit that was beaten up today, directly piled up to the critical value that can be upgraded. Kasumigaoka Utaha looked at her grace information and felt that it would be difficult to improve it. After all, except for magic, the other items are not her strong points. Then let's upgrade. Lin En continued to operate manually. Kasumigaoka Utaha's grace data updated. Kasumigaoka Utaha. Intermediate demon. Race, demon. Master, Lin En Valiver. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic power, I0. Inherent skills. Book of Demon. The Book of Demon can record magic, fairy arts and other abilities, and release them through the Book of Demon. The more detailed the ability information is, the more complete the ability is. Demonization, the body and the Book of Demon become one, carrying everything recorded in the book. Magic power growth is accelerated. Development ability. Thunder Break Eye. Secretary Demon S ability has not changed much. It just has a development ability of Thunder Break. It should be because Xiu often uses lightning strikes that this development ability appears. Xiu's level sublimation did not bring any changes to Lin En. The skill Demon Chess piece did not even change slightly. However, Lin En also received feedback from Xiu's level increase. It also has the development ability of Thunder Break. It is better than nothing. Kasumigaoka Utaha received her upgraded grace data. Seeing that her level had become a mid-level demon, she smiled. She whispered, finally, I've caught up with Saeko. In fact, she usually feels that she is quite pathetic. She was Lin En's first family member, but she was surpassed in everything. Whether it was strength or the speed of furthering her relationship with Lin En. It was a complete failure. However, everything is different tonight. When Lin En was renewing the favor for Saeko, Kasumigaoka Utaha pretended to ask casually, Master, have you been going to Saeko's room every night recently? Hey! Lin En looked at her in surprise and said curiously, don't you know? You are the one who stands at the door and eavesdrops every day. Kasumigaoka Utaha's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she stammered, how is it possible? I won't. The more she talked, the less confident she became. I remembered that there are some things I haven't done yet, I'll go first. Kasumigaoka Utaha got up from the bed in a panic, feeling so embarrassed. Lin En said speechlessly, put on your clothes first. Kasumigaoka Utaha paused, then put on her clothes obediently. Yotani Miko and Shina Mahiru looked at each other, and both could see the weirdness in each other's eyes. Kasumigaoka Sr., you are such a person. After a while, Lin En also updated the favors of Miko and Mahiru. Miko's ability value is almost at the limit, and it is estimated that she will be able to upgrade in a few days. Mahiru has been in the family for a short time, so it is normal for her ability value to be low. Lin En touched Shina Mahiru's head and gave her some comfort. Feeling Lin En's warm palm, Shina Mahiru felt her face getting hot. Then she remembered the magic replenishment today. She looked at Lin En's mouth involuntarily. Thin, soft. But I was in the middle of a battle at that time, so I didn't feel like I had experienced the process. And at that time, there was also the smell of Shiu and Miko. It seemed like, let's do it again. Mr. Lin En, Mahiru will work hard to upgrade. Shina Mahiru's eyes were a little moist, and she looked serious. Then she whispered, after Mahiru upgrades, can Mr. Lin En give Mahiru a little reward? The more she talked, the redder her face became. I don't know what she thought of. Yotani Miko's eyes widened, and she looked at Shina Mahiru in disbelief. Mahiru, so bold. A person who looks gentle, is so proactive. Lin En pinched her soft face and smiled, don't worry, even if Mahiru doesn't level up, you can always tell me if you want any reward. Lin En has always been generous to his family. Really? Shina Mahiru's eyes lit up. Then she said shyly, can you replenish magic? The first time was 3.1, no, I didn't experience it completely. Lin En was stunned for a moment. Mahiru, unexpectedly very proactive. No, can't I? Seeing that Lin En didn't move, Shina Mahiru lowered her head in disappointment. Mr. Lin En, do you hate her? She was a little worried. Lin En pinched the flesh on her face hard, making her wake up in pain. Don't you want the reward? Shina Mahiru looked up in surprise, and then moved closer. Yes, it's a smell that doesn't belong to anyone else, it's the smell that belongs to Mr. Lin. Yotani Miko looked complicated. Shouldn't she take the initiative? It feels like if this continues, there will be no place for her in the family. Senior Kasumigaoka, what are you doing? Aren't we the two who entered the family in advance? Chapter 63, Chapter 63 Utaha was robbed. After rewarding Mahiru, Lin En took the time to look at the performance of Gengzizi and Yurikawaka. Hey ha! Yurikawaka was excited, with golden flames wrapped around her hands, and fiercely smashed the head of the corpse. Ah! It feels like she is really suitable for this ability. Lin En looked at Gengzizi again. In the world of the dead, her ghost state is very advantageous. The dead can't see her at all, and can't even hear her voice, so they can only let her slaughter them. It seems that you two have adapted quickly. Yurikawaka said in surprise, ah, it's the minister. Then she hugged Lin's arm, Minister, the other world is so interesting. It's just, She hesitated, her face was a little red, and she said in a low voice, stomach, a little hungry. Hungry? Lin observed her condition. Life energy is consumed too much. Lin thought of a way to replenish life energy. Eating. If it's just eating, I don't know if Shizuka's milk will be useful. 26. Rei, take a bottle of recovery props to Zayahua. Yes, master. Soon, Miyamoto Rei brought Shizuka's milk over. Lin En handed it to Yurikawaka, try it. Yurikawaka opened the can of milk without hesitation, eyes shining, and drank it down. Wow! Delicious milk! Yurikawaka looked happy. I didn't expect that the minister's family would have such high-quality milk. I'm so happy. Milk? Miyamoto Rei standing aside looks strange. Forget it, let's wait for her to find out. Lin En was observing her state after drinking the milk. The life energy that had shrunk into a small ball suddenly ignited. Shizuka's milk is really useful. On the other side, seeing Lin En, Gengzizi also floated over and hung directly on Lin En. She sniffed the scent of Lin En, her eyes were meaningful, they all smell like girls. Her master is really the harem king. In just a short while, she has become familiar with the other members of the family. They are all beautiful girls. She is looking forward to it. Will Lin En do something to her? The loneliness that she has suppressed for 60 years is showing signs of being unable to be suppressed. In the evening, Yoshitani Miko and Yurikawaka leave the dead world together. Yurikawaka said happily, "Finally, I can go home with Miko again." Yoshitani Miko saw she looked so happy that she couldn't help but smile. "Zaya, how do you feel about joining the clan?" "Very interesting." Yurikawaka was very excited. Everyone in the clan is very nice, and the chief is very handsome. The milk tastes good too. Milk? The smile on Yotsuya Miko's face froze for a moment. That kind of very subtle prop. If it's not necessary, she thinks it's easier to accept Lin En's magic replenishment. Thinking of this, her heartbeat quickened a little. Then she inevitably thought of Mahiru's reward. She looked a little dazed. Everyone is very proactive. Whether it's Saeko and the others or Mahiru. Even Kasumigaoka senpai seems to be preparing something. Only her. Except for replenishing magic, there seems to be no substantial progress. And everyone in the family lives under the same roof with the master. She is the only one who is still going back to the family. Oh! From today, there is another Zaya. Although he has just joined the family, Jianzi knows that Zaya will be eaten by the master sooner or later. Everyone in the family is the wings of the master. A high-end apartment. Yukinashita Yukino lay on the bed, her eyes a little dazed. Then, a cursed spirit climbed to the ceiling above her head. "Can you see it? Can you see it?" Yukinashita Yukino's face froze slightly, trying not to show anything. But the hands hidden in the quilt were clenched tightly. "That's right. Even the house is full of cursed spirits." She took out her cell phone and let her eyes naturally turn to the screen of the phone. Then a message came on the phone. "Uegahima, Yuki, I'm so scared." Yukinashita Yukino was slightly startled. Yes. Uegahima's house should be full of cursed spirits too. She pursed her lips, feeling very guilty. If it weren't for her, Uegahima wouldn't have become like this, right? If she listened to the advice and didn't force herself to enter the old school building, everything would be the same as usual, right? All these things happened, all her fault. She even implicated Uegahima. She bit her lip. Her eyes were unconsciously moist. She was so bad. At least we need to rescue Uegahima-san. She must take responsibility. Should we ask for help from the Paranormal Investigation Department? She looked a little dazed. First, let's go to the shrine. See if there is any what can I do? If it doesn't work, I can only seek help from the Supernatural Investigation Department. After all, among the people she knows, only the Supernatural Investigation Department can solve this kind of problem, right? The world of the dead. Kasumigaoka Utaha sneaked to Saeko Busujima's room. She breathed a sigh of relief when she didn't see Lin En. Then she took out the clothes from her bag. Bunny girl. A flash of shyness appeared in her eyes. This dress is too, isn't it? She lifted it up and looked at the place below. It's empty. 890 but. Change it. She endured her shyness and put it on completely. Then she felt a chill down there. She groaned, and then threw herself on the bed. She buried her upper body in the quilt, and her lower body was exposed. As soon as Lin En entered the room, he could see a pair of black beautiful legs lying in front of him, round and slightly raised, exposing the empty. I don't believe Lin En can hold back. Half an hour later, Lin En went to Saiko's room as usual. On the way, he was stopped by Takei Yuriko, who had been waiting. She smiled slightly, with a mature charm. Master Lin En, I have something to ask of you. Can you please come to Saya's room? Lin En raised his eyebrows and followed. As soon as he entered the room, he saw, blushing, naked, dodging eyes, not daring to look at Lin En. Takashiro Yuriko smiled calmly, took off all her clothes, and knelt on the ground. Please, Lord Lin En. This may be my only value. Seeing this, Lin En did not hesitate. Since they have delivered it to my door, how can I not eat it? Lin En picked up Takashiro Yuriko by the waist and stacked her with Saiko's room. Kasumigaoka Utaha seemed to hear some strange sounds in her daze. She was a little short of oxygen after hiding in the quilt. Chapter 64, Chapter 64 Devil's Contract, Activate. The next day. Early in the morning. On the dining table, Kasumigaoka Shita poked at the food in the bowl with some depression. No appetite. She looked at Saeko Busujima with resentment. As if to ask why Lin En didn't go to your room last night. Saeko Busujima smiled, there's nothing I can do. No one can predict where the master wants to go. She recalled and said, I remember one time, the master didn't come to the dead world. Kasumigaoka Shita was stunned for a moment and remembered it. Then she became even more depressed. That day, the master and Tachin Kitten played video games all night. Unbeknownst to her, the master and Tachin Kitten were so close. Could it be that the women of the family can no longer satisfy Lin En? Kasumigaoka Utaha's thoughts were scattered, and finally returned to herself. It was not a solution to continue like this. She wanted to give, could she not give it? However, the courage she had finally mustered up. Weekend. Higurashi Shrine. Yukinashita Yukino and Uegahama Ui stood under the Torii gate. Zioxu, will it really work? Uegahama Ui tried her best to restrain her eyes from glancing around. It had been a few days since the incident in the old school building. After a few days of experience in facing cursed spirits, she was able to deal with them a little. But it was still so scary. Every day was spent in fear. They were exhausted physically and mentally, and dark circles appeared under their eyes. The whole person became listless. There were even several times when they were scared to death. And the cunning cursed spirits would disguise themselves and deceive them. It felt like they were going to be discovered several times. If this continues, it seems that it will be no different from death. Yukinashita Yukino had a tired look on her face. She bit her lip and said, this is the last shrine nearby. If it doesn't work, we can only ask Minister Lin En for help. Let's go. Yukinashita Yukino took the lead and stepped onto the stairs. On the stairs to the shrine, they observed the surroundings with their peripheral vision. Zioxu, I don't think you can see the cursed spirits. Uegahama Ui became a little excited. Yukinashita Yukino's eyes also brightened a little, and a little hope rose in her eyes. Maybe this shrine can be used. After a while, the two finally climbed up. Arrived outside the shrine. Hello, are you coming in to worship? Kagome Higurashi, wearing a Miko costume and holding a broom, looked at Yukinashita Yukino curiously. Two people. I always feel. Is their situation not good? Yukinashita Yukino was stunned for a moment and said, yes, we are here to worship. Higurashi Kagome smiled and said, okay, please follow me. Yukinashita Yukino and Uegahama Ui looked at each other and followed. This shrine is very clean. Maybe When Higurashi Kagome led Yukinashita Yukino and Uegahama Ui into the corner and passed by a small-looking shrine. Ya-a-a-a-a-a-a. A terrifying scream came from under the shrine. Yukinashita Yukino and Uegahama Ui froze. What's going on? Why, it seems like I heard some strange noises. Yukinashita Yukino looked around with her peripheral vision and finally breathed a sigh of relief after not finding anything. Yes, it should be an illusion, right? It may be an illusion caused by the excessive tension in recent times. Just when she relaxed. Bang! Bang bang! Yukinashita Yukino stiffened again. Ahaha! Higurashi Kagome was a little embarrassed and looked at the blocked well helplessly. Recently, there have been strange noises coming from the well, causing no one to dare to visit the shrine. Alas! If this continues, the shrine will soon go bankrupt. Well, it's nothing, really nothing, just. Higurashi Kagome was a little embarrassed. She really didn't lie. Although there have been strange noises all the time, nothing was found after opening it for inspection. And nothing strange has happened in the shrine so far. But people who come to worship are really scared. Seeing the appearance of Higurashi Kagome, Yukinashita Yukino looked at the place where the noise came from. It seems it's really not a cursed spirit? But it's still very strange. Let's worship and leave quickly. I don't know if it will work. After a while, each of them took a 4 souls jade and left Higurashi shrine. Then it didn't work. Yukinashita Yukino and Uegahama Ui looked at each other and fell silent. The reason why there are no cursed spirits in that shrine is because of the strange sound, right? Higurashi Shrine. Higurashi Kagome complained, Mom, if we don't solve this problem, the shrine will go bankrupt. Mom can't do anything, why don't you think of a solution, Kagome? Monday. Shuchin. At 3 p.m., Supernatural Survey Department. Yukinashita Yukino bowed deeply and said, Please, Director Lin En. Lin En did not show any emotion when he saw Yukinashita Yukino again. Looking at her appearance, she must have suffered a lot recently. Exorcism business outside the school starts from 5 million yen, just prepare the money. Lin En started the exorcism business that had been shelved for a long time. 5 million. Yukinashita Yukino's face froze. For 5 million yen, both her sister and mother can take it out. But they can take it out, which does not mean that she can take it out. Should I ask my sister? Yukinashita Yukino hesitated. She didn't want her family to be involved in supernatural events because of her. But it seems that there is no way. Wait a moment. Yukinashita Yukino left the Supernatural Investigation Department, bit her lip, and called Yukinashita Harino. Oh, it's really strange, Yukino actually took the initiative to call her sister or something. A more lively voice came from the phone. Sister. On the other end of the phone, Yukinashita Harino paused, temporarily put down the things in her hands, and narrowed her eyes. Yukino's voice is very abnormal. Did something happen? Yukinashita Yukino was silent for a while, then said, Nothing, Can you ask your sister to transfer 5 million yen to me? Yukinashita Harino fell silent. 5 million yen is not a lot for her. But she wants to know what Yukino wants 5 million yen for. I always feel that it is not very good. She took a deep breath and tried to test it with a joking tone. What is Yukino going to do, Wang Li Zhao, is it to keep a man? Silence came from the phone. Yukinashita Harino sighed, Okay, I knew you wouldn't say it. I will call you the 5 million, but... Yukinashita Harino narrowed her eyes and said, I will find out what the 5 million was used for. The phone was hung up and a beeping sound was heard. Yukinashita Yukino sighed helplessly. I knew it would turn out like this. But... this is the last resort. At least I can't let Uegahama endure it anymore, The cursed spirits on the street can't be taken care of. At least the house should be quieter, right? She put down her phone and walked into the supernatural investigation department again. The money is ready. Lin En looked up at her and said, Shi Yujianzi, you go with her. 5 million is not enough for him to spend. Not to mention that it was just a simple exorcism. That's all. Xiu and Jianzi are enough. He has more important things to do. Devil's contract, finally moved. Chapter 65, Chapter 65 Kill them all. Uegahama's house. While Mrs. Uegahama was away, Uegahama Ui invited Yukinashita Yukino, Kasumigaoka Utaha, and Yotsuya Miko in. Kasumigaoka Utaha looked around and didn't see any outrageous cursed spirits, so she handed them over to Miko. This kind of cursed spirit has no effect on her current level. Yotsuya Miko has the ability to attack spirit creatures. Walked around Uegahama's house casually and poked them one by one. Those cursed spirits were like balloons, and were directly popped by Yotsuya Miko. Seeing such a simple and calm exorcism, Yukinashita Yukino and Uegahama Ui were silent. The cursed spirits that usually frightened them were like fragile items in Yotsuya Miko's hands. This is the gap between ordinary people and people with supernatural powers. Yukinashita Yukino now regrets a little. Family. A flash of memory flashed through her eyes. She felt a little regretful. In order not to be involved in supernatural events, she hurriedly slipped out. But as Minister Lin En said, there is no turning back. She also thought about whether there was any way to make herself invisible. But in that case, wouldn't it be deceiving herself? Even if she couldn't see, she would still care and feel scared when she knew the truth. Since she had already stepped into that world, why did she want to escape? Who? She took a deep breath. Quietly waited for Yotsuya Miko's exorcism to end. She knew that this kind of exorcism was only a temporary solution and would only make things quieter at best. Supernatural power. If she could master it, would it be different? She was slightly stunned. Family. A trace of confusion flashed through her mind. On the other side, Lin En clicked Devil Contract and disappeared in the Supernatural Investigation Department. Sheena Mahiru held her chin, quietly looked at the place where Lin En disappeared, and murmured, I wish you, the prosperity of martial arts. Tokyo. Holy Residence. The Holy Son held the new law on Protocolata which was rejected again, and his eyes were full of helplessness. Why? Obviously, the cursed child is also a human being. She shook her head and continued to look at the next file, and then she was stunned. This is... She held up a piece of black paper covered with obscure runes, which made her feel dizzy. Pray to the devil and sign a contract, and he will respond to you. There was no language or text on the paper, but she read this sentence inexplicably. Supernatural event. The face of the Holy Son of Heaven was slightly stiff. But... Devil. She looked at the new law of proto-gastric animals on the table. Then she closed her eyes and clasped her hands in front of her. As long as she could pass the new law of proto-gastric animals and protect those cursed children, she would be willing to sacrifice everything even if she was a demon. Signing her name on the paper, the Holy Emperor blew on the handwriting to make it dry faster, and then smiled. Mr. Devil, will you respond to me? The Holy Emperor looked expectant. Although he knew that the possibility was not great, he hoped it was true. She was pushed to this position even though she had no talent. If she could do something good for the world by dedicating herself, she would be happy to do it. But... it should be someone's prank, right? The Holy Emperor smiled. Who saw her frowning face and sent it in to cheer her up. Just when she was thinking this, the paper in front of her suddenly shone brightly. The Holy Emperor opened his mouth slightly and his eyes widened. Are you my contracted person? Boom boom. The Holy Emperor's heartbeat instantly accelerated, his eyes widened, and he felt his throat become a little dry. Really, really, Mr. Devil? She wanted to cry but had no tears. The words of the devil must be very scary, right? She didn't dare to breathe, but turned her head stiffly. When she saw Lin En, she blinked her eyes, revealing clear stupidity. Very handsome Mr. Devil? No, 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 it should be a human, right? She breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I said. How could there be a demon in the world? It should be a prank. The props are very realistic. And where did this gentleman come from? Just when she was confused, Lin En walked over and picked up the new law of protocolata. Pass it, and that's your commission. It's a pitch-black bullet. Lin En laughed. This world really needs demons. Evil people need evil people to deal with them. Although he is not a villain, he is a demon. This. The Holy Son of Heaven was a little at a loss. Just call me Lin En. Ah, okay, Mr. Lin En. The Holy Emperor was at a loss for a while, and then calmed down after his brain processed it. Well, Mr. Lin En, first of all, how did you get in? The Holy Emperor regained the momentum of a ruler, and his eyes changed. She looked dignified, and her hand was placed near the guard bell. Lin En seemed not to notice her movements, and said in a relaxed tone, "Didn't you ask me to come?" Me? The Holy Emperor was stunned. Devil's contract, you just signed it and forgot it. Lin En looked at her speechlessly. Isn't that a prank? Hey? Who told you? But Mr. Lin En obviously. Before she could finish the sentence, not a demon, Lin En grinned, and the narrow demon wings behind him spread out. I am a demon. The Holy Emperor opened his mouth, and his brain was a little out of order. Wings, wings? Really, it's really a demon? The Holy Emperor, who had never encountered such a situation, had a brain overload for a while. No one has taught her how to communicate with demons. Invincible brain, think of a way. Lin En clicked his tongue. Wasn't she the one who summoned the demon? And you're not happy when it really comes. Lin En retracted her wings, not giving her time to think. I've accepted your commission. After completing the commission, I'll come to get what I want. Wait. The Holy Emperor hurriedly called Lin En. Commission? She remembered that she wanted to pass the bill. If Mr. Devil can really pass the new act on proto-colonies, it seems good. If the demon can, maybe he can really do it. But she wanted to know how Mr. Devil would do it. She considered her words, and her purple pupils were full of seriousness. Mr. Lin, the commission is to find a way to pass the new Gastrala law, right? Yes. Well, can I know how Mr. Lin is going to do it? The Holy Emperor also understood that many high-level officials did not want to pass this new law, which was also an important reason why she was blocked. If I don't know what the devil would do, what would he do? Lin's mouth curled up. How to do it? Kill those who disagree, won't it be passed? Chapter 66, Chapter 66. This world, only demons are enough. Kill them all. The Holy Emperor opened his mouth and his eyes were dull. Ah! Confirmed. These are words that only a devil can say. She stood up from her seat in a flash. There was panic and anxiety in her eyes, and her petite hands kept waving. No, no, no. It's over. Did she accidentally open some Pandora's box? The Holy Emperor wanted to cry a little. She had to take responsibility. She took a deep breath and bowed deeply, saying, "Please, Mr. Lin, please don't do that." She just wanted to protect the cursed child, but she was definitely not so extreme as to kill all those who opposed her. Lin En leaned on her desk, looking at the scenery outside the window with deep eyes, but said casually, "The commission is your business, how to complete the commission is my business." He was thinking about this world, what benefits he could get. There are currently 2 development plans for Lin En's family. First, recruit family members. As long as the more family members he recruits, he can get more and more feedback, and the strength will naturally be stronger. Second, monster resources. The experience required for family upgrades is also of top priority. Not only can it improve the strength of the family members, but it can also give Lin En feedback. Apart from these 2 points, everything else is unimportant. At least before becoming the Demon King, Lin En will not consider other directions of the family. What's more, there are very few talents in the family now. There is no other energy to develop other projects. So, the purpose of coming to this world is very clear. Recruiting followers. There are millions of special Lolita in this world. Even if only a few of them are reincarnated as special demons, as long as they become his followers, they can provide him with regular power feedback. Millions of Lolita. Even if they are just lower level demons, they can stack up his strength. Demon King? Or Super Demon King? Lin En's saliva secretion accelerated, the corners of his mouth raised hard, and his smile began to gradually become perverted. He never felt that the strength of the Demon King or even above could be so close to him. Millions of Lolita, he will definitely take them. Anyway, he has the resources of the dead world behind him, so he is not afraid of not being able to support them. And after reincarnating as a demon, the protozoan virus in the body will naturally be eliminated. There is no need to worry about turning into a protozoan all the time. He is here to save the Lolita. He is a righteous demon. But currently, the clan is short of manpower. With only his own strength and that of his clan, it is impossible to gather all the cursed children together. It's not easy. He also needs a very useful tool. Lin En retracted his gaze and looked at the Holy Son of Heaven, who was looking uneasy and even his eyebrows were about to twist together. A useful tool, isn't it? Lin En looked at her and said in a faint tone, "You don't want the cursed children to be bullied again, right? Holy Son of Heaven." She took a few deep breaths and said seriously, "Mr. Lin En, I also want to protect those obstructed children. The obstructed children are also human beings, and they should also be protected and treated fairly." She has never changed this idea. But if those people are killed, it will cause chaos in human society. She can reach this position. In fact, she knows a thing or two about many things. She also despises many people. Hate their filthiness and filthiness. But they are also the managers of human society. Once they die suddenly, power will fall into a vacuum, and human social order will become chaotic. Under the threat of protostoms, the already turbulent society will only become more precarious. As the Holy Son of Heaven, the ruler of the Tokyo area, she will never allow this to happen. I just hope that Mr. Devil, who was summoned by her, can understand her. She looked worried. Lin En suddenly chuckled. Chaos in human society. In that case, wouldn't it be better to eliminate humans? The Holy Son of Heaven's brain crashed again. If humans are extinct, society will naturally not be in chaos. Hiss. Although it makes sense. But why did Mr. Lin suddenly go from one extreme to another? Isn't this right? Is it difficult? Solve the problem from the root. Is this the way the devil thinks? Lin ignored her and walked to the French window, looking at the world under his feet. The eyes with red pupils swept over the humans walking on the street, holding up signs that they would never forgive the protostoms. They shouted, "Drive the cursed child out! Parade on the street!" Seeing this, Lin grinned and whispered, "In this world, only the devil is enough." Ah! It appeared. It's the devil's whisper. What does only the devil mean? Is the devil going to invade the human world? She really opened Pandora's box. The Holy Emperor was very uneasy. But when she followed Lin En's gaze, she fell silent. You public display on the street. Oppose the Cursed Child Human Rights Act. This situation happens almost every day. Even though she doesn't have the hearing of a demon, she understands what they are shouting. In fact, the reason why the Cursed Child Protection Act was not passed is also related to the indifference and opposition of the people. But it was obviously those children who were protecting them and protecting Tokyo. The Holy Emperor was very disappointed with them. Combined with Lin En's words just now, she was a little surprised. Can even the demons not stand what humans do? Humans are really a failure. Lin En retracted his cold gaze and turned around. The sun shone behind him, plunging him into darkness. Only those ruby-like eyes were shining brightly. When the Holy Emperor saw this scene, he was stunned. An inexplicable sentence flashed through his mind. A demon standing in the sun. Lin En stretched out his hand to her and chuckled. How about becoming the first demon in the world? The Holy Emperor stared at Lin En's outstretched hand, lost in thought. The demon? She? You feel it, too. My weakness and incompetence as a human being. Lin En's eyes seemed to flash with inexplicable colors, and in his words, he mercilessly revealed the fragility of the Holy Emperor's heart. The Holy Emperor was silent. You are the supreme ruler of the Tokyo area. But you can't even pass a new bill. The Holy Emperor continued to be silent. You are disappointed in yourself, right? You want to make a change, right? Who? The Holy Sun was a little out of breath. Lin's words were like sharp blades, piercing her already broken heart. She couldn't help but think of the cursed children who were beaten and scolded on the streets. Think of the cursed children who lived in the sewers. Think of the cursed children who sacrificed in the battle with the original animals to protect humans and Tokyo. Finally, the memory was frozen at the meeting of the proposal of the cursed children's human rights law. The cold rejection. She murmured to herself, becoming a demon can change all this. Chapter 67, Chapter 67 The Holy Son of Heaven chooses to become a devil. The Holy Son wants to change. She wants to change her weak and incompetent self. Want to change the current situation of the cursed child. Want to change this deformed world. The Holy Son stared at Lin En's outstretched hand in a trance, with an inexplicable urge in her heart. But she has not forgotten Lin En's extreme remarks. Wouldn't it be enough to eliminate humans? In this world, only demons are enough. In the final analysis, eliminating humans is still too terrible. The Holy Son felt bitter in his heart. What she hoped for was the coexistence of humans and the cursed child. Although the new law on protocolata was opposed by 82% of the people in the Tokyo area. Although the new law on protocolata was collectively resisted by the top leaders. Although there is almost no possibility of coexistence between humans and the cursed children. Really? 850 is so extreme that only one group of humans and the cursed children can survive? Obviously. The cursed children are also human. Her eyes were confused. He was full of entanglement. Seeing her like this, and decided to add fuel to the fire. You should have seen the 15-year-old corpse of the cursed child, right? The Holy Emperor was stunned. Due to the protovirus, even with the existence of protovirus inhibitors, the lifespan of the cursed child is usually not more than 15 years old. Her eyelashes trembled. Mr. Lin En, what do you mean? The protovirus is nothing to the devil. The eyes of the Holy Emperor suddenly widened, and the purple pupils revealed disbelief and a hint of hope hidden deep inside. Her voice trembled. Mr. Lin En, can you solve the protovirus in their bodies? Yes. Mr. Lin En is a devil. Maybe it can really solve the problem of protovirus. Seeing the expression of the Holy Emperor, Lin En curled his lips and his eyes became deep. He leaned over to the Holy Emperor's ear and whispered, now that you know how to save them, are you still going to ignore it? The Holy Emperor bit his lips and clenched his hands tightly. She can't do it. She has done many things for the cursed children. But without exception, all of them failed. She is an incompetent person. Even if she is the Holy Emperor, she can't change anything. The cursed children are still being discriminated against and oppressed. Now, the way to save the cursed children is right in front of her. She will never let go of this opportunity. Besides, this may be her reason for the cursed children. The only thing I can do. As long as I can save those cursed children. She took a deep breath, lowered her head, bowed deeply and said, "Please, Mr. Lin En. Please, save those children. As long as I can save the cursed children, I." She closed her eyes and trembled as she said the last sentence. "I'm willing to do anything." Sure enough, she is a person who is willing to sacrifice for others. Lin En's mouth corners raised. "Then, let's become a demon first." The Holy Sun still closed his eyes and did not speak, but his eyelashes trembled violently. There is a price to pay for trading with demons. As the supreme ruler of the Tokyo area, I am used to the filth of human beings, and I know this better than anyone else. Become a demon, then become a demon. As for Mr. Lin En's words about destroying humanity, a feeling of powerlessness flashed through her mind. She didn't want humanity to continue to perish. But she also wanted to help the cursed children. Humanity matters. Let's leave it to her after she becomes a demon. The Holy Sun chose to escape. Shameful, but useful. Not refusing, that means agreeing. Lin En also said unceremoniously, "Take off your clothes." The Holy Sun. She immediately opened her eyes. Her pupils began to tremble violently, and she opened her mouth. "Do I have to take off my clothes to become a demon?" She wanted to ask, but in the end she just sighed deeply. She had just said that she was willing to do anything. Are you going to back down just because you're asked to take off your clothes? She thought of the cursed children who were forced to live in the sewers. The white hand slowly raised up, and tremblingly took off the dress on her body, leaving only the light blue inner clothes and panties. She closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look at Lin En, but felt that her body was very hot, as if she could feel Lin En's gaze. "Show your back." Lin En did not choose to put the devil chess piece in front of the Holy Emperor directly. Just like this, the Holy Emperor already looked shaky. If it was placed in front, it would be too stimulating for her. Maybe she would faint if she was not careful. Sure enough. Hearing Lin En's words, the Holy Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was strange to turn your back to him, at least you didn't have to face him. The same thing. It's shameful to run away, but it works. The Holy Sun turned around. Pursing his lips, he waited for Lin En's next instruction. "Lie down." The Holy Sun. She shuddered all over and fell on her desk. Some inappropriate scenes flashed through her mind. Click. Her eyes widened suddenly, and a trace of shame flashed across her purple pupils. Unlocked, unlocked. Shouldn't you want to? Just when her mind was floating, she was thinking wildly and her head was dizzy. A touch of cold touch came from her skin. She shuddered subconsciously, and then hummed softly. Something came in. The body quickly heated up, and a force surged out. The transformation of her body and blood made her almost moan. She gritted her teeth and suppressed her impulse. Waist and buttocks, above the buttocks. Itchy. Be patient. At the same time, Lin En also received a system prompt. Ding. You get the Holy Son of Heaven. Ding. Your family is reincarnated as a special demon, the Ideal Demon. Ding. You get the skill Ideal Demon. Ding. Your strength has been slightly improved. Ideal Demon? Lin En's eyes condensed, looking at the Holy Son of Heaven's smooth back. The message of grace came into his eyes. Holy Son of Heaven. Lower level demon. Race, demon. Master, Lin Iver. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic power, I0. Inherent skills. Ideal demon. Peace domain, within the domain, no creature can have the intention to attack. Utopia, inherent barrier, eternal peace illusion where time stops. Demonization, ideal collapse 5.6 mode. Feels like a control skill? Lin is a little unsure of the ability of ideal demon. Temporarily suppressing it, Lin En copied the grace information, patted the back of the Holy Emperor, and said, "It's okay, the reincarnation ceremony is very successful, you are already a qualified devil." The Holy Emperor, who was lying on the desk, looked a little dazed. Is she a devil now? I feel that my body has become much stronger. And there is a wonderful ability. The ability of the devil? Many doubts flashed in her eyes, but when she thought of her half-naked body, her face suddenly turned red. Buttoned the back buckle again and quickly pulled up the dress. Hey! After getting dressed, the Holy Emperor finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, there was an extra piece of paper in front of him. Your Grace information, take a look. The Holy Emperor. Chapter 68, Chapter 68 Inferior Girl. Lin En briefly explained the capabilities of the Grace system. Hearing this, the Holy Son of Heaven's eyes flashed with realization. Then he tightly grasped the paper recording the Grace information, his heart full of complexity. She longed to save the cursed child, but lacked actual power. She could only achieve her goal by making a deal with the devil. I thought it would become strange. After all, it was a legendary evil devil. But I was clearly prepared to sacrifice myself. Why did it turn out like this? After reincarnating as a devil, she gained a strong physical fitness, supernatural magic, a long life, and slow aging. And she looked at the grace information and pursed her lips. Is this the key to the road to heaven? It's a complete reward. The Holy Son. She pursed her lips, a struggle flashed in her eyes. Even if she is such an incompetent person, is she worthy of such qualifications? Obviously she is just a vase. Obviously 27 is just a mascot that was pushed up by others. Snap! A broad and warm big hand was placed on her head. The Holy Son woke up, raised his face slightly, and stared at Lin En in a daze. How does it feel to be a demon? The Holy Son's eyelids drooped, and he dared not look into Lin En's eyes. She whispered, "It feels good." Even though her body is still slender, she can feel the explosive power hidden in her body. Now that she has become a demon, she must be able to do things that were impossible for her when she was a human, right? Just like the cursed child who has released his abilities? No. Be stronger than that. After all, she is just a low-level demon now. Given the grace system, she still has a huge room for improvement. But the Holy Son bit his lip and said with some inferiority, "Mr. Lin En, why did you choose me? Of course it's because of the devil contract you signed. And the devil chess piece also lit up for you." Lin En thought to himself. But he didn't say it out loud. He could see that the Holy Son had a problem with his mentality. When she was outside, she was a noble, calm, and steady Holy Son. But in essence, she was a sensitive and inferior girl. In the final analysis, she was just a high school student standing at the highest position in the Tokyo area. Is someone like me really qualified to follow you? The voice of the Holy Emperor revealed confusion. Only people like Miss Mugen are qualified, right? Don't think too much. Lin En patted her head and smiled. Whether you are qualified or not is not decided by you, but by me. Yes, it was decided by Devil Chess Piece. Certified by Devil Chess Piece. Without a doubt, you are the talent I need. The Holy Son stared at Lin En in a daze. The warm smile immediately broke through the haze in her heart. Lin En pinched her face and continued, "What's more, your current identity is still quite useful in this world. Gathering the cursed children, without the help of the Holy Sun, it would probably take a long time, right? His family does not have so many people at present." Hearing Lin En's words, the Holy Sun said seriously, "Please tell me what to do, Mr. Lin En. Since she is allowed to follow Mr. Lin En, she should at least show her ability. She doesn't want to be a vase anymore." Lin En continued to pinch her face and said, "Don't worry, let's see what you can do first." It was not until then that the Holy Emperor felt the movement of Lin En's hand on her face. The Holy Emperor pursed his lips and did not resist Lin En's little action. Compared to the gift given by Mr. Lin En, it was just rubbing the face, which was nothing. It was the first time that a boy rubbed her face, and she felt a little shy. She forced herself to focus on the grace information in her hand. According to Lin En's reminder, she skipped the basic abilities that were all I0 at this stage as usual. But her eyes paused at the Master's column. Master! A strange feeling rose in the heart of the Holy Emperor. Her heartbeat quickened a little, and she quickly shifted her sight and focused on the last inherent skill. Ideal Devil! The Holy Emperor was in a complicated mood. This name always gave her a subtle feeling. Is he mocking her for being an idealist? Peaceful territory and utopia. Well, they are indeed the social forms she once worked hard for. But none of them has been realized. She hasn't even taken the first step. But they are all abilities that are very suitable for me. She is a pacifist and doesn't like fighting. That's good. Seeing that the Holy Sun had finished reading her grace message, Lin En sat on her office chair and casually flipped through the documents on her desk. On the desk, in addition to the new law of protocolata, there were also new human plans, special forces, arrangements for the cursed children, etc. I don't understand it at all. After flipping through it casually, Lin En gave up. Although I have watched the anime Black Bullet before. But now it is a real world after all, many social systems are different from the world he lives in. After thinking about it, Lin En didn't plan to make any plans on his own. With the Holy Sun who knows this world best, he doesn't have to waste brain cells. He tapped the table with his index finger rhythmically and said, "I plan to reincarnate all the cursed children into demons." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. As long as they are reincarnated as demons, the protovirus in their bodies will be directly inactivated by the cells of the evil demon. And I can also get more followers. Family. The Holy Sun, who had just been reincarnated as a demon, had doubts in his eyes. Although she knew that everything about her belonged completely to Mr. Lin En. But she was still not very clear about the concept of followers. Lin En had to explain to her the meaning of followers. I see. The Holy Sun suddenly understood. It's the servants who serve Mr. Lin En. She didn't have any resistance. After all, after becoming Mr. Lin's servant, she also gained powerful strength and potential. Mr. Lin even promised her that he would save the cursed children. As for the cursed children, the Holy Emperor felt that they couldn't wait to be happy. Even if they were not given power, as long as someone could accept them, they would be satisfied, right? What's more, after becoming a demon, their bodies will return to normal. For the cursed children, being saved by Mr. Lin is simply the greatest luck in the world. Mr. Lin, what do I need to do? The Holy Emperor looked serious. Find all the cursed children, let them gather together, and wait for me to reincarnate one by one. Lin gave instructions. The Holy Emperor took a deep breath and said with a firm look, I understand. Chapter 69, Chapter 69 Clan members respond in unison. Gathering all the cursed children is not a simple matter. The first problem. The Holy Emperor is only the supreme ruler of the Tokyo area. The area that can radiate is only the scope of Tokyo. Secondly, she is only the nominal supreme ruler. There are many things that can be done, but they will be clamped. For example, the failure of the Cursed Children's Human Rights Act. And the cursed children are not without supervision. For example, the international organization IISO. They regard the cursed children as wealth and tools, and have gathered many cursed children. They are even very influential in the international community, and even she, the supreme ruler of the Tokyo area, occasionally needs to look at their faces. If you want to gather these cursed children, it is bound to conflict with IISO. The Holy Emperor frowned and said the difficulties bit by bit. Lin En's face was calm. You just need to find a way to gather the cursed children. As for the rest, I'll take care of it. The Holy Sun fell silent. Lin En's words reminded her of what she had been avoiding. Isn't it enough to eliminate humans? She swallowed hard and worriedly said, after the cursed children, what will Mr. Lin En do? Well, most likely to cleanse humans. Lin En was a little uncertain. By that time, his strength should have reached the level of the Demon King, right? It shouldn't take much time to cleanse. Goo. Sure enough. The Holy Sun's face was gloomy. But she still wanted to try. Please give me some time, Mr. Lin. She lowered her head and said, I will first set up a shelter away from the outer area. To shelter those poor children in the outer area. At the same time, I will crack down on the black market's trading of cursed children and save all the cursed children. Finally, she looked determined. I will also negotiate with the IISO and other high-level officials in other regions to ask them to send all the cursed children to Tokyo. In this process, I believe that Mr. Lin will be able to discover the good side of human beings. At that time, please carefully consider the survival of human beings in this world, Mr. Lin. When the Holy Son of Heaven said the last sentence, there was a pleading look in his eyes. She is essentially a kind person. I hope that both the cursed children and humans can have a good result. Therefore, I beg Lin to give her some time, and also give this world some time. Perhaps, Mr. Lin En will change his mind when he sees something beautiful. As for whether Lin En can cleanse people, she believed it without a doubt. Lin En had a deep look in his eyes. Stared at the Holy Sun with interest. I didn't expect that after becoming his followers, they could still do this for the humans in this world? Holy Sun! You are still standing too high. You can't see the lower things at all. Is the filth and dirt you think is really all they have? But it's interesting, isn't it? For the background of this world. He knows it clearly. There may be good people. But there are definitely not many. Lin En can allow these people to live. But others, it's not necessarily the case. The more he knows about this world, the more he knows their ugliness. When the political machine called the Holy Son of Heaven starts to move, its actions will surely affect the whole of Tokyo. When that time comes, what will you do after seeing the true ugliness of the world? He is looking forward to it. Lin En's long silence made cold sweat on the forehead of the Holy Son of Heaven. But soon, she breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, just do it according to your idea. Holy Son of Heaven, I am looking forward to it. What will you do after seeing all the darkness? Hey! The Holy Son of Heaven breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Thank you, Mr. Lin En. Thank you for giving humans a chance. Lin En smiled indifferently. He has always been tolerant of the requests of his clan. What's more, the task of reincarnating all the cursed children into demons cannot be completed overnight. He has plenty of time. Let her do it first. Play slowly. When all the cursed children become his followers, he will have the final say on what the world should be like. At the same time, Lin En's harem chat group. Xiaoshaizi, Master, is the new world fun? Sigma Man, not bad, it should be quite interesting if you kill for fun. Xiaoshaizi. After Lin En briefly talked about the situation of this world in the group, it immediately aroused the anger of the crowd. The most traditional woman in the Busujima family? Haha, the humans in this world are even scarier than corpses. Kazumi Shiko, no, while enjoying the protection of the cursed children, you also enjoy discriminating and oppressing them? Supernatural Investigation Department. Kasumigaoka Shiu stared at the content on her phone with an incredible look on her face. How could there be such disgusting humans? Even Shina Mahiru couldn't help but frown, with worry in her eyes. If this continues, the cursed children will perish because of this, right? They are just children. Shina Mahiru expressed her concerns in the group. Sigma Man, don't worry, Mahiru, the cursed children will be fine. Sigma Man, because, we are here. The world of the dead. Busujima Saeko licked her lips excitedly. The desire to kill that had not been experienced in the world of the dead for a long time boiled again. That world needs to be purged by demons. Sigma Man, wait for the shelter to come down, everyone come to the world of the Black Bullet. Busujima Saeko, yes, Master. The members of the group responded one after another. They all wanted to seek an explanation for the cursed children. The Dark World. Lin En smiled. Although Shang Tianzi said that she would also arrange the staff for the shelter. But Lin En didn't trust them. What's more, Lin En planned to turn the shelter into a residence for his family, no Mazhao. He was not prepared to accept outsiders. As for the manpower issue, after the first cursed child was reincarnated as a demon by him, wouldn't there be enough manpower? It's reasonable for Loli to help Loli. The next day, the Holy Residence held a meeting. The Holy Emperor took out a proposal to designate an abandoned warehouse area in the Akayaka district of Tokyo as a shelter for the cursed children in the outer area. The Holy Emperor said in a tough manner, "Everyone, I will start to accommodate the cursed children in the outer area, please cooperate." After the words fell, the Holy Residence meeting room suddenly fell into silence. Some of them looked in the direction of Tendo Kikunishuk in a subtle way. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she immediately stood up and followed. "Lord Saint, I don't think this is appropriate." Hearing this, Saint sighed deeply in his heart. She knew that the road ahead would be difficult. But she didn't expect it. Someone actually stood in front of her at the first step. Chapter 70, Kazumi Yutako, are you still a devil? Holy Residence Meeting Room. Since the proposal of the Holy Emperor was made, the whole meeting room has entered the stage of wrangling. But there is only one general meaning. That is, human resources are already struggling to support the members fighting on the front line. There is no ability to spend manpower and resources to contain the cursed children in the outer area. The Holy Emperor just listened expressionlessly without expressing any opinions. Until the meeting was about to end, the Holy Emperor suddenly spoke. "Prime Minister Tian Tong, do I no longer have the right to divide an area to contain the cursed children?" Suddenly, the meeting room fell into silence. Almost everyone was silent, lowered their heads, and pretended not to hear. Named by the Holy Emperor, Tian Tong Kikunishuk finally opened his eyes. "I agree with the proposal of Lord Shang Tianzi." The meeting ended. The proposal of Lord Shang Tianzi was finally passed. Tendo Kikunishuk silently watched the back of Lord Shang Tianzi leaving, his eyes became deep. "Lord Shang Tianzi, it seems a little different." A person came over to the side. "Lord Tian Tong, what should we do about the problem of the shelter?" Tendo Kikunishuk didn't look at him, but said indifferently, "Just follow the regulations. Remember to bury the explosives inside, and when the cursed children are almost taken in, send them away from this world." The man bowed his head and sweated profusely when he heard it. At the end of the corridor of the Holy Residence, the Holy Tianzi paused for 980 seconds, turned around in disbelief, and looked at Tian Tong Kikunishuk. "The devil's hearing is very strong. Sir Tendu. How could it be? Her eyes widened, and she was slightly shaken. She knew that Tendu Kikunoho was also against her doing something. But at least on the surface, Tendu Kikunoho had helped her a lot. So she still trusted him. If she hadn't been reincarnated as a demon. I'm afraid she didn't know that Tendu Kikunoho, who had just supported her to pass the proposal, had already turned around and planned how to attack the cursed child. She turned around again and just walked back to her office mechanically. On the other side, Tendu Kikunoho frowned. Lord Shangtianzi, why did you turn around just now? He had a vague premonition in his heart. Office. The Shangtianzi's eyes were dull. Is the cursed child an unforgivable person? Why even? She quickly calmed down. Tendo Kikunoshuk is not trustworthy. But even the most trusted minister is like this behind his back. Is there anyone in this world who is trustworthy? No. No. Now is not the time to think about these issues. We must notify Mr. Lin first. Otherwise, it will cause a diplomatic incident. A diplomatic incident with the devil. She thought about it. Dialed Tendo Mugen's phone. Hello, this is Tendo Civilian Security Company. Ms. Mugen, it's me. The Holy Emperor made a commission on the phone. 500,000. Tendo Mugen exclaimed, and then solemnly said, Don't worry, Lord Shangtianzi, I will complete the task. Hang up the phone. Tendo Mugen looked excited. I didn't expect that I could earn 500,000 yen just by running errands. It's really a big profit. But will the shelter be bombed in advance? Who is so cruel? Tendo Mugen curled his lips and cursed, Dirty sir. Tokyo. Akagong District. Lin En observed the buildings here and nodded with satisfaction. The place chosen by the Holy Emperor is not bad. You are the 500,000, Lin En. Tendo Mugen walked close to Lin En and subconsciously said what was in his heart. She came very quickly. After all, she was given 500,000, and she really didn't stop for a moment. According to the characteristics mentioned by the Holy Emperor, it is really easy to recognize at a glance. That's right. Lin En looked at her in surprise. Tendo Mugen? Tendo Mugen looked around carefully, then tiptoed and whispered in Lin En's ear, Lord Shangtianzi asked me to remind you, be careful of explosives buried in the shelter. Lin En's eyes were calm and he smiled, thank you for the reminder. Tendo Mugen. Such a calm reaction? What a strange man. I have delivered the message, then I will leave first. Tendo Mugen waved his hand with his back to Lin En and left happily. Tendo Mugen is also a talent. Lin En looked at the flashing devil chess piece on the panel. Then his eyes retracted and looked at the warehouse under renovation, his eyes were a little cold. He wanted to slow down, but someone didn't want him to slow down. Let's go back and get the Holy Emperor a mobile phone first, otherwise it will be inconvenient to contact him. After a while, Lin En's family and harem group. Ding! The Holy Emperor joins the chat group. The Holy Emperor, hello everyone, I am Mr. Lin En's new family. In the Holy Residence, the Holy Emperor looked at the simple and straightforward group name and smiled helplessly. But soon, she didn't have time to worry about the name of the chat group. Xiaoshizi, are you the Prime Minister of the Black Bullet World? Shangtianzi, that's just the Tokyo area. Xiaoshizi, are you still a demon? Xiaoshizi, why haven't you formulated a plan to exterminate humanity yet? Shangtianzi? Shangtianzi was slightly stunned when he saw the content on his phone. The most traditional woman of the Busujima family, do you need a cross-world human cleansing service? The most traditional woman of the Busujima family, I'm happy to serve you. Shangtianzi. Shangtianzi, ahaha, it seems that everyone has a lot of opinions about the humans in my world. Shang Tian's hand holding the phone trembled slightly, and the expression on his face was a little subtle. It's over. Is the reputation of my world so bad among the clan? The visible girl, that, can they be turned into cursed spirits? I'm still a little short of experience pills to upgrade. Xia Shizi, you are still ruthless. A few days later, the abandoned warehouse in Qigong district was renovated. A flash of white light appeared in the empty room. A group of beautiful girls appeared from the gate. They looked around curiously, then pouted and said, "What? Nothing special." Lin En clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. First of all, the first goal of the clan in this world is to save the cursed child. Yet, Xia Xiu and others nodded. Secondly, it is to make this world a special experience brushing dungeon. Protocol 8. Busujima Saeko licked her lips excitedly. It was a new killing experience. Xia Xiu saw this and silently moved away from her. By the way, Yuko. Hi. Geng Yuko floated over, hung on Lin En's body, and then rubbed it hard. Seeing this, Kasumigaoka Xiu was envious, gnashing her teeth with jealousy. Lin En carried a bundle of heavy explosives and grinned, "Return this thing to its owner." Geng Yuko blinked. "Ah! Someone is going to be unlucky. By the way, remember to ask Shang Tianzi for the address." Chapter 71, Chapter 71 We accept. That evening. Tokyo, Tendo Mansion. Hey! Geng Yuko paraded through the streets with explosives. However, because of her ghost state, others could not see her at all. Even the things she touched could not be seen. Above Tendo House, Geng Yuko gestured the specific direction. Then she began to transform into a demon. Ultimate Ghost Mode. In fact, it means being able to control your own ghost state. Put yourself between being observed and unobserved. Hi! She looked at the Tendo family members who were constantly walking in the courtyard, and then greeted them. For a moment, the Tendo family members who were attracted by the sound stopped and looked around in confusion. "It's up there." The Tendo family members immediately looked up. Seeing Geng Ziza floating in the air, his pupils suddenly shrank. What's going on? Humans, floating in the air. They all panicked. It immediately caused a commotion in the Tiantong family. Quiet! An old man stepped out of the house. The moment he saw Geng Zizi, his pupils shrank instantly. The cursed child? Seeing the color of Geng Zizi's eyes, he was shocked. Undiscovered bird and animal protozoa virus? Didn't they say that bird and animal protozoa could not be born? Has the experiment made a breakthrough? But what are you doing suddenly at Tiantong's house? Tiantong Xuanzu was a little scared, but he still kept a trace of calmness. He asked boldly, "Miss, what can I do for you?" Geng Ziza turned her eyes and asked after not seeing the target, "Tendo Kikuno Ho, that should be his name, right? Looking for the head of the family?" Geng Ziza took out explosives from behind, which made Tendo Xuanzu's eyelids jump. "Wait!" Just as he was about to stop her, he heard Geng Ziza say, "This is considered to be returned to the original owner." Boom! The fire seemed to swallow up the night. A violent explosion resounded throughout the night sky. Geng Ziza floated in the air and clapped her hands. "Done, call it a day." This kind of task is a piece of cake for her ghost demon. She floated in the air, circled around the Tiantong mansion, and after confirming that no one was still alive, she floated directly back to the clan residence. Holy Residence. The bedroom of the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor stood in front of the French window, staring blankly in the direction of the Tiantong mansion. When Geng Zizi asked her the address of the Tiantong mansion in the group, she already knew the result. She sighed silently. Why did you provoke the devil? However, Tendo Kiku Kikunashuk has already gone to Osaka. Just barely escaped. I wonder what his expression will be like when he returns? The next day. Big news in Tokyo. Tendo's house was blown up overnight. No one in the house survived. Only Kikuna shook Tendo and a few family members who accompanied him to Osaka escaped. Tendo Civilian Security Company. Tendo Kikunashuk held the newspaper in his hand, his expression was crazy, and his body began to spasm violently. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Her laughter became more and more perverted. The dignified Tendo family will actually have this day. Tendo Kikunashuk, you old dog, you never thought that there would be such a day, right? Ha ha! It's a pity that you got away with it. But next time, I will go to see you with a knife. Dong dong! Suddenly, the door of the Tendo Civilian Security Company was knocked. Tendo Kikunashuk restrained himself a little. Then he said, "Come in." Swish! As soon as Tendo Kikunashuk finished speaking, the door was pushed open from the outside. Rentaro Satomi walked in with a gloomy face. Seeing that it was him, Tendo Kisara glanced at him coldly and said sarcastically, "Hey, isn't this a great politician? I don't know what gust of wind brought you here." She and Satomi Rentaro did not have a good relationship. It was just because he was the adopted son of Tendo Kikunashuk. That's right, he hated the whole family. Satomi Rentaro slapped the newspaper on Tendo Kisara's desk and said in a deep voice, "Miss Kisara, the explosion in the Tendo family was definitely man-made. Ms. Kisara has entrusted me to investigate. Miss Kisara, as a member of the Tendo family, come and investigate the truth of the incident with me. I will definitely send that guy to jail." Satomi Rentaro looked sincere. He wanted to ease the gap between Tendo Kisara and the Tendo family through this incident. "Don't call me so affectionately, we are not that familiar yet." Tendo Mugeng's attitude was cold. The truth of the incident? Had. She was so happy. Do you really think that she has feelings for the Tendo family just because she has the surname of Tendo? This guy should know why she left the Tendo family, right? Now he comes here to say these things, is he trying to disgust her? But she really wants to know which kind-hearted person avenged the Tendo family for her. Okay. Tendo Mugeng smiled and said, "Great politician, you must investigate carefully. As soon as you find out the truth, you must tell me." Must. I must repay that kind-hearted person. But explosives. Tendoki fell into deep thought. She has a very suitable suspect. Tokyo. Akayaka District. Lin En's family members moved. The containment of the cursed children in the outer area began. In the renovated warehouse, Lin En looked at the 13 cursed children. They clenched their hands nervously, their eyes were a little timid. 0. Feeling inexplicably uneasy about the unfamiliar environment. Only 13. Lin En looked at Saeko Busujima. Is the efficiency a little too low? Busujima Saeko bowed her head and said, "Sorry, Master. We visited 13 hiding places of the cursed children today, but we only chose to send one person to the shelter from each place." Lin En suddenly realized. These children should have come here to explore the way. Being cautious is good. After all, some institutions just use the name of the shelter to lure the cursed children over, and then sell them, do human experiments, and so on. This kind of thing happens from time to time in this world. Therefore, the 3 words shelter are not credible to the cursed children. If it weren't for Lin En's shelter, which had the background of the Holy Son of Heaven, I'm afraid there wouldn't be even 13 today. How much have these children experienced to sum up this experience? He glanced around and found that almost every one of them was pale and thin. And they all trembled slightly. Their eyes were also dodging. I was scared. But I still came. In order to find a real place for everyone to stay? Choose to gamble with human conscience? If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't survive, no one would be willing to take the risk, right? Lin En raised a gentle smile and covered the cursed child in front with her hand. When the big hand came down, she closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembled, and her body trembled violently. But I didn't dare to hide. If I hid, I would get beaten again, right? But sometimes, if I didn't hide, why would I still get beaten? Chapter 72, Chapter 72 The first group of cursed sons reincarnated demons. When Lin En put his hand on her head and rubbed it gently, she was very surprised. People she met before either beat or scolded them, and their actions were rough. Being treated so gently. It was the first time. Met a good person. She was so sure. Lin En would never have thought that just by a little difference in action, Lolita gave him a good person card. 13 Cursed Children. Lin En's eyes flickered slightly. No characters in the original book were found. Then he looked at the panel. The skill of devil chess piece flickered slightly. Sure enough. It was the same as he judged. The cursed children are all talents who can become followers. Even if their names and pictures did not appear in the original book. But the special genes in their bodies make them different from ordinary people. Lin En was relieved to be able to reincarnate into a family. Otherwise, if you want to save the 653 group of cursed children, you need to find another way. There are many people who exceed the standard in the main world, and I believe there are many people who can use their own abilities to eliminate the cursed child protovirus. For example, the Angel Force. But Lin En can't get in touch with it. What's more, it's better not to let people outside the family know about the ability to travel through the world. Lin En was not in a hurry to reincarnate them into a family. Let them eat their fill first. Shizuka, these children will be left to you to take care of first. Marikawa Shizuka, who was squatting and stroking the little loli just now, stood up in an instant. She patted Botao's chest, showing a reliable expression, and said confidently, "Just leave it to me." Lin En hesitated for a moment, it should be okay. But among his family, there is indeed no one more suitable to take care of the children than Shizuka. Marikawa Shizuka squatted on the ground again, then took out a can of milk from the ditch and handed it to the cursed child in front of her, looking expectantly, "Do you want to drink? Lin En? Or find someone reliable? Let Shizuka take the cursed children to bathe and change into clean clothes. Then sit at a long dining table and wait for dinner." The cursed children's eyes are full of confusion. Looking at the clean clothes on their bodies, they are a little at a loss. Will they also be qualified to wear such beautiful clothes? "Mr. Lin, dinner is ready." Shina Mahiru came out of the kitchen wearing an apron, carrying hot noodle soup. After all the dishes were placed in front of the cursed children, Lin clapped his hands and said, "Okay, let's eat." Hearing Lin's words, the cursed children looked at each other. One person was brave enough to speak louder. Trembling, "Is this really for us? Shouldn't their meal be those rotten vegetable leaves and smelly leftovers? Could it be the legendary last dinner? Eat it with confidence." Lin En touched her head. She swallowed her saliva. Tasted it carefully. The hot soup entered her mouth, and her taste buds were instantly filled with rich fragrance. She was stunned. The corners of her eyes were a little wet. Never have I eaten such delicious food. After reacting, she immediately buried her head and ate it, as if she didn't care even if she was executed after eating this meal. Seeing this, the other cursed children followed suit. Soon, a strange scene appeared in the shelter. The cursed children kept eating, but tears appeared on their faces. Shina Mahiru saw this and pursed her lips, feeling a little uncomfortable. It was just ordinary food, but it was eaten like a delicacy. After finishing the meal, the cursed children sat in their chairs in a daze, feeling an unreal sense of happiness. Noda Mariko looked at Shina Mahiru's gentle appearance and couldn't help asking, "Shina-sama, are you an angel?" Shina Mahiru was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "No, it's a demon. Hey! The cursed children exclaimed one after another, and then asked in confusion, is Shinasama the same as us? Well, why do you say that? Because everyone calls us demons and monsters. Shina Mahiru's eyes became complicated, she smiled far-fetchedly, and then said, that's just because they are afraid of you. After a pause, Shina Mahiru continued, how about it, do you want to become a demon like me? A demon as gentle as Shinasama? If you become a demon, everyone will be a family. Shina Mahiru didn't bring out Lin En's harem rhetoric. Lowly, it should be unpunished, right? Family. The eyes of the cursed children lit up. I want it. I want to be a family with Shinasama. I want it too, I want it too. They long for a family. After having a family, there should be no need to pick up trash in dangerous places, right? Shina Mahiru looked at Lin En. Lin En smiled and took out the demon chess piece that had been prepared long ago. Then, let's start the reincarnation ceremony. Noda Mariko. Low-level demon. Race, demon. Master, Lin En Walliver. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic power, I0. Inherent skills. Mole with Gastrula factor. Ground perception. Nishida Tsubo. Lower level demon. Race, demon. Master, Lin Wallifer. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic power, I0. Inherent skills. Hedgehog with Gastrula factor. Existence dilution. The cursed children sat in a row with their upper bodies naked, feeling inexplicably nervous. Lin performed the reincarnation ritual for them one by one. There is no doubt that they are all ordinary demons. It is also normal, after all, special demons are rare species. However, because of the Gastrula virus, each of them has a skill. This was also within Lin En's expectations. I listened to the constant dinging of the system. You have acquired the skill Protostomata. Your strength has slightly improved. Ding! Your skill Demon Chess has slightly changed. After Lin En reincarnated all of them into followers, he felt it a little. Well, the strength has slightly improved, but it has obviously not reached the level of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. There is a long way to go. When he thought of so many cursed children, he had to reincarnate them one by one, and he had a headache. And wait until there are millions of lowly followers. If he updates the favor every time, he won't bleed to death, right? Hiss. He clicked on the demon chest to see what changes had occurred. It was still the starry sky. Although he has collected many followers. But there are only 7 chess pieces that can surround him. Only special demons are qualified. He looked into the distance. It seemed that a dozen chess pieces stood quietly like quicksand in a place that was both far and near. In addition, there were only 2 chess pieces in the other direction, which seemed lonely. It should be Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya. Lin En's mind moved, and the 2 chess pieces came to his hands. Miyamoto Rei, Takagi Saya. Sure enough. He clicked on the chess piece of Miyamoto Rei. The grace information immediately appeared on the chess piece. Can I check the grace information directly from here? Chapter 73, Chapter 73 The Origin of the Elements. Not just checking the favor information. At the bottom of the favor information, there is an additional update button. Lin En's eyes changed. He picked up Busujima Saeko's chess piece again and checked it. But this time he didn't find the update option. A flash of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Special demons are different from ordinary demons. Although they are all his followers. But special demons not only have exclusive abilities, but also have terrifyingly high potential limits. It's like an organization, there are not only high-level cadres, but also grassroots members. And in his followers, special demons are the so-called high-level cadres. Ordinary demons are grassroots members. Lin En thought about it. I feel that this change is also good. At least he doesn't have to manually update favors for ordinary demons in the future. Put back the chess pieces of Miyamoto Rei and Busujima Saeko. Lin En looked at the scenery of the quicksand chess pieces formed by the cursed children again. Apoptosis genome, growing. New skills? Lin En had doubts in his eyes. Devil chess, this skill can actually generate new skills through the clan? He nodded. Apoptosis genome, growing. Factor collection, already included, mole factor, hedgehog factor. Factor chimera, double factor chimera. Unfinished. Lin En. So, what is this? Lin En looked carefully and found that the factors of the proto-gastric animals that had been collected all came from the cursed children that he had taken into his family. However, these factors seemed to have no effect on him now. After all, with his current strength as a top-level demon, he no longer needed such abilities with less effects. But maybe when more factors are collected, some strange reactions will occur. Escaped from the space of demon chess piece. Lin En saw the cursed children poking their wings in disbelief. Grow wings. What? Is it because the erosion is too high and it will turn into a proto-gastric creature? But there is no strange feeling. The cursed children were a little panicked. Shinamahiru quickly comforted them, don't worry, everyone just reincarnated as a demon. Hearing Shinamahiru's voice, the cursed children gradually calmed down. Then they remembered what Shinamahiru had said before, are you going to become a demon? Hey! So becoming a demon, the devil is real? The cursed children exclaimed in disbelief. Before, they were asked to take off their clothes, thinking that they were to check the degree of erosion of the original enterovirus. After all, if there is a cursed child with a high degree of erosion in the shelter, there may be unpredictable dangers. They all understand. But it is a real devil reincarnation ritual. It disappeared. Completely disappeared. Noda Mariko was surprised, that feeling of pain is gone. Because of the long-term erosion of the original enterovirus, the cursed children often have to endure neuralgia. Mahiru, check them. As a shelter, the Holy Emperor naturally sent a set of equipment to detect the erosion of the enterovirus. After a while, after the test, the enterovirus in their bodies has completely disappeared. They stood there in a daze, muttering, so we are no longer the cursed children now. That's right. Lin En smiled and affirmed, you are now demons. Demons. Their eyes lit up. Then can we live to be 15 years old? Not only 15 years old, the lifespan of demons is very long. Shinamahiru smiled and gave the answer. Hearing this, their eyes instantly turned red. Great! It's great to be a demon. They jumped up and down in joy. Nishida Tsubomi came up to Lin En, looked up, and said carefully, Master Lin En, can I bring other people here? She summoned her courage and said, I also want everyone to become demons. As long as they become demons, everyone can live normally. Lin En raised the corners of his mouth and patted her head, of course. Just bring as many as you want, I'll take as many as you want. This is the effect he needs. With the background check of the first batch of Lolas, more and more cursed children will come to the shelter on their own initiative. When they grow stronger, the Lolas will naturally tell each other. It is much more reliable than waiting for the Holy Emperor to arrange it. As for how to arrange this group of Lolas, Lin En thought about it and didn't plan to let them brush the scriptures. Experience. They are all around 10 years old, let's live a carefree life for a few years. When they grow up, let's see what they want to do. After the clan grows stronger, it will definitely need to develop. Then there will naturally be a place where they will be needed. We have to arrange a teacher for them. Think about it. Lin En sent a message to Nangang Naiyu. Lin En, the Naiyu-chan, would you consider becoming my family member? That Yu-chan. That Yu-chan, are you finally so crazy that you want to attack the little girl teacher? Lin En, do you admit that you are a little girl? Tisk. Seeing that Nangang Naiyu no longer replied to the message, Lin En shook her head in boredom. Main world. Teacher guidance room. Nangang Naiyu directly ignored Lin En's subsequent messages. However, she still found Lin En's bold remarks quite interesting. This demon was so bold as to tease her? Nangang Naiyu narrowed her eyes and supported her chin with one hand. Lin En's strength has been a little confusing to her recently. Every time they meet, she can feel the changes in Lin En. The last level 1 curse spirit was actually a small test for her. In the past, Lin En would never agree to deal with a first level cursed spirit so easily. After all, it was just a mid-level demon. It was still a bit troublesome to deal with a higher level cursed spirit. But this time, he just asked for a first level cursed item and agreed to it without hesitation. Obviously, he was very confident in his own strength. In less than 2 months, what did this demon go through to suddenly increase its strength? If there is any difference. Lin En has collected a lot of followers recently. It seems that it is at least the strength of a higher level demon. As a human magician, he still has some understanding of creatures like demons. To be qualified to recruit followers, one must at least have the strength of a high-level demon. But there was a flash of doubt in her big eyes. She focused her eyes on the student files on the desk. Kasumigaoka Utaha, Yotsuya Miko, Shina Mahiru, Yurikawa Hana. She glanced at their biographical information, and there was more doubt in her eyes. Isn't this just a completely ordinary person? Human artifact user? Nangang Naiyu frowned. Kasumigaoka Shihu often came to ask for leave from Lin En. So she also came into contact with him a few times. In addition to the devilish aura emanating from her body, there is no smell of artifact at all. So, what's the point of finding some ordinary people? And they are all beautiful girls. This guy, he won't rely on his identity as a devil to open a harem in the school. Chapter 74, Chapter 74 Kagaya, it's time for you to dedicate yourself to the Shinomiya family. Nangang Naiyu was skeptical about the followers that Lin En had recruited. She felt more and more that her idea was correct. Otherwise, why would she recruit so many beautiful girls and ordinary people as followers? Nangang Naiyu gritted her teeth and said, this devil dared to cholera the Haidichi Institute. So, did Lin En just ask her for a harem? You bastard, you really dare! Swish! The door of the teacher's guidance room was pushed open. Hey, who can make you so angry, Naiyu-chan? Hirotsuka Shizuka said in a teasing tone. Nangang Naiyu frowned, how many times have I told you not to add Zhang after my name? That would make me lose my dignity in front of the students. Ah, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Hirotsuka Shizuka waved her hand, you look so cute, the students will be obedient. Snap! It hurts. Hirotsuka Shizuka immediately covered her head. Nangang Naiyu took back the folding fan in her hand expressionlessly, you iron-fisted teacher, say what you want to say. Also, remember to knock before entering the door. You are really merciless, Naiyu-chan. Seeing that the folding fan in Nangang Naiyu's hand was about to fall again, Hirotsuka Shizuka hurriedly said seriously, Natsuki, has anything strange happened to Yuki Nashita recently? Yuki Nashita? Nangang Naiyu frowned, then relaxed. The head of the service club. Hirotsuka Shizuka's eyes twitched. Every time she heard this name, she felt embarrassed. If you want to say something strange. Does experiencing a supernatural event count? Supernatural event? Hirotsuka Shizuka looked surprised. Her family is also rich, so she knows a little about this kind of thing. But as an ordinary person, there are not many opportunities to come into contact with it. But if it's supernatural, it will be a bit troublesome. How should I tell Yang no? Well, maybe you can ask the director of the Supernatural Investigation Department. Nangang Naio was too lazy to explain to her, so she just put the blame on Lin En. The director of the Supernatural Investigation Department. Hirotsuka Shizuka said seriously, I understand. Leaving a word of thanks, Hirotsuka Shizuka hurriedly left Nangang Naio's office. Are there too many people looking for that kid recently? Nangang Naio muttered. She knew. The school board is investigating the old school building incident. It is estimated that the investigation has reached the Supernatural Investigation Department. But Lin En is a demon after all. No matter how powerful a human is, he is nothing in the face of the supernatural. Sigong Huang Guang, you'd better not provoke a demon. Zaihu Zaiwan, Board of Directors. Sigong Huang Guang stared at the information in his hand, frowning slightly. Are you sure it wasn't Nangang Naio who did it? As a director of Zaihu Zaiwan, he knew the true identity of Nangang Naio. The status of the Sigong family made him understand that this world is not simple. But there is a saying. The deeper a person's cognition, the more fearful he is. After knowing the truth of this world, he felt less and less secure. He also wanted to have power. But the money and power that had been invincible seemed to have lost their effect when facing another world. All he could get was some basic knowledge and garbage yin-yang magic. He had no talent and no energy to learn. So he prepared to take a different approach. Wouldn't it be enough to raise an obedient cursed spirit? Obviously, it failed. He could raise it, but he couldn't control it at all. If it weren't for that expensive array, it would have caused a disaster long ago. But he didn't dare to expose all this. After all, it was him who caused it. What if it affected his status as the heir? So, as the array was broken, he could only worry. Nangang Naio, who was looking forward to the human magic attacker, would not watch Zaihu Zaiwan fall into hell. He won the bet. But it was not Nangang Naio who did it. But Supernatural Investigation Department. His eyes changed. A club in Zaihu Zaiwan actually possessed such power. He felt a burning sensation in his heart. He held his chin, his eyes deep, and fell into deep thought. The identity of a student often makes things much easier. Kagaya. It's time for you to dedicate yourself to the Shinomiya family. Coffee shop. Yukinashita Harino stirred the coffee with her fingers, staring out the window with her eyes lost in thought. These days, Yukino's affairs have always made her uneasy. Now that she finally has time, she hurried over. After a while, she saw the figure of Hirotsuka Shizuka, her eyes lit up, stood up and waved, Xiaojing, here. How is it? Did you find anything? After Hirotsuka Shizuka sat down, Yukinashita Harino asked hurriedly. Hirotsuka Shizuka rolled her eyes at her. As soon as she sat down, she started without even drinking a glass of water. If it was in the past, Yukinashita Harino would not have made such a mistake. But since it was about Yukinashita, she was a little anxious. Hirotsuka Shizuka pondered for a moment, then said, Harino, do you know about supernatural events? Hey! Yukinashita Harino was dumbfounded. The Yukinashita family is a big family in Chiba Prefecture, but it is nothing compared to the entire Nihon and even Tokyo. In the Tokyo circle, people mocked the Yukinashita family for being just country folk. Although her father is a counselor, he is only a county counselor. So she is unfamiliar with the supernatural, which only exists in her imagination. But Xiaojing, you are not kidding me, are you? Hirotsuka Shizuka smiled bitterly, I knew you would do this. Yukinashita Harino fell silent. She could see that Xiaojing was not lying. So, the world in her eyes is actually incomplete? Yukinashita Harino looked dazed, and murmured, so, Yukino encountered a supernatural event. Seeing that she had figured it out, Shizuka Hirotsuka comforted her. I don't know the specific situation, but Yukinashita should just be shocked and can't accept it for a while, right? Then what does she want 5 million for? No Zhao. Yukinashita Harino thought of this. However, she didn't tell Xiaojing about this. Shizuka Hirotsuka continued. I asked around before coming here, and someone recommended me to find the Supernatural Investigation Department of Shuchen. Maybe there is any connection between them. Supernatural Investigation Department? You can tell from the name that it is a supernatural club. But it's just students, right? Yukinashita Harino didn't care. I remember the director of the Supernatural Investigation Department. Should it be Lin En? Yukinashita Harino's eyes were startled. Lin En? Bo. Isn't that the name of the account that Yukino transferred the money to? Not long after Yukino transferred the money, she found out the name of the recipient through her own channels. I didn't expect. It turned out to be the director of the Supernatural Investigation Department. Yukinashita Harino frowned. It seems it is necessary to go to the Supernatural Investigation Department. Chapter 75, Chapter 75 Handsome Big Sister, a little terrifying. At the same time, Black Bullet World. Late at night, a group of little girls live in the same house, chattering non-stop. They are obviously very excited. Mr. Lin is really an angel. Devil. It's a devil. That's right. The angel didn't come to save us. That's God. It's a devil. A devil. Well, the devil God. It's decided. When I grow up, I want to be a priestess serving Lord Lin. What? I'm the only one who can be Lord Lin's priestess. Hey! Stop fighting! We are all Lord Lin's priestess. Great! After a fierce discussion, the excitement finally dissipated, and then I fell asleep. The next day, early in the morning, the cursed children got up early. Although they were only about 10 years old. But the hard life made them extra sensible. Lin En not only took them in, but also made them demons and completely broke the curse of the enterovirus. In their eyes, Lin En was their god. They decided to repay Lin En. So they looked forward to Lin En letting them do something for him. Lin En smiled when he saw this. He didn't refuse. They need their own value to be demonstrated. This will make them feel needed. Then, the task of bringing back the companions will be handed over to you. Yes. XN. Outer area. Nishida Tamako came to a remote sewer. She squatted down and knocked on the manhole cover rhythmically. After a while, a little head quietly stretched out. She wore a tattered hat on her head, her long silver hair looked a little messy, her thin eyebrows were slightly sunken, and there was a hint of tension in her silver-purple pupils. When she saw that it was Nishida Tamako, she breathed a sigh of relief. She spoke weakly. Tamako, you're back. Kui-chan, I brought good news back. Ah. Really? She quickly made way, come in quickly. Nishida Tamako said, and skillfully got in through the sewer opening. It's just a pity that the new clothes she just changed will be stained with the smell. She calmed down and looked at her companions in the sewer. This was just a small hiding place. Including her, there were only 14 cursed children in total. And they looked at Nishida Tamako with a hint of hope. Nishida Tamako did not disappoint them. Everyone, listen to me. God who saved us, has come. At the same time, similar things happened in the other 12 hiding places. After a while, after the mobilization of the first batch of cursed children, seek, although the other cursed children were hesitant, uneasy, unbelievable, and other emotions. But out of trust in their companions in distress, they were ready to leave the damp sewer. Go to the shelter created by the god mentioned by their companions. 2 green military trucks were parked in the middle area that could radiate all the hiding places. Busujima Saeko leaned on a military truck. Always be alert to the movements around. The outer area is not safe. From time to time, proto-gastric animals will appear to attack the cursed children who come out to scavenge. According to the description of the first batch of cursed children, they will take in a total of 113 cursed children this time. Such a large-scale migration, if they encounter proto-gastric animals, it will easily cause panic among the cursed children. But as long as they don't encounter proto-gastric animals at too high a stage, Busujima Saeko can handle it. Well, as long as it is not stage 4, she can kill proto-gastric animals alone while ensuring the safety of the cursed children. Here they come. Suddenly, Busujima Saeko spoke, looking at Nishida Tamako who was waving at her not far away. Seeing this, she also smiled. Are you here? Are you here? On another truck, Shizuka Marikawa jumped down and began to look around. Busujima Saeko and Shizuka Marikawa are the only 2 people in Lin En's family who can drive. When Lin En learned this, he was still speechless. Immediately urged them to practice their driving skills in the dead world. Of course. If they can learn the magic cube jump, that's another matter. Nothing else. If they can learn it, at least it will be much easier to transfer the cursed children. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Sister Saeko. Sister Shizuka. Tamako Nishida came over with 13 little Lolas. Saeko Busujima smiled gently and said, "Go wait in the car first, you are the only ones who have come here now." The cursed children behind Tamako Nishida looked at each other, a little nervous and uneasy, avoiding their eyes and not daring to look at Saeko Busujima. One of them even wanted to shrink her body completely, praying that no one would notice her. After a while, under the comfort and leadership of Tamako Nishida, they finally climbed onto the truck. Soon, the second, third, and fourth waves also arrived at Saeko Busujima's location. So far, no accidents have happened. Until the 5th wave arrives. What happened, what happened? Mariko Noda, who was leading the cursed child, exclaimed. Boom boom. There was a slight tremor under her feet. It seemed as if something was moving. The next second, a huge monster broke out from the ground behind the cursed child team. Ah! The sudden change caused the cursed child at the back to fall to the ground. She turned her head with horror on her face. A proto-stomach that looked like a centipede and a spider came into view. Its face had no facial features, only a large vertical mouth that filled the entire space, with 3 rows of saw teeth embedded in it. Hiss! A wisp of poisonous mist flowed out of its abdomen. It's bad. On the truck, the cursed children who had already taken their seats cried out in surprise when they saw the scene not far away. Their hearts suddenly sank. I will die. What should I do? What should I do? As cursed children, they were filled with worry and grief. Clang! Just when they were desperate, Busujima Saiko's knife was unsheathed. She raised the knife and swung it quickly in the direction of the gastrula. Whoosh! A white slash that seemed to cut off all the airflow flew towards the gastrula at an extremely fast speed. Without giving the gastrula time to react, the slash quickly cut off its seemingly hard shell. There was a hissing sound of cutting meat. With a bang, the upper body of the gastrula was cut off horizontally and fell to the ground. Almost all the cursed children were stunned when they saw this scene. Good, what a handsome big sister! Someone on the truck exclaimed in a low voice. Noda Mariko was also stunned for a moment, but she quickly shouted, "What are you doing? Let's go!" The rest of the people were awakened and hurriedly ran forward with the fallen cursed child. Noda Mariko even has the characteristics of protostoms. As long as their core is not destroyed, they will not die. She shouted loudly, Sister Saeko, you have to destroy its core, otherwise it will regenerate. Busujima Saeko narrowed her eyes. Although the protostoms were cut in half, their lower body was still standing. On the cut surface, the dark tumor was wriggling wildly, as if something was about to grow out. Core? Busujima Saeko looked around it, but didn't find any core. But if you can't find it, just chop it a few more times. She swung the knife a few more times. The spider-like protostoms were immediately divided into many pieces, which fell to the ground with a clatter. Hey! The cursed children were filled with fear. So it's in the abdomen. Cut the protostoms into pieces. Rotten, Busujima Saeko finally saw its core. No nonsense, just destroy it. Busujima Saeko sheathed the knife and smiled gently at the cursed children. Okay, it's all right now. Silence filled the air. A handsome big sister, yes, a little scary. Chapter 76, Chapter 76 Forest Grace, want to make me your exclusive meow meow? Lin En's family harem. The most traditional woman in the Busujima family, picture.jpg. The most traditional woman in the Busujima family, it feels good to kill a gastrula for the first time, it's harder to kill than a corpse. Xiaoshizi, so disgusting. Shangtianzi, well, please be careful, the gastrula will not die completely unless the core is destroyed. Provided some experience in killing gastrula in the group. Busujima Saeko waited for the arrival of other cursed children with peace of mind. No more accidents happened during the process. Until the last wave of cursed children got on the car. 2 military trucks started. Boom boom. Tokyo, Akayaka District. The sound of trucks came from the Lin En shelter. The cursed children in the 2 trucks looked at the newly built shelter with anxiety and uneasiness in their eyes. Hey! Marikawa Shizuka jumped down from the driver's seat, and the giant in front of her was surging. She put her hands on her waist, arrived safely. After seeing Saeko Busujima and Shizuka Marikawa coming back, Mahiroshina and others quickly surrounded them. Lin En looked at the 2 trucks full of cursed children and nodded with satisfaction. This is efficiency. Sure enough, the path of lowly helping lowly is right. The cursed children may not trust adults very much, but they have a high degree of trust in other cursed children. With them taking the lead, it doesn't take much effort to win their trust. Gengziza floated in the air and exclaimed, wow! So many Lolita! Master, you will become the god of Lolita sooner or later. Gengziza looked serious and awarded Lin En the title of god. Yes, big sister who can float. The cursed children saw Gengziza's state and exclaimed, their eyes widened. Hee. Facing the eyes of the cursed children, Gengziza was very happy. It was worth it that she deliberately turned on the extreme ghost mode and made people observe her. Next. Under the leadership of the first batch of cursed children such as Nishida Tamako, 113 new cursed children got off the bus in an orderly manner. Nishida Tamako and others stood in front of Lin En, looking up, looking at him with tears in their eyes, with expectations in their pupils. Everyone is very capable. Lin En did not hesitate to praise them. Hee. After rewarding them with a head pat, Lin En ordered Shizuka and others to take the cursed children to wash. After they washed and dressed cleanly, Lin En reincarnated them into demons one by one. 113, it's a big project. Lin En sighed. But when he thought about his goal of 1 million, he suddenly felt that these 113 were nothing. Take off. Take off your clothes. The cursed children who came were surprised and shy. Although they were all around 10 years old, the girls obviously understood something. However, out of trust in Nishida Tamako and others who brought them here, They still suppressed their shyness and showed their backs. Then they lined up to receive Lin En's reincarnation ceremony. Well, will it really become a demon? A cursed child asked. But after the first reincarnation was successful, the doubts disappeared. It's a real demon. The pair of demon wings with distinct joints is the biggest proof. Bushi Kui hid in the crowd and carefully looked at the cursed child who became a demon. Will the protovirus disappear after becoming a demon? I hope everyone can be saved. Soon, it was her turn for the reincarnation ceremony. She hugged her body, hunched her back, and covered her face tightly. With a blush on her face, she dared not look into Lin's eyes. A white hat covered her face in shadow. When Lin saw her, she felt a little familiar, and memories flashed through her mind. Is it that cat Loli? After thinking for a while, Lin whispered, "What's your name?" Lin's voice made her tremble, and her head lowered even more. Whispered, "Buletin, Buletin, Buletin Shi Kui." Lin's eyes flashed with realization. It was indeed her. "Can you let me see you under the hat?" Buletin Shi Kui's body trembled violently, and breathing became difficult subconsciously. Come, come." She lowered her head, her eyes widened, her pupils full of anxiety and uneasiness. She had a pair of cat ears. She was abandoned by her mother because of these ears. Since then, she has been alone, and no one is willing to accept her. Just because of these ears. Her pupils trembled, and her eyes became dim. Again, will she be abandoned again? But... no, I can't hide it. If you want to stay, you have to tell me. Even if... Is she going to be driven away again? Bushi Kui's eyes became a little warm. It seems, something is coming out. Be patient. Bushi Kui's voice was trembling. Can. She raised a hand tremblingly, placed it on the brim of the hat, and slowly pulled the hat down. The pair of silver cat ears were bent by the pressure of the hat, and then stood up like a spring. Exposing the cat ears, Bushi Kui pursed her lips, her heart full of fear and anxiety. I have to separate from everyone. Okay, give up. But, there is no way, right? She will be disliked with these ears. She became a little self-destructive. No one will want her. Just when she thought so, a pair of big hands suddenly covered her head. A warm feeling came from the cat ear on the right. It seemed to be gently rubbed. Bushi Kui shuddered suddenly, and her cheeks turned red. 0. What are you doing? The sudden feeling made her get rid of the self-loathing mood. The silver-purple pupils trembled in panic. It's really cute. Lin En's eyes were so bright that it was as if she had seen a treasure. Keek cute? Yes is talking about her? Her head was a little dizzy. Things were developing in a way that was not what she thought. Not quite the same? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Kui, can I call you that? Lin's voice came from behind. Bushi Kui subconsciously straightened her body and held the hat tightly in front of her. Ah, yes. She was a little flustered and didn't know how to react. Lin's big hand repeatedly stroked her. The excellent touch made him love it. Kui, come and be my exclusive cat. Ahehehe. Her eyes widened, filled with disbelief and disbelief. Exclusive cat? Ah! So bold! Other cursed children exclaimed in surprise. Kui-chan is so lucky to be favored by Lord Linear. Pamper. She. Bushi Kui's face turned red like a ripe apple, and her brain was a little out of order for a moment. Why? Bushi Kui said dryly, my ears, clearly, it is, protovirus. Very cute, isn't it? At this moment, Bushi Kui felt like she was shot by a bullet. No. The smell of lies, mouth. Chapter 77, Chapter 77 The Evil Cat, Preemptive Strike. Because of the feline protozoan virus, Bushi Kui has a very sensitive sense of smell. She can even tell fortunes by smell. So, Lin En's words are not lies. Pa. Pa. Bushi Kui lowered her head, stared at the ground blankly, and tears as big as beans fell. Being called cute. She bit her lower lip lightly, trying not to make a sound, but tears flowed uncontrollably. Lin En looked at her trembling sobs and turned her gently. If you want to cry, you can cry as much as you want in my arms. Bushi Kui sniffed, tears rushed, opened her hands and threw herself into Lin En's arms, crying loudly. Lin En! Lord! Lin En hugged her and gently stroked her hair. Must have suffered a lot. Whether it was Kui or the cursed children. That's why we need to purge this deformed world of 483. Inside the shelter. Except for Bushi Kui's crying, there was no other sound. The cursed children stared at her in a daze and fell into silence. They were all abandoned people, so they could empathize. Lord Lin En. They engraved these words deeply in their hearts and would never allow themselves to forget them in this life. Because he accepted not only Bushi Kui. There were also them as cursed children. After a while, Bushi Kui's crying was quieter. Lord Lin En, will you abandon me? She sniffed and buried herself in Lin En's arms, her voice muffled. Even though she smelled the answer she wanted, she was still nervous. Wanted to ask it in person. Wanted to hear it in person. Lin En did not answer, but asked again, Kui, do you want to be my exclusive cat? The answer is self-evident. Bushi Kui looked up, her eyes red, staring at Lin En's warm smile. She buried her face in Lin En's arms again and nodded vigorously. Kui wants to be Lin En's exclusive cat. This time, her voice was not nervous, afraid, or timid. Instead, it was full of determination. Then, it's settled. Yes. Continuing to let Bushi Kui hold her for a long time, Geng Ziza finally couldn't bear it anymore and said faintly, Master, when can you pamper me like this? A ghost is not a pet? Bushi Kui shuddered and remembered that she was not alone with Master Lin En. So ashamed. It's all because it's too quiet around. She raised her head in a hurry and left Lin En's arms. Seeing the mocking eyes of the cursed children around her, she became at a loss. Her face suddenly turned red. Lin En smiled, okay, let's continue the reincarnation ceremony next. Ah, right. Reincarnation ceremony. Suddenly, Bushi Kui's whole body stiffened. It's over. It's over. She completely forgot about herself and was still naked. First, Lord Lin En must have seen her naked. She felt like her head was going to smoke. She could only turn around mechanically and show her back to Lin En. Until Lin En put the devil chess piece on her back, the cold touch gradually made her sober. Lin, if it's Lord Lin En's words. It's okay to be seen naked. Anyway. She is already Lord Lin En's pet. But it's still so embarrassing. When the demon chess piece is completely immersed in Bushi Kui's body, the reincarnation ceremony is officially completed. Ding! You get the family Bushi Kui. Ding! Your family Bushi Kui is reincarnated as a special demon. Ding! You get a skill. Lin En temporarily blocked the system prompts and looked at her favor information. Bushi Kui. Level, lower level demon. Race, demon. Owner, Lin Walliver. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic, I0. Inherent skills. Proto-colonial factor cat. Cat claws. Can grow cat claws from fingers. Equals. Smell divination, Can sense other people's emotions and fate through smell. Agility growth speed is accelerated. Cat Demon. Soul Erosion Blue Flame, releases blue demonic fire, adding corrosion status after hitting the enemy. Fate Track Smell, Smell of Destiny, gain priority in each battle. Demonization, Sad Cat. Among the cursed children, the first special demon is born. Protogastric Factor Cat is a skill that comes with the protogastric virus. The ability of smell divination adds a touch of mystery to this skill. Lin En skipped the others and looked at the skill introduction of Cat Demon. Added corrosion effect, gain priority in battle. Tisk tisk. They are all abilities with mechanisms. I didn't expect Kui to have good potential. Both skills can be used on Lin En. Especially the priority effect of Fate Track Smell, it feels like it will be a very strong ability. Lin En exclaimed, Kui, you are a lucky cat. Being praised by Lin En, Busujima blushed. Lin En copied down her grace information and handed it to her after she put on her clothes. After the previous reincarnation ceremony, Busujima also had some understanding of the grace system. She looked down and checked. Inevitably, her eyes stopped at the owner column for a moment. From today on, she is a cat with an owner. No longer a stray cat. Blushing slightly, she moved her eyes down. As usual, she skipped the basic abilities that were all I0 and looked at her own skills. Seeing the skills of Protozoan Factor Cat, her eyes were a little complicated. After all, it was the culprit that caused her trouble. But now it has become her skill. But it's okay now. After becoming a demon, there is no protozoan virus in her body. This is just a skill that the grace system has reserved for her. What's more, the reason why the cat ears did not disappear after the original enterovirus was probably because of this skill. Great! Bushi Kui breathed a sigh of relief. It was obviously the thing that made her abandoned and bullied. But now, because of the love of Lord Lin En, she has gained happiness. So, cat ears are necessary. Then, she set her sights on the last skill. Cat Demon. Her eyes were slightly dizzy. It feels like they are all very powerful abilities. But for her at the moment, the meaning is unclear. She tightly grasped the paper with the grace information printed on it. I don't know what these abilities can do for Lord Lin En. It would be great if I could help Master Lin. While she was lost in thought, Lin took out his phone and took a few photos of her. Click. Bushi Kui looked up in confusion, with a little confusion in her eyes. Click. Successfully captured. Lin clicked one INE. Found Rias. Lin, picture cat confusion.jpg. Click to send. Rias. Lin, I have my own cat too. Rias. Chapter 78, Chapter 78 TJ Konako, Realm Release. Kaohu Town. Private Cow Academy. Old School Building, Supernatural Research Club. Sitting on the soft leather sofa, staring at the message sent by Lin En on the phone. Has the kitten fallen out of favor? Rias curiously clicked on the picture and observed it carefully. It is indeed a cat. She saw the cat ears on Bushi Kui's head and slightly raised the corners of her mouth. But where did Lin En find it? What does my cat mean? Has it been adopted as a family? Is it a cat man like the kitten? She shook her head, really not knowing where Lin En found the top-notch family. As the owner of the cat man, she is more familiar with the Catman family. Especially the kitten's sister who made a great reputation. Although she killed her master and became a rogue demon, her strength is undeniable. She held her chin and was slightly lost in thought. This time, the cat demon, the last time, the angel, and the last time, the secretary demon. Tisk. They all seem to be members of the clan with great potential. She silently glanced at her empty club activity room again. Azuna is studying how to make delicious black tea better, Konako 28. crackling. Grinding her teeth. Ah! She sighed. When will she be able to fill up her supernatural research club? Crack, crack. Rias. She glanced at Tachin Kitten and said with a fake smile, Kitten, I'll show you something good. Tachin Kitten. She was slightly puzzled and walked over with a bag of potato chips. Rias waited for her to get closer and directly put the phone screen against Tachin Kitten's eyes. Tachin Kitten was dazed for a moment, and then she could see the content clearly. Lin En, picture Mau Mau puzzle.jpg. Lin En, I have my own cat too. She subconsciously ignored the news from her own minister, and only kept Lin En's news in her eyes. Then she received the bad news. Pa! Tachin Kitten's eyes were dull, and the potato chips in his hand fell to the ground. Senior, do you have your own cat? Rias pretended to be regretful and said, What a pity, kitty, Lin En has her own kitty, you. Seems to have fallen out of favor. She was stunned for a long time. Tachin Kitty finally came to her senses, regained her composure, and bent down to pick up her potato chips. But in the process of getting up, she pursed her lips obscurely. Minister, the senior's family should be almost full, right? Rias looked at her in confusion. Tachin Kitty said expressionlessly, Why, the minister who collected the family a year ago, there are only me and Akeno-senpai so far. Puff. Rias's mouth twitched slightly, as if she had been stabbed. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But found there was no way to refute it. She leaned back on the sofa decadently, and fell into a state of autism. Seeing this scene, Hime-jima Akeno squinted her eyes and smiled with interest. Ah la la! She said so many words in one breath, which really didn't seem like a kitten. It really was. Is she anxious? After successfully striking the minister, the kitten in Tachin returned to her position. Put a piece of potato chips in her mouth, but it didn't taste good at all. It tasted like jazz wax. She quietly took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Lin En. Kitten, senior, weekend, electric. Staring at the screen of the mobile phone, Tachin Kitten felt that his heart seemed to speed up a little. Why, I feel a little nervous. Ding! A message popped up on the mobile phone. Tachin Kitten hurried to see it. Lin En, no problem. Who? Feeling a little relieved. Black Bullet World. After replying to Kitten's message, Lin En continued to perform the reincarnation ceremony for the cursed children. After a while, 113 cursed children finally reincarnated. After the instrument test, the cursed children confirmed that they were completely free of the protovirus and cried with joy. The emotions that had been suppressed burst out one after another. Lin En ignored them. It is better to burst out than to suppress it in your heart. After today, they can choose a new life. Seeing the cursed children happily flapping their devil wings and exclaiming in the air, Lin En smiled slightly. Bushi Kui held Lin En's index finger with her little hand, and her eyes were slightly red when she saw this scene. Everyone, they are all saved. But there are still more cursed children who are still suffering. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but clench Lin En's index finger tightly. Feeling her movements, Lin En patted her head with his other hand. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Hearing what Lord Lin En said, Bushi Kui's emotions stabilized. As if there was a magic power. I will try my best, Lord Lin En. Bushi Kui's eyes were serious. This is also the matter of their cursed children. Master Lin En was able to accept them, allowing them to gain new strength and even relieve the torture of the protovirus. These alone are already a great favor to the cursed children. The task of finding more cursed children will be handed over to her. After all, she was given a more powerful power by Master Lin En. Even her cheeks were slightly rosy. She also received the favor of Lord Lin En. Lin En saw that her mood had improved, so he didn't care. He temporarily focused his attention on himself. The skill panel had an additional cat demon of Bushitsu. In the space of demon chess piece, there was an additional Bushitsu surrounding his chess piece. Apoptosis genome, incubation. More apoptosis genomes were included. I don't know when the incubation will end. Or, what requirements need to be met. As for strength, the level column is still the highest level demon 343. More than 100 cursed children did not bring him any qualitative changes. But he could also feel the improvement of his strength. It was probably improved to the extent that the intermediate demon was about to break the limit. This quantitative change is already outrageous. And this is only the level achieved by more than 100 cursed children. There are 1 million Lolas in this world, waiting for Lin En to pick them. Who? Lin En exhaled. Temporarily suppress the heat in his heart. We can't just rely on reincarnating cursed children. The level of special demons must also be raised. We still can't let Xiu and the others relax too much. Evening. The first dinner of the cursed children in the shelter. The haze on their faces has long been washed away, and they are holding hope for a new life. Master Lin En. Just then, Shina Mahiru whispered in Lin En's ear, the supplies sent by the government are far from what the Holy Emperor promised. Lin En had no expression. As if she had expected it. Don't worry, I asked Saeko to collect supplies from the dead world before the gate was built. At this stage, it's enough. But Lin En smiled slightly and had to give the Holy Emperor some eye drops. Lin En's family and harem. Wait for Lin En, the Holy Emperor, to tell her about this. The Holy Emperor, Red Bean Mud Private Marseille. Chapter 79, Chapter 79 Hanmai makes weapons, Tend Kisara arrives. Tokyo. Holy Residence. The Holy Emperor stared at the message on his phone, his face full of shame. Even though he had made a big promise, but can't she even handle the matter of supplies? She is still as incompetent as ever. Really, too bad. Why? Why would she cut even such a small amount of supplies? She pursed her lips and looked at the air in front of her, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. The next day, the Holy Emperor issued another order to allocate supplies to the shelter. This time, she did not choose to return to her office after issuing the order. She wanted to use the devil's hearing to listen to the voices of the people below. Just like the last time. If it weren't for the demon's hearing, she wouldn't have known that the person she had always trusted, Kikuno Ho, was actually so dirty in private. Just now, he supported her in establishing a shelter for the cursed children from the outer areas. After the meeting, he immediately ordered people to bury the explosives. Until now, she felt a little sick. After a while, the Holy Emperor used the demon's physical fitness to quietly come to the place where supplies were allocated. She pricked up her ears and listened carefully. I said, it's still the same as last time, right? That's right. A mere cursed child, is it worth so many supplies? Just a few short words, and the Holy Emperor seemed to be hit by something. Hehe, the big guys above have been deducting money layer by layer, so there is not much to be gained. Instead of letting those monsters enjoy it, it is better to take it back and feed my big black. Haha, it is really better to feed it to the dog. The Holy Emperor's eyes were dull, and his white hands clenched subconsciously. So that's it. So that's it. Really, from top to bottom, there is not a single good person. Her eyes became cold, and she did not linger anymore, and quickly returned to her office. Staring at the people paraded outside the French window, the Holy Emperor's eyes were confused. If she continued like this, she might not have the face to beg Mr. Lin En to give humans a chance. What should I do? The Holy Emperor closed his eyes tightly. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils were full of determination. These people are the enemy of human survival. Whether it is Tendo Kikunashuk or the two grassroots personnel just now. They are preventing her from showing Lin En the goodness of human nature. So, they must be eliminated. As long as these people are eliminated, the goodness of mankind will surely return to the dominant position in society. At the same time, Tokyo, Airport. Tendo Kikunishuk flew back from Osaka. The old but vigorous steps are steady and powerful. His face is as cold as ice, his eyes were terribly gloomy. I went on a business trip and lost my home. No one would be in a good mood. Mr. Kikunasho. Rentaro Satomi, who had been waiting for a long time, came to greet him. It's Rentaro. His stinky face finally eased a little when he saw this adopted son he had high hopes for. The two chatted as they walked. How is it, have you got any results from the investigation you were entrusted to do? Rentaro Satomi said solemnly, there are some clues. The last large-scale use of explosives in Tokyo happened just a few days ago. It's a senior executive with the surname Morimura, I'm a little suspicious of him. Morimura. Tendo Kikunasho paused, with no expression on his face, but a huge wave of shock was stirred in his heart. Didn't he ask Morimura to bury the explosives at the location of the shelter? Why did he bury them in his house? Tendo Civilian Security Company. With the source of information from Satomi Rentaro, Tendo Kimura also knew the source of the explosives at the first time. It was that day. Tendo Kimura's breathing became slightly faster, and there was excitement in his eyes. Inevitably, he thought of Lin En's calm face when he heard about the explosives. Did he do it? It must be him. I didn't expect it. He can actually do such a beautiful thing. Tendo Kimura really admires him. No matter what, Tendo Kikunishuk and even the entire Tendo family are giants in the Tokyo area. This kind of courage to blow up the entire Tendo family. Tendo Mugen felt that he would definitely get along well with him. Besides, Tendo Mugen's eyes changed. The matter of the explosives in the shelter was entrusted by Lord Shangtianzi to remind Lin En. Lord Shangtianzi, you should have guessed it. She narrowed her eyes and felt a little upset. Such a big thing happened, why didn't Lord Shangtianzi take any action? It was just a condolence and investigation and it was over? It's too unreasonable. She sat on the desk for a while and took a few deep breaths. Then she stood up, took her sword, and left the Tendo Civilian Security Company. Tendo Mugen, ready to verify her guess. Tokyo. Akagong District. Shelter. The cursed children who have been taken in are mobilized. They are all over the outer area near Chigong District. After the reincarnation ceremony, these cursed children have the strength of lower-level demons. There is no need to worry about their safety. Although facing the regenerative ability of protostomes, even if they are lower-level demons, they cannot cause effective damage. But at least running is no problem. However, Lin En only asked them to conduct a census and record the number and hiding places of the cursed children. Like yesterday, if there were only 113 cursed children, 2 trucks would be enough. But after they mobilized, the number of cursed children was completely beyond the capacity of 2 trucks to transfer. And encountering proto-gastric animals on the way was also an uncontrollable factor. Lin En planned to let them record the information, and then let Xiu use her demon book to place the coordinates of the magic cube jump. In this way, it would be much more convenient and faster for him and Xiu to use the magic cube to transfer the cursed children in batches. That is, maybe Xiu's burden will be heavier. After talking to Xiu about this in the group, Xiaoshaizi, no problem, leave it to me. Xiaoshaizi, but... Xiaoshaizi, master, remember to replenish my magic in time. Seeing this, Lin En smiled. Putting down the phone, he pondered slightly. The regeneration ability of proto-gasters is indeed a problem. If it were Saeko and the others, they could completely catch up with them before they regenerate when facing low-level ones. Find the core position of their heart or brain and destroy it, causing direct death. But lower-level demons do not have this ability. So when Kui and the others were active in the outer area, they had only one choice: to run away when they encountered protogasters. Good thing. And even if it was a mid-level demon like Saeko, when encountering a high-level protogasters, I am afraid that the damage caused would not keep up with their regeneration speed. Forged weapons, we need to catch up. Lin En narrowed his eyes slightly. In the world of Black Bullet, there are only cursed children. Protogasters are very good monster resources. They are even very considerate and divided into stages I to V. Enough for Saeko and the others to level up to upper-level demons. Even the highest-level demons are not impossible. If there are no special forged weapons for protogasters, it may affect the efficiency of Saeko and the others in fighting monsters and gaining experience. But that useless emperor, I can't rely on him at all. Just when he was thinking about where to empty it, Geng's eyes floated over, lay on Lin En's legs, and gently sniffed his scent. Master, a black straight beautiful girl JK came to visit. Chapter 80, Chapter 80, The Forest of Grace's Tribe Invites. Inside the shelter, Tendo Mugen looked at the brand new place with a slightly dazed look in her eyes. Didn't she come here a few days ago? Why does it feel completely different? And her purple eyes turned slightly, sweeping over the little lowly running around in a hurry. Are these all cursed children? Busujima Saeko nodded calmly, yes. Tendo Mugen was very surprised. Clean, tidy, and even smiling. Is this still a cursed child? In her impression. Dirty, dull eyes, numb, cowardly, etc. These are what she often sees from the cursed children. Even in the shelter, the cursed children still look the same. Because the shelter was also created by humans. And humans are hostile to them, hate them, and fear them. Discrimination, oppression, insults, violence, and even human experiments. So, the cursed children in the shelter are not much better than the wandering cursed children. They may even end up in a more miserable way. That group of people just used the cursed children to seek the policy benefits issued by the Holy Son of Heaven. Or the successful passage of that policy is probably due to someone pushing it behind the scenes. The shelter was probably created by that group of people. Therefore, she has never had any good feelings towards the so-called shelter since 740. Even when she saw Lin En's shelter because of the commission from the Holy Emperor, she didn't care and even sneered in her heart. It's just another guy who wants to make money from the cursed children. But the explosion made her change her mind about Lin En. Maybe it will be different. After all, it is a being that can blow up the Tendo family. But after coming to the shelter again, she found that she still underestimated Lin En. The cursed children here. Tendo Mugen's eyes moved. And the ones he had seen before. Completely different. There is light in their eyes. Their eyes seem to be full of hope and expectations for the future. What happened to them? Or how did that person called Lin En do it? It has only been a few days since the establishment of the shelter. Tendo Mugen was puzzled. She was brought to Lin En in a trance. See you again, Miss Tendo. Tendo Mugen came back to her senses and looked at Lin En with a more complicated look in her eyes. Call me Mugen. Last time, she didn't look carefully at all. Observed this man. After all, it was just a mission commission, and Tendo Mugen had no intention of getting close to him. But because of the affairs of the Tendo family, Tendo Mugen inevitably became curious about him. Seeing the situation in the shelter today, I feel more curious about him. She looked at him carefully. Is there a kind of handsomeness that is not like the human world? And there is a kind of nobleness. It is even more noble than her, a lady who studies in an aristocratic girls' school. Then, Miss Mugen, what is the matter with you this time? Or did the Holy Emperor commission you to do something again? Lin En was also a little surprised that Tendo Mugen came to the door. After all, the two of them had no communication except for the last commission from the Holy Emperor. Tendo Mugen shook his head, this time it's for my personal reasons. She considered her words, then looked at Psycho Busujima in the room, as if she wanted to say something. Don't worry, Psycho is my person, just say whatever you want to say. Okay. Tendo Mugen shrugged, then said seriously, you did the Tendo family thing, didn't you? When asking this question, there was a firmness in Tendo Mugen's eyes. To be precise, I arranged for someone to do it. Lin En had no intention of denying it at all. Tendo Mugen was surprised for a moment, and said incredulously, you just admitted it so frankly. My last name is Tendo. Aren't you afraid that I will expose you? Tendo Mugen said that he couldn't understand. Just said it casually. Aren't you afraid of Tendo Kikunishuk's revenge? Will Miss Kijin tell you? Absolutely impossible. Ja. Tendo Kijin raised his hand and made a cross in front of the murderer, his tone firm. Lin En shrugged, as if to say, just watch it. Tendo Kijin. Okay. Tendo Kijin whispered more quietly, why do I feel like you know me very well? Lin En smiled slightly, he couldn't say, I've seen your movie. By the way, what is the relationship between you and the Holy Emperor? Tendo Kijin's purple eyes flickered with curiosity. Master and servant. Tendo Mugen's eyes suddenly widened, so you are the servant of Lord Saint Emperor. Tendo Mugen suddenly realized. No wonder Lin En was able to transport such a large amount of explosives to the Tiantong family without the Tiantong family noticing. No wonder Lord Saint Emperor just perfunctorily dealt with such a big incident. If everything was the will of Lord Saint Emperor, then it makes perfect sense. Tendo Mugen's eyes flickered, and he said excitedly. Could it be that Lord Shangtianzi has finally discovered the filthiness of Tendo Kikunoho and is ready to take action against that old dog? Huff huff. Tendo Mugen's fierce voice rose and fell violently, and he licked his lips excitedly, and his purple pupils exuded endless murderous intent. Lin En looked at her speechlessly. First of all, you got one thing wrong. The Holy Emperor is my servant. Tendo Mugen was stunned, and then rolled her eyes at him. Do you believe it or not? But after Lin En's interruption, she calmed down a little. Anyway. Tendo Mugen gave a thumbs up, well done. As long as you target the Tendo family, you are the relatives and friends of her Miss Mugen. If you need my help, just tell me. Tendo Kijin folded his arms, full of heroic spirit. Well. Mainly, he felt that he would be retaliated by Tendo Kikunishuk. At least it was a small revenge for her. Just consider it as repaying a favor. Lin En touched his chin, give me a batch of forged weapons. Tendo Kijin's body stiffened, his hands fell on both sides, and he smiled awkwardly, well, forged weapons are very expensive. Ahem, let's put it this way. Tendo Kijin reorganized his words and said, as long as it's not about money, just ask. Well, do you want to join my clan? Lin En invited the clan. Clan. Tendo Kijin was a little confused. Wow, the master has invited her to the harem. Kang Ziza suddenly emerged from the corner, activated the observation mode, and exclaimed in a pretentious manner. Harem 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 harem. Tendo Mugen's eyes widened and he began to dance. His face became visibly red. Is he going to have her body? Tendo Mugen felt absurd. Wait. Tendo Mugen suddenly noticed Geng Ziza's state and said in disbelief, are you flying? Chapter 81, Chapter 81 Revenge on the Devil, Special Agent for the Enemy. So, you are all demons. Tendo Mugen looked shocked. After Lin En's explanation, she seemed even more confused. Are you kidding? Yuko. As soon as Lin En finished speaking, Yuko showed her wings. Tendo Mugen stuttered, wings. Wings. Could it be true? No, no, no. Maybe it's a cursed child? But it's impossible. This lady is obviously over -15 years old. And there is no red eye feature. She took a few deep breaths and forced herself to calm down. Okay, let's just assume you are real demons. But Tendo Mugen asked doubtfully, what is your purpose? If you are a demon, you must have a purpose, right? This is her stereotype of demons. Demons are definitely not kind creatures. She stared at Lin En with a serious face. Well, Lin En said calmly, save the cursed child. Save the cursed child? Tendo Mugen's eyes flashed with surprise. Is this what a demon should do? And destroy humanity by the way? Tendo Mugen. Her body trembled and her pupils shrank sharply. Sure enough, it is a demon. The purpose is to destroy humanity. Wait. Tendo Mu was suddenly stunned, and then asked urgently, if we destroy humanity, then Tendo Kikunoho is also one of the targets, right? Isn't that natural? Lin En was speechless. If we have already destroyed humanity, why do we need to keep Tendo Kikunoho? But when it comes to destroying humanity, the first thing that comes to mind is whether it includes the Tendo family. What an interesting woman! Tendo Mu became more excited, please let me join you. Is this demon bad? This demon is awesome. Destroying humanity is what demons should do. Well, mainly because there are members of the Tendo family among humans. As long as revenge can be achieved, what does it matter if humanity is destroyed? Whether humans live or die, what does it have to do with her? Anyway, according to Lin En, after becoming his family, she is also a demon. Humans have nothing to do with her anymore. Besides, humans in this world should have been humanely destroyed long ago. Tendo Mugen smiled like a pervert and held Lin En's hand in his palm. Go, take me into your family. Demons are awesome. Seeing the dark and cruel look of Tendo Mugen, Geng Ziza drifted away silently. Whispered, Saeko, it seems like she is the same type as you. Busujima Saeko. She asked doubtfully, really? I should be quite gentle normally, right? Geng Yuko. Lin En looked at Tendo Mugen who had fallen into the dark state with deep eyes. As long as revenge can be accomplished, she would not hesitate to become a demon. What a woman who will do anything. But he likes it. Okay, then take off your clothes. Tendo Mugen's terrifying expression froze. Lin En's words directly lifted her dark state. Tendo Mugen stared at him suspiciously, are you really a serious demon? Is there any connection between joining the clan and taking off clothes? Lin En briefly explained the reincarnation ceremony and the grace system. Tendo Mu muttered even more quietly, if you dare to lie to me, I will never forgive you. After all, she still had doubts about whether Lin En was a demon. It was just that the desire for revenge clouded her mind. Even if there was only a little chance, she wanted to try. As long as she could complete the revenge, she could not care about the pain of her body, the destruction of mankind, and even if revenge could be achieved, what would be wrong with giving everything to the demon? Having made up her mind, Tian Tong Mu took off the uniform of Maihe Girls' College very calmly. But when she put her beautiful body in front of Lin En, she inevitably blushed. The reservedness of a woman made her hide her fierce face tightly. Turn around. Who? Tendo Mugen took a deep breath, turned slowly, and showed Lin En her smooth back. Soon, a demon chess piece was pressed against her back. Tendo Mugen shuddered subconsciously, and then felt it carefully. Will it really be inserted? When a hot current rushed into her body and transformed her body crazily, she understood. The magical existence of demons is real. Power is pouring in. Tendo Mugen couldn't help but groan. The body instantly felt much more relaxed. The long-term pain and torture also disappeared instantly. Hula. The wings and tail symbolizing the demon grew out of the body. At this moment, Tendo Mugen felt better than ever before. With this power, revenge and the like can definitely be done. Ding! You have obtained the dependent Tendo Mugen. Ding! Your dependent Tendo Mugen has been reincarnated as a special demon. Ding! You have obtained a skill. A message of favor appeared on Tendo Mugen's back. Lin En focused his eyes on it. Tendo Kimura. Level, Intermediate Demon. Race, Demon. Owner, Lin Walifer. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic, I0. Inherent skills. Tendo Ryu Menkyo Kaden. Tendo Ryu Sword Drawing Technique. Tendo Ryu Aikido Technique. Strength growth speed increases. Agility growth speed up. Sword Ghost. After opening, you will get the Shura Demon state, and all attributes will be up. Revenge Demon. Declaration of Revenge, mark an enemy, add enemy hatred camp. Queen of Revenge, special attack on the enemy, the higher the hatred value, the higher the damage. Demonization, final evil nirvana. Since reincarnating into the family, this is the first time I have seen such a long message of favor. And you are an intermediate demon right from the start, Miss Kisara has great potential. Tendo Kisara's eyes lit up, ho? So I am very strong. Very strong. Lin En nodded without hesitation. Just looking at the series of skills, you can tell how powerful Tendo Kisara is. And he has 2 skills. From his current family, he is simply terrifyingly strong. Even Saeko, who has the best potential, started as a low-level demon. But Tendo Mugen started as a mid-level demon. This shows how powerful Tendo Mugen is. Lin En copied her grace information. Tendo Mugen put on her clothes and checked it. Seeing her grace information, she nodded with satisfaction. Especially when she saw the skill of Revenge Demon, her eyes lit up like a light bulb. This skill is exactly me. She lives for revenge. And special attack on enemies is simply amazing. She fell into a dark and deep state again, with both hands on Lin En's shoulders, and her white fingers were particularly strong. Master Lin, when do we start destroying humanity? She couldn't wait to chop Tendo Kikunishuk and other surviving family members into pieces. Chapter 82, Chapter 82 Mu King, you brought the devil in? No hurry. The primary goal of the clan is to save the cursed child. Destroying humans is just a side job. Lin En patted Tendo Mugen's head to wake her up from the black state. This black state, could it be the so-called Shura Devil state in the Sword Ghost skill? Lin En glanced at the extra skills in the skill bar and didn't plan to try them himself. Tendo Mugen gained a lot from reincarnating as a demon. Not only did it make up for some of his melee combat capabilities, but the effects of the revenge declaration and special attack on enemies were also very interesting. You are also a dragon, a special version for enemies? Lin En was opposite. Tendo Mugen felt the warmth on his head and his mind became much clearer. No hurry? Well, since Lin En said no hurry, then no hurry. Tendo Mugen made his position very clear. The owner of the column above the favor information is not a decoration. Besides, 687. The power given to her is enough for her revenge. Just need to be patient for a while. Yes, be patient. Tendo Mu was panting heavily. I don't know if it's because of becoming a demon or something else. For the first time, I was not overwhelmed by the desire for revenge. It feels good? That state has become more controllable. The voices that kept chattering in my ears in the past are much less. Finally, it's a little quieter. She looked at Lin En, and an inexplicable emotion flashed in her eyes. Because she became his family, she felt relieved. I must repay him well. Tendo Mugen had a serious attitude, and looked like he was ready to shed blood and sweat for his family. Lin En, is there anything I can do? She is in a terrible state now. The mental torture is reduced, and the problem of renal failure has also been solved. Even the target of revenge can be taken at any time. It is easier than ever before. It is just because she became Lin En's family, it seems to have given her a new life. So, I can't feel at ease. Please give me your orders. Lin En was not polite. They were all his family, so he would use them as needed. It just so happened that the identity of the president of the Tendo Civilian Security Company could be used. It is only a matter of time before the cursed children in the outer area are taken in. Now Lin En's eyes will be on the cursed children in the city. Let Saeko and the others register as police officers through your company first. It's much more convenient to have a police identity when moving around in the city. And maybe you can even have sex with some cursed children trained by the government or IISO. As for the Saint Emperor, Lin En's eyelids twitched. I didn't feel anything when watching the anime. After all, he still looked quite charming on the surface. But he was a useless emperor. Providing Lin En with a shelter might be her greatest contribution. After giving Tendo Mugen a general introduction to the clan members and the current mission, Saeko, bring a cell phone. Lin En gave her a cell phone that could connect to the main world network as usual. Lin En's clan harem group. Ding! Miss Sword Ghost joins the chat group. Tendo Mugen stared at the group name, her cheeks slightly warmed up, but she pretended not to notice and quickly focused her attention on the group members. When she saw the Holy Emperor, her eyes froze for a moment. She looked away from the phone screen and looked at Lin En, and couldn't help but say, Lord Shangtianzi, is he really your servant? Lin En shrugged, I told you, you don't believe it. Tendo Mugen opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. The supreme ruler of the Tokyo area is someone else's servant. Who would believe it if I told them? Lord Shangtianzi betrayed humanity. Tendo Mugen's heart made a sharp explosion. This is more exciting than seeing a demon. By the way, she is the first demon in your world that I reincarnated. Well, she also summoned me here. Tendo Mugen. Lin En's family and harem. Miss Sword Ghost, Shangtianzi, you brought the demon in? Shangtianzi? A few days later. Chat group of Lin En family harem. Xiaoshizi, Master, someone who claims to be Yukinashita Yukino's sister is looking for you. Main world. Shuchen, entrance of the Supernatural Investigation Department. Xiaoshizi looked at the mature woman in front of her and narrowed her eyes inadvertently. This woman should be here for Yukinashita Yukino's matter. Recently, Yukinashita Yukino's state can probably be seen by everyone. Classmate, how is it? Has your department head agreed? Yukinashita Harino smiled. She was free today, so she hurried over. But the department head was not in the activity room. Did he go to solve the supernatural incident? Yukinashita Harino was a little curious. Ding dong! Sigma man, no time. Putting away her phone, Kasumigaoka Utaha smiled and said, Sorry, our director is busy saving Lolita, so I don't have much time right now. Busy saving Lolita? Yukinashita Harino looked strange. Who is it? Did the child encounter a supernatural event? Ever since she learned about supernatural things from Xiaojing, she couldn't help but think about some things in a supernatural direction. She took a deep breath and said with a smile, Maybe, can I invite you to sit in a nearby cafe? Kasumigaoka Utaha continued to smile, That's really unfortunate, I have to go save the loli too. The smile on Yukinashita Harino's face froze directly. Again, saving the loli again? Yukinashita Harino now began to wonder if she just found a random excuse to perfunctory herself. Kasumigaoka Utaha ignored her and pushed open the door to the Supernatural Investigation Department. Her demon book can be used, so naturally she can't delay too long and affect the master's plan. Black Bullet World. Lin En put down his phone. What Yukino Harano, he doesn't have time to care about them now. It's just some unimportant things after all. He was still busy taking in the cursed children and improving his own strength. After a few days, the cursed children who were reincarnated as demons conducted research. The number of cursed children in the outer areas near Qigong district has been found out. A full 4,365 people. And there are dozens of such outer areas in the 4.7 areas of Tokyo district. By analogy, the number of cursed children in the Tokyo area is about 200,000. Adding the scattered cursed children in the city, this number is only more. In addition to the Tokyo area, Nihon has 4 areas: Sapporo, Sendai, Osaka, and Hakata. If we estimate it, there are almost 1 million Lolita in Nihon alone. Counting the whole world. Lin En shook his head and didn't think that far for the time being. Let's first collect all the cursed children in the Tokyo area. About 200,000 cursed children should be enough for him to improve his strength once. Once his strength is improved, it will be much easier to radiate to other areas. Buzz. In the shelter, a dazzling white light flashed. Kasumigaoka Utaha came out of the gate. She stared at Lin En's lips and licked her lips subconsciously. Then her face became warm. Master, I'm ready. Chapter 83, Chapter 83 Utaha, Master, can we increase the dosage? Who? After using the Book of Demons to transfer several more batches of cursed children, Kasumigaoka Shiu panted slightly. She looked at Lin En with seductive eyes. Master, replenish my magic. Lin En rewarded her generously. In fact, Lin En alone could complete the transfer of more than 4,000 cursed children. It's just that it may take longer because of the degree of dispersion of the cursed children. Therefore, if he and Shiu act separately, the efficiency will be much higher. When Kasumigaoka Shiu is almost exhausted, she will stay in the shelter first and wait for Lin En to come back to replenish her magic. But after several consecutive times, Kasumigaoka Shiu has been overdrawn. It's not a problem of physical strength and magic. It's mental. She is a little tired. Lin En also saw this point. After completing the magic, Lin En said, "Okay Shiu, leave the rest to me." No. Zai's Hikyu Shiu shook her head firmly. "I can continue." Lin En frowned, "I don't need you to be strong. It will just be a little slower, but it's not a big deal." Lin En naturally didn't want to make his followers uncomfortable. Zai's Hikyu Shiu still shook her head, "I can really. Just." She pursed her lips and hesitated. Lin En frowned, knowing why. Finally, Zai's Hikyu Shiu bit her lips lightly, leaned in Lin En's arms, raised her chin slightly, and exhaled the breath of orchid. "Master! Can you increase the dosage a little bit?" "Increase the dosage?" Lin En narrowed his eyes and looked at Kasumigaoka Shiu, and found that her white neck had already turned red. Who? Kasumigaoka Shiu left Lin En's arms, and a layer of mist covered her red eyes. Energy injection, full of energy. Looking at Shiu who had recovered and was full of energy, Lin En looked uncertain. Opened the panel and checked the skill recovery demon. It doesn't show the ability to restore the spirit. Lin En was a little confused. The skills he obtained from the followers who were reincarnated as special demons would be one level higher than them in essence. So it would be reasonable for his recovery demon to have the ability to restore the state of mental fatigue. But Lin En looked at Kasumigaoka Shiu's condition and shook his head helplessly. Just consider it effective. Anyway, in terms of quality, there are body fluids that are better than his saliva. At worst, he can just give Shiu a shot. Well, she should be happy, right? We were busy almost till midnight. More than 4,000 cursed children were finally transferred. Hey! Kasumigaoka Shiu touched the sweat on her forehead and finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's it. Kasumigaoka Shiu pressed her temples and frowned. My head hurts like it's going to split. I was too stubborn. But... She looked at the smile on Lin En's face and smiled subconsciously. It's all worth it. Lin En praised, thanks to you, Shiu, otherwise I'm afraid I'll be busy until dawn. Kasumigaoka Shiu shook her head and forced a smile. Sure enough, she is just showing off. Seeing her like this, Lin En thought for a moment and said, I'll give you a reward tonight. Lin En decided to inject her with a higher quality energy agent. Reward. Kasumigaoka Shiu's eyes lit up instantly. She immediately stopped feeling headache. Kasumigaoka Shiu's eyes seemed to have stars, and she asked expectantly, any reward is fine. Lin En looked at her in surprise. Why does it feel like she is full of energy with just one sentence? Lin En hummed, wanting to hear what reward Shiu wanted. Although the injection of energy agent was inevitable, if Shiu wanted any reward, he would not be stingy. After getting Lin En's answer, Kasumigaoka Shiu's face turned red. She hesitated for a while, then took a deep breath. Master, can you rest in our home tonight? Xia's Jicuo Shiu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes were a little evasive. Our home? Lin En pondered for a moment. He had a lot of homes, and he was wondering which one it was. That. Xia's Jicuo Shiu's voice was as soft as a mosquito, it's just, our home. Lin En suddenly realized, and then looked at her strangely. Isn't that his own home? That was what he had saved up bit by bit with great effort. Although it is a little small now, it is very memorable. As a result, you, the fat old man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, took away half of his hard work with just one sentence. However, Lin En did not fail to understand the situation, but agreed readily. He wanted to see what a mere Shiaman was up to. Seeing Lin En agree, Kasumigaoka Shiu was pleasantly surprised, and then she became a little flustered. Well, then I'll go back first. Kasumigaoka Shiu hurriedly left the Black Bullet world. The one I bought that day, the bunny girl costume, must be used. Seeing Kasumigaoka Utaha's panic, Busujima Saeko couldn't help but chuckle. The master has too many women now. If he wants to do something he loves, he won't have a chance if he doesn't fight for it. Busujima Saeko subconsciously touched her belly. I want to get pregnant with the master's devil baby. The sight returned to the shelter. More than 4,000 cursed children were crowded in the shelter. They looked uneasy and cowardly. However, under the comfort of the devil Lolita, they didn't have any other emotions. Just stood there quietly, waiting for arrangements. It's really spectacular. As a member of the family, Tendo Kisara also came to join in the fun. Looking at the densely packed cursed children, he couldn't help but sigh. Lin En also had a headache when he saw this scene. At that time, he was only concerned with saving the cursed children, but when he really implemented it, he realized the difficulty. Gathering them together is just the first step. Other projects such as reincarnating them into a family, the accommodation, food, clothes, education, etc. of the Lolita. It's easy to say later. The problem now is accommodation. The space in the shelter is a little small. Lin En was thinking, should we transfer a group to the dead world? Saeko, go to the dead world tomorrow to see if there is any place that can accommodate tens of thousands of people, and then clean it out. Yes, master. Busujima Saeko agreed without hesitation. Lin En was thinking. Tens of thousands of people should be enough for now. Besides, the strength of the corpses is not high, and there is no danger to the Lolita who are reincarnated as demons, so there is no need to worry about their safety. After settling the cursed children, Lin En did not plan to start the reincarnation ceremony immediately. After a day of tossing, it was not that Yu was mentally exhausted. The cursed children also spent their time in panic and anxiety, which led to a little mental depression. In addition, it was late at night, and the eyelids of the cursed children were fighting. Let's talk about it tomorrow. The main world. Lin En returned to his home and pushed open Shi Yu's bedroom. Chapter 84, Chapter 84 Master, don't you want to taste the taste of ghosts? Lin En. He quietly withdrew and looked carefully. It was indeed Shi Yu's room. Lin En stared silently at the jade legs wrapped in black silk on the bed. Looking up, her buttocks slightly raised, and there was a ball of white fluff at the coccyx, like a rabbit's tail. And Lin En's eyes were focused on a touch of pink, and his expression was slightly complicated. As if she had noticed Lin En's sight, Kasumigaoka Shi Yu's buttocks trembled slightly. Who? Lin En exhaled and slammed the bedroom door shut. Shi Yu was so sensible, so Lin En naturally did not refuse. Snap! Lin En couldn't help it, and slapped her hard. The crisp sound immediately filled the entire bedroom. Kasumigaoka Shi Yu buried her face tightly in the pillow, making a dull sound. My face is so hot. Lin En leaned over. Shi Yu, are you ready to be rewarded? Kasumigaoka Shi Yu raised her head slightly. Hey! Her eyes were blurred. Master, I am your Shiaman. Lin En paused slightly, then said, Shiaman, prepare to accept the evolution of glory. Energy agent injection. Increase the dose. After injecting several times, seeing that Shi Yu was still exhausted, Lin En couldn't help but directly activated the demonization state of recovery demon. The next day. Early morning. Kasumigaoka Shi Yu woke up in a daze. Tail? Kasumigaoka Shi Yu instantly woke up, her cheeks flushed. Master, master. Tail. The tip of the tail was, making her feel like she was electrocuted, and she spasmed from time to time. Lin En blew her earlobe. Shiaman, last night really made me get to know you again. Kasumigaoka Shi Yu's eyes dodged. Last night, she was indeed a little too bold. But the long-suppressed emotions wanted to be released. Snap! Lin En let go of her tail and patted it lightly. Shiaman, the reward is not over yet. Ahehat! Kasumigaoka Shi Yu's eyes suddenly widened and began to panic. Wait! I can't put it down anymore. The energy dose is overflowing. Shazaiwan. Teacher guidance room. Nangang Naiyu approved the leave again, expressionless. Is it your turn to ask for leave for him this time? Yotani Miko smiled awkwardly, and couldn't help but curl her toes. Well, that. Yotani Miko lowered her head and whispered, also, there is the second-year Kasumigaoka Utaha Senior. Nangang Naiyu's movements suddenly froze. After a while, she sneered. Haha, this devil of winning chaos. After leaving the teacher's guidance room, Yotani Miko's shoulders sank, and the whole person became decadent. Kasumigaoka Senior, finally. What about her? Black Bullet World. Afternoon. Shina Mahiru held her cheek, and the figures of the cursed children were reflected in her sight, but her eyes were a little distracted. She murmured, Mr. Lin En, he hasn't come yet. Geng's eyes floated in the air, holding her face, with an abnormal blush, and twisting her body. That's great. Yuko also wants to be rewarded. Shina Mahiru couldn't help but look up at her when she heard this. This ghost is also a strong competitor. The look of having no sense of boundaries, giving benefits to Mr. Lin En from time to time. What a woman who implements the first principle of the family to the end. Finally, another hour passed. The figures of Lin En and Kasumigaoka Shi Yu finally appeared in the gate. Kasumigaoka Shi Yu took Lin En's arm, raised her chin slightly, and glanced at Shina Mahiru and others inadvertently. It's just that the posture is a bit weird. Are the thighs clamped too tightly? Shina Mahiru's face tightened, and her white hands exerted a little force. She felt the taste of sarcasm. Geng Yuko had no idea, and she hung up as soon as Lin En appeared. Moving her body up and down, her eyes looked expectant. "Master, don't you want to taste the ghost?" "Hiss." Lin En looked down at her, and Geng's eyes immediately squeezed, allowing Lin En to see clearly. "Don't say it. I am a little eager to experience the taste of Ning Ketchen." Kasumigaoka Utaha glared at Geng's eyes, and the momentum on her body dissipated immediately, and she reached out to pull the aroused Geng's eyes. "You hungry old virgin, don't delay the master's business." "Business?" Sheena Mahiru looked up at the time, and then the corner of her mouth twitched. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Have you wasted enough time? From last night to now? She couldn't help but think divergently. Kasumigaoka Utaha, what on earth did she do? Yotani Miko huddled in a corner. Can't see me, can't see me. Hey, Miko, come with me to level up. Yotani Miko froze, wanting to cry but unable to. Xiahua. Take a look at the air. The people in the clan quarreled for a while, and Lin En began to perform the reincarnation ceremony for the cursed children. At the same time, Qigong District, Outer District. A large truck drove in. The IISO logo was bright and conspicuous. Boom! The truck stopped near a sewer. Several staff members in work clothes got off the car, with disgust on their faces. Behind them, a strong man got off the car with an expressionless girl. The strong man ordered, "Hurry up and take a few back to report." Clang! A man roughly opened the manhole cover and shouted to the inside, "You little bastards, get out quickly, I'm going to take you to enjoy life." Ha ha ha! Others laughed when they heard it. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Enjoy life, accept cruel training, and sacrifice their lives as tools to protect them in Tokyo. However, being able to let them die as tools is already their highest honor. Several people sneered in their hearts. This group of monsters should have such an ending. Even the strong man's eyes were full of contempt. Seeing the faces of several people, the little girl pursed her lips and cried in her heart. But as time passed, they didn't see the figure of the cursed child, and they couldn't help frowning. "Mad, do you still want me to go down?" He looked at the environment of the sewer, and the disgust, King Li's, expression lingered. "Fuck! I really gave them face." A person went down cursing, and then the whole person was stunned. Where are the people? After coming up and telling everyone the situation, they looked at each other in bewilderment. Did they move to another location? Someone frowned. As an international organization that manages the cursed children, IISO knows all the hiding places of the cursed children in the outer area. Whenever they are short of money or tools, they come to take advantage of them. As a result, they hit a wall at the beginning of today. What bad luck! Go to the next place. But an evening has passed. The entire outer area is clean, and there is no sign of a cursed child except the protostomes. Even if they searched all the hiding places in the book, they could not see a single cursed child. Several members of IISO looked at the empty outer area and were stunned. What about the cursed child? Chapter 85, Chapter 85, New Place of Residence, New Discovery of the Dead World. After the night fell, Lin En finally succeeded in reincarnating more than 4,000 cursed children into his family. Hey! Even Lin En couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Among them, the last person who reincarnated into a family looked a little familiar. It was also a character that appeared in the original book. Chihunatsuyo. Lin En patted her head. Chihunatsuyo looked up, without any fluctuation on her face. "Thank you, Lord Lin En, for giving me a new life." Her tone was flat, and although she said words of thanks, she couldn't hear any emotion. Lin En touched her head, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Bushi Kui and Chihunatsuyo. These are all characters that appeared in the original book. Lin En had asked Tendo Mugen before and found out that she had just left the Tendo family and established the Tendo Civilian Security Company. That is to say, the timeline of the current Black Bullet world is much earlier than the original work. The fact that Fusui and Kishao Natsuyo appeared as cursed children in the outer area also proved this point. He lowered his head slightly and met Kishao Natsuyo's calm eyes. Even if she became a demon and even eliminated the proto-virus in her body, it seemed that she didn't have any emotions. But she must be very happy. Lin En lowered his eyes and placed them on her back. Natsuyo Kishao. Level, 103 lower level demon. Race, demon. Owner, Lin Wall Ivor. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic, I0. Inherent skills. Dolphin of proto-gastric factor. Intelligence increased. Memory enhanced. She did not reincarnate as a special demon. Lin thought. But it is normal. Although Natsuyo Kishao appeared in the original book, she herself is not that special. Among the rich and diverse proto-gastric animals, the dolphin proto-gastric virus is not a particularly outstanding one. In addition, apart from the basic bonus, Natsuyo Kishao does not have the ability to smell the scent of fate like Kui. It's just an ordinary demon, which is reasonable. Kishao Natsuyo stared at Lin En's face silently, as if she wanted to engrave him in her memory. Then she put her hands on her stomach and said calmly, "Stomach, hungry." Lin En. Why do I feel like I've seen a kitten? Shaking his head, Lin En also asked someone to prepare food. But he looked at the shelter full of lowly heads, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Mahiru, can you handle it? Lin En was a little worried about her condition. Although she is a demon. But it is not so easy to feed more than 4,000 lowly demons who are crying for food. After a while, Shina Mahiru lay on the table with a look of complete exhaustion. Hands are shaking. The spatula is about to smoke. Kasumigaoka Utaha couldn't help but say, "Master, it's not a solution to keep going like this, right?" Shina Mahiru was too busy, and they also helped a lot. This is barely enough. But if it continues like this... Hiss. Lin En also fell silent. Logistics, we have to think of a way. But it's actually very simple. Training these Lolas will make them the best logistics army. After all, they are all lower level demons, and they have all suffered, so they are not that delicate. Let them take care of the logistics for the time being. The most urgent and most important thing is to find a wide place for them. Just when he was thinking about this, there was news from Saeko Busujima in the group. The most traditional woman in the Busujima family, "Master, I found a military base in the dead world. Judging from its scale, it should be enough for a while." The most traditional woman in the Busujima family, and there are abundant supplies here. Even if we don't look for supplies, it will be enough for a while. The most traditional woman in the Busujima family, also, when I was looking for a military base, I met a few survivors. The most traditional woman in the Busujima family, picture.jpg. Lin En glanced at the information sent back by Saeko and nodded in his head. Finally, click on the picture. Then I saw a high school girl with colorful hair. Behind them, there stood a tall, dark-skinned lady carrying a sniper rifle. And a pink-haired one. Lin En raised his eyebrows. Minami Rika? As for the high school girls behind him, Lin En was not very familiar with them. Hey! Marikawa Shizuka suddenly exclaimed. It's Minami Rika. Hearing this name, Shina Mahiru, Kasumigaoka Utaha, and others looked at each other. They were not unfamiliar with this name. After all, the family occupied someone else's house in the station in the dead world. Thinking about it, Lin En started to send messages. Sigma Man, that dark-skinned lady is Minami Rika, bring them all to the military base. After all, I occupied someone else's house. Since I met him, I should help him. As for the 4JKS and the pink-haired girl, I also things. One more is not too much, one less is not too little. Besides, they are all women, and they can take care of the demon lowly sent over the world of corpses. After receiving the news, Saeko Busujima looked at Minami Rika and the others and said, "It seems that the master agrees to accept you. Let's go to the military base first." "Oh! Is it the master?" Minami Rika carried a sniper rifle and looked at Saeko Busujima with a charming smile. But there was a deep fear hidden in her eyes. Minami Rika knew it well. Saeko Busujima is a very scary woman. She saw with her own eyes that Saeko Busujima not only cleared all the corpses on the street with a flying slash, but also cut the house in half. Is this something a human can do? But seeing it with my own eyes, even if I couldn't believe it, I was shocked. The facts were right in front of me. Who? She exhaled. I don't know if it's right to follow her. Master. I don't know what kind of existence it is to be the master of this woman. The 4JKS next to her didn't have as many ideas as her. Great! Let's live together! The purple twin-tailed girl jumped happily. The brown-haired JK immediately grabbed her. Be quiet, Kurumi, be careful not to attract corpses. But weren't all the corpses destroyed by Saeko? You're really so familiar with people when you call them by their names. The JKS were playing with each other, and there was no worry in the pink-haired girl's eyes. Very quickly, under the leadership of Busujima Saeko, everyone came to the military base. It's so big! The JKS exclaimed. It feels like I can live here for a long time. But we need to clean up the inside first. Busujima Saeko drew her sword and slashed it out. She deliberately controlled the force and did not damage the infrastructure in the military base. No matter how many times I see it, it's incredible. Saeko, you are really a superhuman. Minami Rika smacked her lips, then set up a sniper rifle. I'll do my part too. After a while, the dead bodies in the military base were cleaned up. Busujima Saeko did not leave any corner untouched. Then, she placed the coordinates that Lin En had prepared for her in advance. After a while, a bright light flashed across the military base. The figures of Lin En and Shizuka Marikawa appeared. Appeared. Hui Figusawa Kurumi exclaimed. It's really teleportation magic. Minami Rika was also shocked, and said in a complicated tone, I always feel that since the corpse disaster, this world has become more and more incomprehensible. As soon as she finished her sigh, her eyes widened instantly. A blonde giant waved at her and said happily, Rika. Long time no see. Chapter 86, Chapter 86 Original Field Factorization Map Changes, Shizuka is invited again. Dead World. Military Base. Lin En checked the facilities and supplies here and nodded with satisfaction. For now, this military base alone is enough to accommodate the cursed children in the Tokyo area. After temporarily setting up a new shelter here, Lin En saw Shizuka reminiscing with Minami Rika, and he was not idle either. Sorting out the gains from this reincarnation of more than 4,000 lolas. First of all, in terms of overall strength, the level remains unchanged. It is still the highest level demon. But Lin En feels that it is not far from breaking through to the special demon. It is estimated that with about 2,000 cursed children, he can be promoted. In terms of skills, they are all proto-gastric factors, which are integrated into the proto-gastric factor atlas. Apoptosis genome, incubating. Factor collection, already collected, mole factor, hedgehog factor. Factor chimera, double factor chimera. Factor assimilation, can parasitize other life forms and implant into the apoptosis genome, which can transform it into a puppet controlled by the host. Unfinished. Lin En narrowed his eyes. Apoptosis genome has a new ability. He thought, and a black diamond crystal appeared in front of him. This is Spider Factor. Lin En was slightly surprised. This apoptosis genome can condense the factors he has collected and give it to others. But the person who is given it will be controlled by him. But Lin En felt that he could also condense protozoa species that were not under his control. So he can now create new humans who do not carry protozoa viruses but have protozoa virus abilities. Lin En. It feels useless. Maybe it can be used to trade with people in the future? If it were in the little garden world, it should be a kind of gift that can be bestowed, right? It can be regarded as a stable source of income for the family. But he doesn't know what to trade yet, and who to trade with. It's better than nothing. On the other side, Marikawa Shizuka also finished reminiscing with Minami Rika. After knowing Shizuka's experience during this period, Minami Rika also sighed. Sighed at the good luck of this stupid woman. So, stupid girls will never have bad luck? Becoming a demon, gaining extraordinary power. Minami Rika was slightly distracted. I also understood the source of Busujima Saeko's power. So amazing. Fei Suzawa Kurumi's eyes shining, curiously asked, can we become demons too? Hearing this, Minami Rika also pricked up her ears. Demons or something, she also wants to be one. Wait. If you become a demon, it means you have to become the harem of that man, right? Naoki Miki stopped the outspoken Kurumi and glanced at Lin En secretly. I don't know what she thought of, her face turned slightly red. Harem, it's too chaotic. Minami Rika had no shame. Adults only look at the pros and cons when making decisions. In addition to becoming Lin En's woman and servant, it feels like a complete win. Not only can you gain extraordinary power, but you can also leave this ghost world and step onto a higher level. Secondly, Lin En is completely to her taste. Besides, there are probably not many men left in the end times. If she doesn't follow Lin En, won't she have no man in her life? Maybe she can meet a few, but she has been picky for nearly 30 years. It's not a loss to be Lin En's family. Minami Rika has no worries like Naoki Miki. She said directly, Shizuka, can you help me ask your master if he still accepts maids? Hey! Marikawa Shizuka was confused for a moment, then hugged Minami Rika with a happy face, rubbing her cheek against her mouth. That's great, Rika. We can be together again. Naoki Miki. She looked at Minami Rika with disbelief in her eyes. Just like that, just give yourself up? Where is the modesty of a woman? Sakura Tsukasa patted her head and smiled, Miki, this can't be helped. Why is it that even the teacher? Miki. Sakura Tsukasa's eyes were slightly serious, this is already the end of the world. Don't you want to live with everyone? Of course I do. Naoki Miki blurted out, and then fell silent. Yes. It's lucky to have such an opportunity, right? After all, it's supernatural. And judging from Saeko Busujima and Shizuka Marikawa, this master seems not bad. Okay, I understand. Naoki Miki chose to play badly. Hee. Kurumi hugged her and comforted her, it's okay, Miki, this way we can live together forever. Hearing this, Naoki Miki also smiled. That's right. At least everyone can survive. Still together. Isn't there anyone who asked for our opinions? Yogan Yuki and Wakeza Yuri expressed their dissatisfaction. Then, will Yuki and Yuri be together? Kurumi held out her hands to them. Of course. X2. Wakeza Yuri said calmly, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, it's the end of the world. Who wouldn't want to have a chance to survive? Busujima Saeko stood near Lin En and smiled and said, it seems that the master has easily harvested 6 beauties again. The devil's hearing is still very strong. Lin En and Busujima Saeko heard their conversation clearly. Lin En also shrugged indifferently. Just take it, it's pleasing to the eyes anyway. Besides, the candidates to take care of the demon loli are here, aren't they? One of them is a teacher. Looking at her appearance, she must be very good at taking care of people, right? So, Lin En gained 6 new followers. Unfortunately, none of them were reincarnated as special demons. Minami Rika obtained the skill Firearms Mastery, which allows her to use guns as soon as she picks them up, and even use them to the extreme. And her strength and endurance have also been slowly enhanced. As for the others, well, except Hui Fei Suzi Walnut, they are all people without talent. Even Hui Fei Suzi Walnut only awakened an ability called Battle Endurance. However, being a logistics staff is also good, and they all seem to enjoy their lives. It's just right to take care of the demon loli. 6 people were naked. Except for Nan Lixiang, the others were extremely shy. I wish I could cover up everything I could. Nan Lixiang lifted her purple hair and leaned against Lin En when she passed by. Master, do you want to stay overnight? There was an inexplicable color in Nan Lixiang's eyes, and her purple pupils had a different kind of charm. She is a complete queen. Nan Lixiang turned around, stuck to Lin En, and blew into his ear while saying, Master, I am clean. Nan Lixiang knew clearly the complex of men. This is her advantage. Lin En felt her soft body and pondered for a while. Black-skinned queen, unlocking new experiences seems to be good too? Shizuka, do you want to come along? Minami Rika invites Marikawa Shizuka. Hey! Marikawa Shizuka is confused. Why, does it feel like deja vu? Marikawa Shizuka Kawa looked at Saeko Busujima, then at Rika Minami. Is she the one who was invited again? Chapter 87, Chapter 87, the original field experiment, the Luo Li position change plan is launched. The next day, early in the morning, Lin En pushed away 2 pairs of delicate hands and stepped forward. As Minami Rika's best friend, Marikawa Shizuka finally agreed. After all, Minami Rika had little experience, so she could help guide him. Minami Rika was awakened by Lin En's actions, and she put her arm around his neck, with a hint of eyebrows in her narrow eyes. She said vaguely, Master, don't you lie down for a while. Lin En patted her head. Minami Rika was stunned and subconsciously wanted to slide down. Lin En was speechless and pulled her back. Minami Rika was stunned and looked at Lin En strangely. Master, don't you need it? Lin En was silent for a while, and the strength in his hands was slightly loosened. Let's do business first. Nan Lixiang smiled secretly, then sat up and waited for Lin En's instructions obediently. The quilt slipped off her shoulders, revealing her beautiful body. Lin 457 N raised his index finger, and a purple-black diamond crystal appeared at the tip of his finger. Nan Lixiang was stunned and hesitated. What is this? Protogastric species. Lin En did not explain things like protogastric animals, but just said, this crystal can allow you to obtain the eagle factor, which should be a good match for you. Lin En did not expect that the new ability he just obtained from the protogastric factor atlas yesterday could be used now. This was also a sudden idea that came to him when he was exercising last night. For such ordinary demons, Lin En can completely give them a suitable protogastric species. Of course, Lin En is not going to control them, after all, they are all his followers. Eagle. Minami Rika's eyes lit up. Lin En said, the ability of this eagle type factor is Eagle Eye, which is very suitable for your sniper ability. Lin En has collected a lot of eagle type factors. But even if each animal factor is the same, the ability it obtains is different. As for Eagle Eye, it is very suitable for Minami Rika. Master. Minami Rika's narrow eyes were blurred, and she licked her lips subconsciously. She suddenly wanted to clean up the master carefully inside and out. Lin En saw that she seemed to be trapped in some kind of fantasy, so he directly stuffed the original intestine seed into her body. Minami Rika's breathing became rapid, and an inexplicable power surged in. The purple pupils seemed to flow into a clear stream, revealing the layers of fog for her. After a while, the feeling gradually faded. Minami Rika's pupils shrank as she looked out the window. She murmured to herself, "I can see farther, and dynamic vision has been enhanced a lot. Now she can capture a lot of details." Seeing this, Lin En asked her to turn around. After updating her grace, Lin En carefully checked her grace information. Nan Lixiang. Level, Lower Demon. Race, Demon. Owner, Lin En Walliver. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I2. Magic, I0. Inherent skills. Firearms proficiency. Expertise in firearms. Strength increases slowly. Endurance increases slowly. Gastrozoon factor Eagle. Eagle Eye, enhanced farsightedness, enhanced dynamic vision capture. Sure enough, there is an additional skill of Gastrozoon factor Eagle. Lin En was not surprised. Then he added the favor copy it down. Minami Rika took it. Seeing her new skills, she felt excited. Yesterday, she felt a little sorry that her skills were mediocre. Today, she was rewarded by her master. "Hey!" Minami Rika put down the message of favor and then slipped into the quilt. "Hey!" Lin En exhaled slightly. On the right, Marikawa Shizuka was sleeping soundly. 2 hours later, Naoki Miki and others looked at Lin En, Minami Rika and Marikawa Shizuka with complicated eyes. Three people. Actually, it's really true. Busujima Saeko has long been used to it. Occasionally, she is still one of the protagonists among the three. When Lin En saw them, he said, "Take off all your clothes." "Hey, hey, hey." Lin En's words instantly caused a commotion. "Is it our turn now?" Even the usually calm Wakazayuri couldn't calm down. Naoki Miki said dryly, "Here?" Sakuraji's body shook slightly, and her face heated up rapidly, and she looked like she was about to faint. "Lin En, I just want to give you a permanent buff." Nan Lixiang had just cleaned him up, and Lin En didn't really need their service at the moment. "Hey! So, that's it." After Lin En's explanation, they all breathed a sigh of relief. But there was still a sense of strangeness in their hearts. They looked at each other, with an inexplicable look in their eyes. 0. To live together, we must also live together. After they took off their clothes, Lin En began to take them one by one. Give them the proto-gastron species. Amazing! Huifei Suzawa Kurumi tried her new ability and was very excited. Although she awakened her inherent skills, it was just an ability similar to a buff. What's more, who would complain that they have too many skills? Because she prefers to fight with a shovel, Lin En gave her the proto-gastron species rhinoceros beetle. When it was put on her, it became proto-gastron factor rhinoceros beetle. Power arm, can increase the power transmission efficiency to 98%. Yogan Yuki is a proto-gastron species red fox. Proto-gastron factor red fox. Geomagnetic perception, can perceive things within the range through geomagnetism. Wakazayuri. Proto-gastron factor sloth. Metabolic rationality. Sakuraji. Meerkat factor mongoose. Progressive teaching. Naoki Miki. Messenger factor Tibetan antelope. Environmental adaptation. After updating their favors, the girls were very excited to get their new abilities and confidence. Seeing this, Lin En ignored them. Come to the center of the military base. Lin En releases magic power and covers the entire military base. With a buzzing sound, All the dead bodies and blood in the military base were completely destroyed. The magic was cleaned up. This magic is one of the 4.0 that Lin En uses a lot, which is very convenient. The second is recovery and magic cube jump. I don't know if there is magic that can cook automatically. Then I can prepare food for the demon Lolita. As for him, he still wanted to eat the food made by the little fallen angel Mahiru. After everything in the military base was sorted out, Lin En set up the gate. The demon Loli transfer plan was launched. Sakuragi stared at the direction of the gate nervously. Lin En had already told her. All the girls who came were about 10 years old and had not received any education. So the education was left to her. This put a lot of pressure on her. Lin En mentioned Shina Mahiru in the group. The figures of Demon Loli appeared one after another in the gate. The leader was the dolphin factor holder Kishou Natsuyo. Wow! It's really a different world. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Being a devil is the right thing to do. The demon Lolita were full of curiosity about the other world, their eyes were rolling around, but no one made any unnecessary movements. They all stood quietly in place, waiting for Lin En's instructions. Seeing this scene, Sakuradza, who was entrusted with an important task, patted his mouth in relief. It seemed that these children were quite well behaved before. It's just... Are there too many of them? Sakuradza was a little worried. Can she really take care of these children? Don't worry, Teacher Sakura, we will help. Wakazayuri patted her comfortingly. By the way, Huifei Suzy Kurumi said with a strange look on her face, why are they all Lolita? Is our master some kind of Lolita god? She stared, unbelievable. The corners of the other people's mouths twitched, and no one could answer her question. After giving the demon Lolita a general knowledge of the current situation of the dead world, Lin En handed them over to Sakuragi. Of course, with the arrangement of Kishou Natsuyo, it shouldn't be a problem. Natsuyo. Hearing Lin En calling her name, Kishou Natsuyo froze and slowly raised her head. Master Lin En, what do you want? Lin En took out the 360 ways to use magic given by Rias before and handed it to Renshou Natsuyo. Lin En patted her head, your task is to master the knowledge in this book as soon as possible, and then teach it to all demons. As a holder of the dolphin factor, Kishou Natsuyo has a smart brain and learns things quickly. So Lin En gave her such a task. Since she is a demon, she should learn the knowledge of demons. I will try my best. Kishou Natsuyo nodded seriously, then looked into Lin's eyes and suddenly said, will Master Lin come to see us again? Lin was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, of course. He touched Kishou Natsuyo's head and said, it won't be long before you can return to your original world at any time. Yet. This time, Kishou Natsuyo's voice was a little heavier. After Kishou Natsuyo left, Lin looked at her back and was slightly dazed. Then he turned around and stepped into the gate. The first step is to occupy the Tokyo area. The world of Black Bullet. Lin deliberately left the first batch of cursed children who were reincarnated as demons. They have experience in how to effectively contain the cursed children. There will be places where they will be needed in the future. The first thing to do after returning to the world of Black Bullet is for Lin to issue the next task. The cursed children in the city have leave it to tend to Mugen. As for the first batch of Demon Lolita, start radiating other outer areas and bring back the cursed children. XN. The Demon Lolita led by Bushi Kui were very excited. They were more enthusiastic than anyone else about saving the cursed children. At the same time, the news of IISO in the outer area of Qigong district gradually spread. The new residents of the Tendu family. Tendu Kikunashuk couldn't help frowning when he heard about it. Is there anything abnormal in Qigong district? A servant reported, the only abnormality is the newly created shelter. According to recent observations, they seem to have taken in a lot of cursed children. The IISO incident is likely related to them. Tendu Kikunashuk frowned even deeper when he heard this. He did not forget that the explosives he prepared for them ended up blowing up his own house. This shelter is very weird. And a gleam of light flashed in his turbid eyes. What qualifications does that kind of monster have to be rescued? Arrange people to guide the people to visit the shelter. Yes. Tendo Kikunashuk decided to use his usual routine. Guide public opinion and use the people. A few days later, the shelter took in another batch of cursed children. After reincarnating the last cursed child, Lin En felt his strength surge again. He clenched his fist, and a bang suddenly sounded in the air. Hey! He breathed a sigh of relief. Every time his strength increased, he felt happy. Suddenly, some noisy voices entered his ears. Get out of here, cursed children! Why should we take in those monsters? They are all demons. They should go back to hell. Listening to the noisy voices, Lin En couldn't help but frown. Mr. Lin En. Shina Mahiru came over, with a hint of coldness in her eyes. Some people came to parade outside the shelter to force us to expel the cursed children. Hearing this, the Lolita in the shelter lowered their heads. They had just been reincarnated as demons, and they hadn't gotten rid of their identities as cursed children. Oh! Lin En smiled playfully, someone can't sit still anymore. Then he looked at the demon Lolita. He smiled slightly, look up. The demon Loli raised their heads, with trepidation in their eyes. Remember, you are not cursed children. Lin En stood up and opened his hands, you are now demons. Demons! The demon Lolita were shocked. Thinking of the reincarnation ceremony he had just performed and the symbols of the demon identity behind him. Lin En curled his lips, demons should look like demons. Go do what demons should do. Demons, should do? Saeko. Yes, master. Busujima Saeko licked her lips excitedly. Really? It's been a long time since I cut anyone. Outside the shelter, a group of people held up a sign that said "Get out of here, cursed children." The words were passionate and generous. The cursed children don't deserve preferential treatment. Drive those monsters out. Get out. Swish. Amid the people's abuse, the door of the shelter was finally pushed open. Busujima Saeko was carrying a knife, her eyes full of murderous intent. The people didn't realize anything, and when they saw all the people in the shelter come out, they immediately looked like they had won. They raised their chins and looked at people with their noses, looking arrogant. Hey! You are the ones who are sheltering those monsters. You are really meddling. Those demon children should all die in the outer area. Get those monsters out quickly. Get the cursed children out. Get out. Get out. They were indignant, with an arrogant attitude for the whole world and all mankind. Busujima 383 Saeko sneered and slowly pulled out the blade on her waist. Haha! What, you still want to fight us? You really don't know what you mean. You actually drew your sword against ordinary people for the cursed child. It seems that you are not good people either. The people continued to curse and didn't care about Busujima Saeko's actions. It seemed that they were not afraid of her taking action at all. They were numerous and powerful, and they didn't believe that Busujima Saeko would dare to really take action. What's more, they stood on the side of justice. It was a just act. Their eyes seemed to be full of fearlessness. Hat! You are so noisy! Busujima Saeko's eyes were bloodshot, and her desire to kill seemed to have reached its peak. She raised her hand and chopped down hard. Swish! A white light slashed in an instant. Puff! The shouting people were suddenly stunned, and blood gushed out from their waists. A little bit of blood splashed on the faces of others, and the smell of blood was immediately filled. Silence! Deathly silent! The air suddenly went silent. The marching people seemed to have not reacted yet. Kill! Kill people! Until the first sound of fear rang out, they got out of the situation just now. The fearlessness in their eyes had long disappeared, replaced by fear and terror. When someone really swung the butcher knife, they revealed their true appearance. Busujima Saeko smiled grimly, this is what a demon should look like. Behind her, the demon Lolita's eyes seemed to be flashing with light. Chapter 89, Chapter 89. From now on, offensive and defensive transformation. What a demon should look like. What a demon should do. These two sentences kept ringing in the hearts of the demon Lolita. They were eager to act, but they were a little hesitant. After all, they were just children and had lived as humans. Even though they had lived a hard life, they were still a little helpless if they were asked to kill someone. Ah! Yes, it's that man! A demon Lolita suddenly exclaimed, staring at a man in the parade. A year ago, Junjiang was beaten to death by him. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her whites were bloodshot. She would never forget that incident. She went to the city to beg with Junjiang, and they were tricked to a remote place. She really wanted to protect me. She gritted her teeth, her eyes full of hatred. And, there's that person. I was beaten by her when I went to the city. According to the stories of the demon Lolita, an accusation meeting was held immediately. At this time, they actually realized that none of the people marching in front of them were innocent. Kill! Kill them! The demon Lolita's eyes were cold, and they no longer had any mercy on them. Who? The demon flapped its wings, and the neat demon Lolita army immediately attacked. Bushi Kui took the lead in the charge. She didn't do it because of hatred for the people. And disgusting guys, how dare you let Lord Lin En hear your disgusting voices? Mao Mao launched a trial against those who disturbed his master. Ah! Monster! Demon! When the marchers saw the demon Lolita flapping their wings and flying over, they were terrified and felt cold all over. The cursed children have evolved. They are all demon children. What's more, the knife that Busujima Saeko just used had already destroyed their psychological defenses. Run! Run! A voice suddenly woke them up, and they immediately panicked. The cursed children launched a counterattack against them. They would never let them bully, beat, and scold them again. They even waved their butcher knives at them. So they ran away in a panic. Don't come over here, you monster! But how can a mere human run faster than a demon? Swish! A bloodstain appeared from his throat. After the demon Loli killed him, she was stunned for a moment. It was obviously a murder, but I felt happy. The whole person see me all of them felt relieved. The emotions that had been pent up for many years were completely ignited at this moment. Kill! They needed to vent. All the depression, pain. Release them all. Swish! Bloodstains were scattered all over the streets of Qigong district. No! Don't kill me! Please! I was wrong. I will never say you are monsters again. I will support the passage of the human rights law of the cursed children. Please spare me. Puff! The man kneeling on the ground fell to his head. The demon Loli had a cold face, and she showed no mercy to the man kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. He was just afraid, not because he knew he was wrong. Because he knew he was going to die. Massacre! A real massacre! The demon Lolita flapped their wings, not letting anyone go. Busujima Saeko sheathed her sword. She just watched the demon Lolita harvest humans quietly. If she wanted, there would be no survivors after the first cut. But these people need to be handed over to them. It's not just to let them vent their negative emotions for many years. It's to let them recognize their identity as demons. It's also to let them understand. Now, the offense and defense have changed. After a while, in Qigong district, blood flowed like a river. No one survived. The demon Lolita floated in the air in a daze, only to feel that the depression in their hearts disappeared. It turns out, the people who once oppressed them were so unbearable. It turns out that they will kneel down and beg for mercy just like they used to. It turns out that they will also suffer and cry. Shin-chan, I've avenged you. The demon loli murmured to herself, her eyes filled with tears. Even the other loli's eyes were full of tears. The haze of many years, at this moment, sweep away. From now on, they are no longer cursed children, and will no longer be oppressed. They are demons. Demons who fight only for Master Lin. A new life, here. Saeko Busujima restrained her desire to kill and savored the killing feast brought by the demon loli. She exhaled a breath of hot air. The restless hand finally relaxed. What's going on? She looked at Gengziza floating in the air. Gengziza held the phone and made an OK gesture to her. Absolutely 360-degree high definition without blind spots. That's good. Busujima Saeko smiled. What the master has ordered is more important than anything else. Gengziza posted the video in the chat group and mentioned the Holy Emperor. Holy Emperor. In the Holy Residence, the Holy Emperor was horrified. Master Lin En finally couldn't help but attack humans. But when she learned the whole process of the matter from the group, she fell into silence. Why? Want to provoke the devil? The Holy Emperor slowly closed his eyes. He felt depressed. She was trying to save people. And humans. Trying to push themselves into hell. Hey! She took a few deep breaths, and when she opened her eyes again, there was no more emotion in her eyes. It can even be said that there was a hint of coldness that she herself did not even notice. She murmured to herself. The ignorant people need to be purged. Just then, another message came from the chat group. Miss Sword Ghost, haha. Well done. I have been annoyed with them for a long time. Seeing this message, a bitter feeling rose in the heart of the Holy Emperor. Even the demons of this world, it's also shameful for them. Sigma Man, Holy Emperor, there is a driving force behind this matter, do you have any clue? Holy Emperor opened his mouth, and then began to recall carefully. Every time the people parade and show themselves to the public, there are actually driving forces. But there are too many high-level people, and she doesn't know exactly who is behind each of the people. Finally, she could only sigh. Holy Emperor, sorry, Lord Lin En. Holy Emperor, I only know that it should be the high-level people who took action, but I don't know who it is. Xiaoshizi, you are worthy of being the abandoned emperor. Holy Emperor, seeing this title, she pursed her lips subconsciously. Abandoned emperor. It suits her very well. Even she thinks so. Sigma Man, in that case, let's kill them all. The heart of the Holy Emperor tightened suddenly. She put her hand on the screen of her mobile phone, wanting to send something. But she soon became decadent. Master Lin En has given her and mankind a chance. She closed her eyes again. When she opened them, the emotion in her eyes seemed to be colder. The corrupt and dirty upper echelons need to be purged. Chapter 90, Chapter 90. The plan to destroy humanity was decided by the Holy Emperor. Chatting group of Lin En's family harem. Miss Sword Ghost, he. Are we finally going to take action against them? Miss Sword Ghost, Lord Lin En, can you hand over those bastards of the Tendo family to me? Tendo Civilian Security Company. Tendo Kimura's eyes were filled with darkness, and he licked the corners of his mouth subconsciously. Sigma Man, then I'll leave it to you. Huff. With Lin En's approval, Tendo Kimura's breathing suddenly became heavy and rapid. Tendo Kikuna shook. Are you ready to go to hell? Akayaka District, Shelter. Lin En touched his chin and thought about the next move. After slaughtering all the protesters, the conflict with the humans in Tokyo was inevitable. But it's almost done. Lin En's eyes were cold. At the beginning, it was difficult to take in the lowly because the clan was short of manpower. So he slowed down the pace. Now, the mobilization of nearly 7,000 demon lowly can directly radiate the entire Tokyo area. Even if it is transported, it is still a bit time-consuming and laborious. I don't know how the lowly in the dead world are learning. After thinking about it, he opened the chat group. Sigma Man, Dolphin Sister, how are they learning? 687. When the demon lowly were transferred to the dead world that day, Lin En deliberately left the thick black book. 360 ways to use magic power. Lin En specially arranged for them to learn the magic cube jump first. This is to facilitate the accommodation of Lolita. It is also to face the current situation. In a few days, I don't know how much I can learn. Lin En feels uncertain. After all, the magic cube jump is a relatively difficult magic. Even Mahiru and the others have only a vague understanding of it. Only Shiu of Secretary Devil has mastered this magic directly through recording. Dolphin Sister, to reply to Lord Lin En, most people's learning effect is not ideal. Seeing this, Lin En was not surprised. But in this way, if we want to accommodate Lolita, we can only do it through large-scale transportation. It is very likely that something unexpected will happen. Just then, the group received another message. Dolphin Sister, but I found that I find it very easy to learn, which may be related to my dolphin factor. Dolphin Sister, so I gathered companions with similar abilities and concentrated on learning. Dolphin Girl, now there are almost hundreds of companions who have successfully mastered the magic cube jump. See the message in the group. Lin En's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that the holder of the dolphin factor would even have a bonus in learning magic. I didn't expect that Kishou Natsuyo was so smart. According to her own characteristics, she gathered other similar Lolas to learn together. Great! You did a good job, Natsuyo. Sigma Man, well done Natsuyo. Hundreds of Lolas who have mastered teleportation magic. Each lowly leads a team, which is enough to contain the cursed children in the entire Tokyo area. Sure enough, the development policy of first leading the lowly and then the lowly is correct. Dolphin Girl, I'm glad I can help Master Lin En. Dead World. Kishou Natsuyo stared at the screen of her mobile phone, and there was no expression on her face, but her little mouth moved slightly. Finally, I can do something for Master Lin En. On the other side, Bushi Kui stared at the interaction between Lin En and Kishou Natsuyo and pursed her lips subconsciously. She also wanted to help Master Lin En. But she was not as smart as Natsuyo. In the chat group, Lin En issued a task. Sigma Man, in this case, the plan to contain the cursed children in the Tokyo area begins now. Sigma Man, by the way, clear out the humans in the Tokyo area. Kazumi Shiko, is this day finally coming? The most traditional woman in the Busujima family, hehe, I wonder if chopping people can bring me some experience. It is likely that it cannot. Fallen Angel Tianren, I will follow Mr. Lin En. Master Lin En's exclusive cat, me. I will also work hard. Lin En's order was issued, and the group responded one after another. But there is one person who may not be so happy. The Holy Sun. Holy Residence, she looked embarrassed. But soon, her eyes became firm. The Holy Sun, Lord Lin En, leave the task of purging humans to me. Sigma Man? Xiaoshizi? The most traditional woman in the Busujima family? The visible girl? Miss Sword Ghost, are you still the Holy Sun? Get out of her body. The words of the Holy Sun were like a stone hitting the lake, causing a wave. Lin En also looked surprised. Is this the Holy Sun? After thinking about it, Lin En sent a message. Sigma Man, what are you going to do? The Holy Emperor pursed his lips. The Holy Emperor, after Lord Lin En has taken in all the cursed children in the Tokyo area. The Holy Emperor, I will use the legacy of the 7 stars to summon stage V Gastrula. After sending this sentence, the Holy Emperor seemed to have lost all his strength. She did not expect that one day, she would personally formulate a plan to eliminate humans. Sigma Man, ho? Lin En's eyes showed a hint of interest. Sigma Man, are you sure? He did not expect that the Holy Emperor would have such courage. Holy Emperor, please, Lord Lin En. Holy Emperor, only this matter, please leave it to me. Holy Emperor, I want to see, facing the crisis of the Gastrula that will destroy the world, the people who have lost the cursed children. Holy Emperor, what will they do? The Holy Emperor showed determination. This time, it is the last chance. Maybe, when facing the crisis, humans will unite and show the glory of humanity. Maybe, it can make Mr. Lin En change his mind. Of course. If humans are still unbearable. Holy Sun, humans infected with protozoa virus will also mutate into protozoa. Holy Sun, at that time, they will become experience for everyone in the clan to upgrade. Miss Sword Ghost. Miss Sword Ghost, I didn't expect you to be such a holy son. Tendo Mu's face was even more complicated. I didn't expect it. The supreme ruler of the Tokyo region, the guardian of hope for human survival, and an idealist who advocates the coexistence of humans and the cursed children. When it comes to destroying humans, he is so cruel. This is to squeeze out the last drop of their usefulness. Lin En saw the other purpose of the Holy Sun. But the humans in this world never disappoint the devil. Sigma Man, okay, I agree. Seeing Lin En speak, the Holy Sun heaved a sigh of relief. Hopefully, humans won't disappoint her. Otherwise, they will just become Gastrula. Sigma Man, before that, the cursed child accommodation plan is launched. The moment the words fell, the shelter was filled with light. The portal to the dead world was fully opened. The demon Lolita were ready to fight. Chapter 91, Chapter 91 Tokyo Incident. More than 7,000 demon Lolita flew to the entire Tokyo area, dispersed, and began to search for the cursed children. In the shelter, Yotani Miko found Lin En to renew her grace. She was also ready to contribute, but before that, she wanted to level up first. Recently, whenever she had time, she would search for cursed spirits in the main world to gain experience. Now it feels that the experience value of low-level demons has almost reached the limit. Yotani Miko took off her clothes and exposed her back. Yotani Miko. Low-level demon. Race, demon. Master, Lin Ivor. Strength, S999. Agility, S999. Durability, S999. Magic, S999. Inherent skills. Yin-Yang Eyes, omitted. Spiritual Demon, omitted. No wonder you're ready to level up, Miko. Lin patted her on the back and copied her favor. All attributes are S999. If it weren't for Psycho's longing for Slaughter's limit-breaking ability, this ability value would have reached the top. Continuing, there is no improvement. However, Miko's ability to devour souls in Spiritual Demon allows her to reach the top of her ability value. Yotani Miko was relieved when she saw her full ability value. In fact, she could have upgraded long ago, but she had to wait until now to fill up her ability value. Now, Master, please upgrade me. Lin En did not hesitate. Level Sublimation. A light flashed behind Yotani Miko. New grace information emerged. Yotani Miko. Intermediate Demon. Race, Demon. Owner, Lin Ivor. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic Power, I0. Inherent Skills. Yin-Yang Eyes. Psychic Vision. Increases the speed of magic power growth. Psychic Demon. Special attack on spirit creatures. Force to drive spirits. Soul devouring. Demonization, closely related to soul devouring. After demonization, the power of the spirit in the body will be completely detonated. Development ability, soul soothing eye, deterrent effect on spirit creatures through the skill yin yang eyes. Not bad, the development ability is very suitable for you. Lin copied the new grace information and handed it to Yotani Miko. Yotani Miko put on her clothes and checked. Intermediate Demon. Finally, she caught up with Kasumigaoka Senpai. She shook his hand and felt the surge of power in her body. Hey! Intermediate Demon. I didn't expect that she was so much stronger than before. Calming the soul. Her amber pupils flickered slightly. Yin-yang eyes, it seems that there is indeed something more. After seeing Yotsuya Miko upgrade, Shina Mahiru's eyes were a little unwilling. Falling behind again. But there is no way, she met Mr. Lin En a little late. Her ability value has basically reached the point where she can upgrade. But it has not reached the limit yet. She plans to brush it for some more time. Hey, that's great, I don't know when I can upgrade. Geng's eyes floated in the air, her index finger touching her lips. Seeing this, Lin En remembered the plan of the Holy Emperor. When the plan is over, the Tokyo area will inevitably be filled with protostoms. That's all experience. It's equivalent to a monster feast. Even stage 4 protostoms may be indispensable. This time, Saeko and the others will definitely gain experience for upgrading. Maybe Saeko can even be promoted to a high-level demon in one fell swoop. After the update is over, Yotani Miko and others also went to the Tokyo area to bring back the scattered cursed children. Tokyo. A slightly prosperous shopping mall. A white-haired loli with shabby clothes and a bandage on her face stood quietly near the glass guardrail. A wooden sign was hung on her body, and a shabby pottery bowl was placed at her feet. I am the cursed child of the outer area. People passing by saw the content on the sign and cast disgusted eyes. However, because there were too many surveillance cameras here, they just stared at her, cursed a few words and left. The white-haired loli seemed not to notice, but just opened her mouth slightly, and the sweet singing sound came from her throat and sounded from the aisle. Dingling! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the pottery bowl. Ah! Thank you! The white-haired loli smiled immediately, but when she squatted down and reached out to touch it, she found that it was just a kin ring, and she couldn't help showing a disappointed expression. Haha! She is still like this. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The two young men left with their arms around each other, laughing at her. You really don't learn from your mistakes. This is also interesting, isn't it? I can kill time every time I come here. Haha. Just a cursed child, just go and die honestly. Who would abandon them? Obviously, they have done this kind of thing many times. The white-haired girl put away her expression and continued to sing, hoping that her singing could attract passers-by. But judging from her empty ceramic bowl, it was obviously a failure. When Saeko Busujima stepped in, she glanced at the two young men and subconsciously licked her lips. Although the master handed the plan to exterminate mankind to the Holy Emperor, he also told them, in the next period of time, you can do whatever you want. So, it doesn't matter if you kill some people, right? After all, it's hard to resist when you encounter something. Swish! Saeko Busujima drew her sword. The white light slashed and cut the two young men in half. Blood immediately covered the entire corridor. Ah! The blind white-haired loli was stunned for a moment, and said nervously, Is it a proto-stomach? Snap! A hand covered her head. 0. Busujima Saeko said gently, Little sister, do you want to go with me? The white-haired loli was a little flustered, Me? Busujima Saeko thought about it and changed her words. Will you be my starter? Hey hey! The white-haired loli exclaimed in surprise, and said nervously, even if I am like this, is it okay? She couldn't understand why someone would invite her to be the starter. She, obviously can't see? Things like this happen frequently in Tokyo today. The demon Lolita were unstoppable, and they would kill humans if they were unhappy with them, without any scruples. The cursed children are attacking humans. The cursed children are attacking humans. I said they were all monsters. They should have been humanely destroyed in the first place. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, his head fell to the ground. A demon Lolita flapped its wings and flew in another direction. Just now, it was a bit dirty to her ears. Holy residence. The Holy Emperor stood at the French window, watching the chaos in Tokyo. There was no grief as imagined. Instead, there was a sense of relief. It doesn't matter what happens to humans. At the same time, Tendo House. After knowing that there was unrest in Tokyo, he never let go of his frown. Cursed child, are you crazy? Dare to resist humans? Sure enough, we can't trust these monsters. Tap tap. Suddenly, crisp footsteps sounded. Tendo Kikunosuke looked up, surprise flashing in his eyes. An unexpected person once again stepped into the door of the Tendo family. Chapter 92, Chapter 92 Mu Kang, what is Lord Rung An's surname, then what is my surname? Tokyo. Tendo family's new home. Tendo Kikunosuke stared at Tendo Kikunosuke in silence, and finally said in a deep voice, I didn't expect you to come back. Tendo Kikunosuke grinned, with a terrifying emotion in her eyes, and she put her hand on the handle of the demon sword Shuiying. Old dog, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? Tendo Kikunosuke still sat upright on the tatami, and said in a steady voice, you have gained a lot of courage during the days when you left the Tendo family. Tendo Kikunosuke's arrival was unexpected to him. However, he didn't care about Tendo Kikunosuke at all. After all, he was just a child who hadn't grown up. Still so arrogant. Clang! The demon sword was unsheathed, shining with cold light, and the terrifying face of Tendo Kikunosuke was reflected on the blade. Die! Tendo Kikunoho held the knife in front of him, his cloudy eyes showed a gleam of light, and he shouted, Kigura, although you have obtained the qualification of Tendo's 507 Ryaman Kigenden. But Tendo Kikunoho stood up suddenly and drew his knife. Don't forget that you are still using the swordsmanship of the Tendo family. Hat. Tendo Kikunoho sneered, and a black flame suddenly ignited on his body. Sword Ghost. Shura Devil Mode. Revenge Demon activated. Tendo Kikunoho's pupils flashed a trace of blood. Facing Tendo Kikunoho, there is no need to declare revenge. Great enemy. Queen of Revenge. Special attack on the enemy. Buzz. The air trembled instantly. Tendo Mugen seemed to have entered the overspeed mode, and appeared in front of Tendo Kikunosuke in an instant, and the demon sword Shuiying slashed from bottom to top. Tendo Kikunosuke's pupils shrank suddenly. The knife in front of him was cut off instantly, and the air seemed to have drawn a line. In a flash, Tendo Mugen appeared behind Tendo Kikunosuke. Staring at the blood beads on the blade excitedly. Tendo Kikunosuke opened his eyes wide and his lips trembled. Puff! Blood gushed out and covered the wall. How is it possible? With shock and disbelief in his eyes, he fell to the ground with a plop. Until his death, he did not close his eyes. Hee. Tendo Mugen sneered, feeling happy. Her eyes narrowed. Not enough. Not enough. Swish. Tendo Mugen walked out of the door with a knife in hand, heading towards the other members of the Tendo family. Anyone she saw was killed with her knife. Tendo family suddenly there were screams. Kigura! Kigura! I'm your brother. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Kigura. Please. Spare me. Puff. Tendo Kigura had no expression on his face and killed another person. Who? Walking out of the gate of the Tendo family, Tendo Kigura exhaled and felt relieved. Tendo family, annihilated. There should be one left. That's her. But the surname Tendo should be useless. Tendo Kigura muttered to himself, I don't know, what is Lord Lin En's surname? It's time to change your surname. Click. Suddenly, a young man in black rushed over. He looked a little anxious, but he was still stunned when he saw the scene of Tendo Kisara. Ms. Kisara. Then he saw the blood-stained blade of Tendo Kisara. Rentaro Satomi's face suddenly changed, and he quickly ran towards the Tendo house. After a while, he walked out with a gloomy face. He stared at Tendo Kisara with bloodshot eyes. Tendo Kisara. He clenched his fists and called out Tendo Kisara's name word by word. Why? Why do you do this? Tendo Kisara looked at him coldly, isn't it normal to take revenge? Rentaro Satomi laughed in anger. Such an unjust move. I absolutely allow it. Tendo Mugen sneered, looking at him as if he was looking at a fool. What is she doing? Does it need your permission? Tendo Mugen had a blank expression on his face, and said with a dull look, as for me, I really hate those people who open their mouths and close their mouths to be justified. Boom! Tendo Mugen's black hair was flying wildly, and the black aura was wrapped around him, and the whites of his eyes were dyed black little by little. She raised the knife and pointed it at Satomi Rentaro. Since you are standing over there, then you are also an enemy. Sword Demon, Shura Demon Mode. Revenge Demon, Declaration of Revenge, marking Satomi Rentaro as an enemy. Queen of Revenge, Special Attack on the enemy. Demonization, Final Evil Nirvana. Physical fitness is improved in all aspects. Achieve Nirvana state. The more evil, the faster the Nirvana. Who? Tendo wood is more like a gust of wind, and it disappeared in the eyes of Satomi Rentaro in a flash. Rentaro Satomi's pupils suddenly shrank, and his prosthetic eyes expanded, frantically trying to capture the figure of Tendo Mugen. No. No. Still no. Bang. His fighting instinct made him subconsciously raise his arm, making a crisp sound of a golden sword. The black sleeve was cut open, revealing a mechanical prosthesis with a blue glow. Oh! Tendo Mugen was surprised for a moment. He didn't expect that Rentaro Satomi had such a trick up his sleeve. He didn't expect that the quality of this prosthesis was so good. But Tendo Mugen was not going to fight him head-on. He turned around. Using his speed, he quickly turned behind Rentaro Satomi. Swish! A knife pierced through Rentaro Satomi's chest. Cough! A mouthful of blood flowed out of his mouth, and there was disbelief in his eyes. It seemed that he had never expected that Miss Kisara, who looked very sick, would be so powerful. Rentaro Satomi, take your hypocrisy and go accompany that old guy Tendo Kikunishuk. In hell, he should need you, right? The Tokyo incident made all the people tremble. Hiding at home, with fear in their eyes, they kept cursing the cursed child. A few days later, the riots gradually subsided. Among the survivors, the brave ones came out to check the situation. The streets were much more desolate, but there was no sign of the cursed child. The survivors breathed a sigh of relief. It would be better if those cursed children disappeared forever. Damn 0.7. What on earth has the government been doing these days? And what are those police officers doing? Just as they kept cursing. Holy residence. The Holy Son of Heaven opened the legacy of the 7 stars. Then, the first transfer order was issued. Phase V will land in Tokyo, please all citizens go to the front line to prepare for battle. When this transfer order appeared, the surviving citizens were dumbfounded. They go to the front line? What a joke! Why should we go to the front line? What is the government for? Where are the cursed children? Let those monsters fight on the front line. Yes. The cursed children. Only the cursed children can fight against protozoa. A new wave of demonstrations began. But soon, they found out. The cursed children disappeared. Just as they had hoped. Completely disappeared. Chapter 93, Chapter 93 Tokyo Fall. The Holy Emperor atones. That day, humans finally remembered the horror of the gastrula. After losing the protection of the cursed children and exposing themselves to the gastrula, they were able to feel the fear firsthand. No. No. I don't want to face the gastrula. People were in a panic. Where are the cursed children? Call them out to protect us. Please, please. Cursed children, please continue to protect us as before. Please, come out quickly. Yes, yes. We must pass the cursed children human rights law. We must guarantee the rights of the cursed children. They began to become fair. They even began to advocate for the rights of the cursed children. But again, they didn't know they were wrong, but they were afraid. They begged for a long time, promising all kinds of benefits. But the cursed child was still nowhere to be seen. The air was silent for a moment, followed by endless curses. The ugly face was exposed again. No. No. I want to leave Tokyo. One sentence seemed to wake everyone up. That's stage 31V. You definitely can't win, right? Escape. You must escape from Tokyo. The awakened people reacted one after another, took their luggage, and ran towards the airport with their families. They were going to Osaka. To Sendai. In short, escape from Tokyo. Tokyo, a mess. But even so, no high-level officials came out to stop it. Because there was only one person left in the high-level officials. Holy residents. The Holy Emperor stood in front of the French window, staring at the chaotic Tokyo with an expressionless face. He was inevitably disappointed. But no. Leaving Tokyo is not possible. Swish. A bloody knife cut through the air. Airport. Tendo Mugen put away his knife and blocked the way ahead with the demon Lolita. No way ahead. The cold voice spread throughout the airport, making people feel cold all over. Especially when she had just killed someone. And yes, it's the winged cursed child. His voice was trembling and fearful. The winged cursed child is a different cursed child. These guys will really kill them. But there are endless gastrula behind them. Besides, they are numerous and powerful. Charge. Mad, I'm leaving Tokyo today. Puff. Blood immediately covered the entire airport. Tendo Mugen and the demon Lolita didn't hesitate at all. The knife fell. The knife fell. They only had two choices. Either die, or become a gastrula and become the experience points under their knife. Tokyo, only in but not out. Besieged city. No one can be spared. They were horrified, but silent. Behind them were gastrula and in front were the demon children. They were desperate. At the same time, Lin En was also reincarnating more than 200,000 cursed children. He instantly gathered more than 200,000 demon chess pieces, controlled them with magic power, and pressed them towards the naked Lolita. The next second. Power. It was as if endless power was pouring in. The surging magic power surged from Lin En. The magic power that just overflowed was powerful enough to distort the air. Lin En clenched his fists, his heart surging. One step closer to the Demon King level. A few days later. Stage V of Protogasters. Zodiac, Scorpio. Landing in Tokyo. The protogasters, which were as big as mountains and covered with black shells, slowly approached the Tokyo area. People were trembling in despair. Wanted to escape, but couldn't. As for resistance, just seeing those protogasters made their legs weak. I can't even think of resisting. Why? The cursed children are leaving them? Why? The cursed children don't protect them anymore? Isn't protecting them a way for the cursed children to atone for their sins? They are the sinners. Why should they be punished? Even now, they still have no repentance, only hatred. Scorpio moves slowly. But the vanguard it summons is enough to destroy the Tokyo area. Phase I, Phase II, Phase III. Even Phase IV. Dense gastrally pour into Tokyo. Without the protection of the cursed children, ordinary people, even facing the gastrally in Phase I, seem so vulnerable. At this moment, Tokyo. Full of desperate screams. Holy residence. In front of the French window. The Holy Emperor looked at the chaos in Tokyo without any sadness or joy. She had completely lost hope for humans. Until the last moment, they were still cursing and resenting. Humans like this. It was indeed not worth her efforts. The Holy Emperor turned around, without a trace of hesitation, and looked at Lin En sitting in the office chair with his purple eyes. He lowered his head slightly. Sorry, Master Lin En, I am too willful. Lin En crossed his legs, and the pen kept turning on his index finger, without saying a word. If the clan was not short of manpower, it might not take too long to take in the lowly. The Holy Emperor's request was just an entertainment program for him during this period. Humans will eventually perish. In despair, becoming a fixed monster spawning point for his clan is their only value. On the other side, seeing that Lin En did not speak, the Holy Emperor was immediately terrified. She bit her lip, her face suddenly turned red, and then with trembling hands, she gently took off her purple dress, revealing her beautiful body. Then she knelt on the ground and lowered her head, and a 3-standard dogza was born. I'm sorry, Lord Lin En. Her voice was a little trembling, but she still insisted, this is the only way I can think of to atone for my sins. The Holy Emperor understood. Her repeated requests were too willful. She needed to atone for her sins. But she couldn't think of any other form of atonement. Because she couldn't imagine what Lord Lin En was missing. Even her body belonged to Lord Lin En. But this was the only thing she could give. Her voice was trembling, and her white body was stained with a touch of pink. Lord Lin, I have learned some knowledge on purpose. I hope I can please you. Oh? Lin stared at the Holy Sun with interest. A slight tremor could be seen wherever his eyes swept. He stood up, stood in front of the Holy Sun, and said condescendingly, then. Let me test it. Your learning results. Yes. Downstairs. Humanity is desperate and miserable. Cannot escape the infection of the protovirus. Can only become one of them in pain and resentment. Upstairs. The Holy Sun was gentle and passionate. Singing the creation and rebirth of the devil. The Tokyo area has completely fallen. From top to bottom. Chapter 94, Chapter 94 Izayama Yomi, the spell that casts the spell is out of sight. Tokyo area. Poof. Saeko Busujima cut off a gastrula and looked around. Then she sent a message in the group. The most traditional woman in the Busujima family, no human has survived in the port area. The message on it was also the news that no human had survived in a certain area of Tokyo. So far, Tokyo has completely become a paradise for gastrula. Without the protection of the cursed child, Scorpio didn't even need to enter Tokyo completely, and was flattened by the little brothers he summoned. Sigma Man, in this case, let's start to form a group to brush experience. Sigma Man, clear out a part of Tokyo first. Sigma Man, remember to change into iron weapons. After posting the next clan mission in the group, Lin En stood in the office of the Holy Emperor in pajamas. He looked at the whole of Tokyo through the window. What a holy place for gaining experience! Lin En sighed as he looked at the gastrally that appeared from time to time on the street. And Lin En looked far away. Stage V Scorpio was slowly moving towards Tokyo. It should take about 4 days to reach Tokyo. Tokyo Dungeon Boss. Lin En gave it this name. The next goal of the clan is to gain experience. And the clan will naturally not let go of such a large group of experience monsters as Scorpio. What's more? Lin En stared at his panel. Gastrula Factor Atlas was flickering slightly. Perhaps the completion of this skill requires the Zodiac? In this case, it will have to be conquered. As for the cursed children in other areas of the Black Bullet world, Lin En has already handed them all over to the 200,000 Demon Lolita. By the way, there are some familiar faces among the 200,000 Lolita. For example, the Lolita in Juehara. But there are no special demons. Lin En had expected it, so he was not disappointed. In short, the 200,000 lower-level demon army, plus the Lolita who will be reincarnated as demons in the future. It is enough to flatten this world. Lin En only needs to wait to harvest the clan and be promoted to the level of Demon King. So, while the clan members were forming a group to gain experience, Lin En returned to his loyal main world. And the people in the Black Bullet world were also in a panic because of the fall of Tokyo. Osaka. The high-level meeting of the Five Xiang Association was silent. Tokyo, didn't it ask for help from the outside world? They looked confused. In just a blink of an eye, a city where humans survived was flooded by protostomes. Not even a bit of news spread out. Sima Heavy Industry. Sima Miori stared blankly at the news of the fall of Tokyo, her white and tender fingers tightly grasping the newspaper in her hand. At the same time, 200,000 Demon Lolita landed in various parts of the world one after another. Shazaiwan. Teacher Guidance Room. Nangang Neiyu stared at Lin En, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. You actually know to come back to school. Lin En sat in front of Nangang Neiyu and spread his hands and said, I can't help it. I've been too busy recently. Busy? Nangang Neiyu sneered, busy collecting your harem. When she thought of the girls in Shazaiwan, Nangang Neiyu was furious. This lustful demon is simply corrupting the atmosphere of the Shuchi Academy. Lin En continued to spread his hands and said, how can the devil's business be called a harem? Family. Family. Nangang Neiyu continued to sneer, hee, what's the difference? At least it sounds better. Nangang Neiyu. Looking at the speechless Nangang Neiyu, Lin En made another invitation, how about Neiyu-chan becoming my harem, family? Nangang Neiyu's face darkened. This lustful demon must have wanted to say the word harem just now. Really don't want to hide it. Nangang Neiyu stood up and smashed the folding fan in her hand. You disrespectful lustful demon! Snap! A crisp sound rang out from the office. But the folding fan did not hit Lin En's head as expected. Nangang Neiyu looked at her folding fan as if it hit an invisible air wall, and her eyes changed obscurely. Has this lustful demon become stronger again? It is so refined that it can release magic power in such a rough way? Nangang Neiyu said suspiciously, I'm talking to you, is your speed of getting stronger a little too fast recently? She was a little confused about this rising speed. Do you want to know? Lin En grinned at her, as long as you join my clan, I can tell you. Nangang Neiyu looked empty and said calmly, I'm not really interested. Just a reminder. Nangang Neiyu knocked on the table with the folding fan in her hand, making a sharp sound. As a demon, the quality of your family should at least be acceptable, right? The implication is, don't bully those ordinary students of Shazi Academy. It seems that Yu-chan doesn't trust the strength of my family. Lin En touched his chin and suddenly suggested, how about expanding my clan in addition to our previous cooperation? Although Xiu and the others have also traveled through 2 worlds, they still don't know much about the situation in the main world. It's also good to let them follow NAU to gain some experience. While gaining experience, they can also get a reward. Although the clan now owns 2 worlds, there are no extraordinary items. Are you sure? Nangang Nau opened the folding fan and covered the lower half of her face, with some doubt in her eyes. Just those students of Kasumigaoka Xiu? But she really needs manpower. She is too lazy to deal with those official people. Although Lin En is a demon, the two have at least cooperated for a long time and understand each other. After thinking for a while, she nodded and said, "Okay, but you'd better not hold me back." Lin En smiled and said nothing. Lin En still had confidence in Xiu and the others. "Okay, let's get down to business. What do you want me to do?" Lin En sat up straight and looked into Nangang Naiu's eyes. The first level cursed item was applied for last time. Someone will deliver it to me soon. Lin En was surprised. Recently, he has been a little busy in the Black Bullet world. If Nangang Naiu hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about it. Lin En and Nangang Naiu didn't wait too long. Soon, someone knocked on Nangang Naiu's office door. "Come in." Swish! The door was pushed open from the outside. A beautiful girl with black hair like a night waterfall walked in. The pair of amethyst-like eyes made people care. Jiashan Huangchuan, from the Environmental Countermeasures Office, came from Kyoto. Nangang Naiu briefly introduced. Lin En looked at her and found that the devil chess piece on the panel lit up for her. Another family. But now the number of Lin En's families is already large enough. There are even millions of Lolas waiting to be fed in the Black Bullet world. Lin En is no longer in a hurry for ordinary families. Of course. If there is a chance, Lin En will not give up. Jiashan Huangchuan did not talk nonsense and acted very straightforwardly. Took out the first level cursed item he was carrying. Word Spirit Crooked Mirror. Izayama Yomi put a bronze mirror covered with cracks on the table. This bronze mirror is the body of the word Disaster Demon, which was sealed by the legendary Abe Haruaki. Jiashan Huangkan's cold voice sounded, introducing the word Spirit Mirror. Lin En listened for a while and roughly understood its ability. It can distort the result of reality to a certain extent. I don't know if it is suitable for seeing a child. Jiashan Huangchuan completed the task and prepared to leave. Lin En handed him a demon leaflet. Jiashan Huangchuan looked strange for a moment and recognized the origin of this thing. After all, it is an official organization dealing with the supernatural, and it still has a certain understanding of demons and angels. This. Jiashan Huangchuan took the demon leaflet and cast his eyes on Nangang Naiu. Nangang Naiu paused, then looked at Lin En speechlessly, and finally said, "Take it, just in case it is useful." Lin En's current strength is a bit confusing even to her. With such a flyer, at least you can save your life at a critical moment. Although, at that time, there is a high probability that Lin En will take it into his family. After hearing this, Jianshan Huangchuan hesitated for a moment, but still put it in his pocket. After Jianshan Huangchuan left, Nangang Naiu was not in a good mood. "You lustful demon are targeting me again." Lin En shrugged and said, "Just treat it as a chess move, who knows if there is a chance." The world of Black Bullet. Lin En handed the word Spirit Mirror to Yotsuya Miko. Distorted results. Yotsuya Miko was a little confused. After thinking about it, Yotsuya Miko set her sights on a proto-gastric animal. Under normal circumstances, it would go straight through the alley. She pointed the word Spirit Mirror at the gastrula, and a thought came to her mind. The gastrula that was supposed to crawl into the alley crashed into the wall. Seeing this, Yotsuya Kenko's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. Geng Yuko floated over, with an envious look on her face. When can I have a weapon? They all have iron-made weapons now. But this is only for crossing, Li's good, after all. Lin En touched his chin and fell into deep thought. The weapons of the family members must be arranged as soon as possible. Now, in addition to the word spirit mirror that Kenko just got, even the knife in Saiko's hand is just an iron weapon. In addition to being able to suppress the regeneration ability of Gastrula, there is no other bonus. He not only thought of the artifact in the main world. Well, artifacts are something you can only encounter if you come across them. It would be nice if there was a world that provided weapons. A few days later, the Lin clan prepared to attack the Zodiac Scorpio in Phase V. Before the war, Lin En began to update the grace for the family members. Busujima Saeko, Kasumigaoka Utaha, and Yotsuya Miko have improved their ability values a lot. Except for Kao Yuko, Yurikawa Hana, and the new members of the family, the remaining family members have also broken through the level of intermediate demons. It is worth mentioning that Shina Mahiru's agility and magic power have reached the limit of S. Marikawa Shizuka's durability has also reached S. Hey! Finally an intermediate demon. Marikawa Shizuka was naked, holding the grace information in her hand, and stretched her waist. Then she clenched her fists and knocked on her shoulders and arms, sighing, I'm so tired. Shina Mahiru pinched the grace information and breathed a sigh of relief. Although not as fast as Saeko and the others, at least she didn't fall too far behind. Okay. Lin En clapped his hands. Next, let's start the Scorpio Crusade. Chapter 95, Chapter 95 God of Wisdom Iwanaga Kotoko. Outskirts of the Tokyo metropolitan area. Lin En stood quietly with a group of his followers. The view was filled with the huge body of Scorpio. So big. Marikawa Shizuka stared, moved her feet, and retreated behind Saeko. Busujima Saeko glanced at her speechlessly, but didn't care. Shizuka was a recovery demon after all, so it was enough to do her job as a nurse. She retracted her gaze and looked at Scorpio, and her desire to kill was a little bit uncontrollable. But before that, let's clear the monsters first. Busujima Saeko looked at the Gastrula animals running in the front. Her goal was stage 4. Yotani Miko was a little worried. Her ability of psychic demon is very effective against spiritual creatures. But she is not good at physical attacks at all. It feels like she is the one who gets the least out of this monster feast. Geng Ziza is eager to try, and there is no other emotion in her eyes except excitement. Anyway, the protogastrics can't see her. Seeing that they can't hold back, Lin En waved forward, let's go. There is no opponent ahead of us. As soon as Lin En spoke, Busujima Saeko ran out like a wild horse. On the way, she chopped down a bunch of protogastrics in stages I, II, and III, and went straight to the stage. After changing to a forged sword, Busujima Saeko is like a killing god. Kill gods if gods get in the way, and kill Buddhas if Buddhas get in the way. Tendo Kimura curled her lips and rushed out unwilling to be outdone. Her swordsmanship was strong in itself. Before she became a demon, she could not fight a long battle due to her physical weakness. But with just a momentary burst, she could directly injure a stage 4 protostoms. Now that she has become a demon, Tendo Kimura will naturally become even more powerful. Shina Mahiru and Kasumigaoka Utaha also approached stage 4. After all, everyone is 413 a mid-level demon, and they can't let Busujima Saeko and Tendo Kimura steal the limelight. Only Yotsuya Miko looked around awkwardly, then pulled Yurikawa and said righteously, Zaya, let me help you upgrade. Hey! Yurikawa was stunned for a moment, then said happily, okay, okay. Finally, I can fight side by side with Miko. Yurikawa put her hands on her waist, full of energy, and pointed at the Gastrula in front, Miko, let's go hunt that big guy. Yotsuya Miko looked over, then her eyelids jumped, and she smiled awkwardly. Well, Xiahua, stage 4 is still too difficult for you. Why don't we start with that first? Yotsuya Miko pointed to the slightly smaller stage 3. Yuri Kawaka blinked and asked in confusion, but, that one looks so small. It's enough. Yotani Miko didn't wait for her to refuse, and forcefully pulled her to find trouble with stage 3. On the other side, Geng Ziza was floating in the air, occasionally asking for trouble and gaining experience. Although the protogastrics couldn't see her, she didn't have the ability to eliminate the protogastrics above stage 3 in one fell swoop. What's more, it's not as comfortable as gaining experience by yourself. Everyone in the family is working hard to accumulate experience. Except for one person. Marikawa Shizuka stood next to Lin En, waving her fist. Keep going everyone. I have prepared enough recovery items for everyone. Lin En's eyelids jumped, and he slapped her plump buttocks hard. The crisp sound was pleasant to the ears. Lin En said unhappily, you should also hurry up and gain experience. Marikawa Shizuka covered her back and dragged her feet to find trouble with the protogastric animals. After a while, the battlefield of the protogastric animals, was filled with sounds such as thunder strike, come on. Let me kill you, you are also an enemy, etc. Lin En observed for a while, and after seeing that they were not in any danger, he set his sights on Scorpio. Every time it got closer, the protogastric factor atlas on Lin En's panel became brighter. Lin En really wanted to know what changes would happen to this skill when Scorpio was annihilated. At the same time, after giving the cursed object to Lin En, Izayama Yomi did not return to Kyoto immediately. Although the first level cursed item does require the escort of a senior person, she is not sent here. She came to Tokyo for other tasks, and delivering the cursed item was just a side job. Coffee shop. A petite and slender girl sat opposite Izayama Yamizu. She wore a beret on her head, gently covering her light golden hair, and her purple pupils were clear and bright. Izayama Yamizu took a sip of coffee and said, Miss Goddess of Wisdom, please tell me about this incident. Iwanaga Kotoko, call me Kotoko. Iwanaga Kotoko smiled lightly, and her words and deeds were generous and noble. Okay, Miss Kotoko. Izayama Yamizu followed suit and stared straight into her eyes. Iwanaga Kotoko sighed, you haven't even had a few sips of coffee since you came here, but you're staring at me like you're interrogating a criminal. How rude. Sorry. Izayama Yomizumi said sorry, but his expression didn't change. He still stared at Iwao. Nagakoto looked non-stop. Okay, okay. Iwanaga Koto raised her hands in surrender, then stood up and said, instead of listening to me, why don't you go and see it with your own eyes? After crossing a layer of membrane, an inconspicuous shrine came into view. Izayama Yamizu's eyes slightly condensed. Iwanaga Koto said, when I found out that there was something wrong here, I asked them to hide it. Izayama Yamizu raised his eyes full of solemnity. The demonic aura soaring into the sky. And, as expected, there is the breath of Yuko. Izayama Yamizu's heart tightened. Clang. She subconsciously pulled out the Lion King and was about to go up to find out. Iwanaga Kotoko pulled her arm out and said in a complicated tone, are you going to go up like this? Izayama Yamizu was stunned for a moment, then looked at her with a puzzled look. Iwanaga Kotoko's mouth twitched, are you sure you can solve it? No need to notify your department. Iwanaga Kotoko's emotions fluctuated. If she hadn't been attracted by her identity in the Environmental Countermeasures Bureau, how could she have brought her to this dangerous place? And did the woman just mention the name of Yuko? Isn't that a famous big monster? Is it really possible for a high school girl like her to solve something related to her? Izayama Yamizu paused, then shook her head and said, I don't know. But If we continue to wait, I'm afraid it will be too late. She looked serious, with determination in her eyes. Actually, she was quite confident. But she didn't want to say too much. She had solved 6 incidents with the smell of feathered fox by herself. No problem at all. But you can't guarantee that it will fail one day. Hee. She is so stubborn. Iwanaga Kotoko had a headache. If she had known this, she would not have gotten involved in this mess. But please rest assured. Izayama Yomi suddenly thought of the previous incident and decided to give Iwanaga Kotoko some confidence. He took out the devil flyer that Lin En handed to her. This is... Iwanaga Kotoko was a little confused. Devil summoning form. As long as I start to inject magic power, a demon will appear and help me through the crisis. Of course. You need to pay me later. Hey. Iwanaga Kotoko was dumbfounded. You are a human being, and you are an exorcist. You expect a demon too? Although she was not familiar with creatures like demons, she could hear some from the monsters. However, things like demon flyers. This was the first time I had seen it with my own eyes. Well, although it was shameful for humans to rely on demons, it was also a solution. At least, Iwanaga Kotoko was relieved. Of course. The premise was that the demons were strong enough. Okay. Then focus on it. The world of black bullets. The sky was getting dark. Busujima Saeko and Tendo Kimura were also fighting each other. The two of them didn't know when they started to compete in tacit understanding. As for the other corners, they were dealt with by Kasumigaoka Utaha and Shina Mahiru. Seeing that they were already panting with exhaustion, Lin En clapped his hands and called them back. Next. It was Scorpio. Leave the remaining protogasters to Xiaohua and the others. All the high-level protogasters were killed. The remaining ones were just right for Xiaohua and the lower-level demons. The crusade against Scorpio was not suitable for them. Not only was their strength unable to cause damage to Scorpio, Xiaohua's unsystematic use of arrogance was really unbearable to watch. Lin En was afraid that she would accidentally slide and send herself directly into Scorpio's mouth. In the crusade, he was the main force. One was to see how far his current strength could go, and the other was because of the protogastric factor Atlas. But before the crusade, let's replenish the magic first. Looking at Saeko and the others who were crying for food, Lin En rewarded them one by one. Why is it like this again? Marikawa Shizuka puffed up her face. Ever since everyone in the family knew that Lin En's magic replenishment also had the same effect as Marikawa Shizuka, her recovery props decisively fell out of favor. It was so hard to make it. She complained, then lined up and looked at Lin En expectantly. Kasumigaoka Utaha rolled her eyes at her and whispered, "Aren't you the same? You don't even drink what you produce, but you want others to drink it." After a while, the supply was completed. Everyone in Lin En's family set their sights on Scorpio. Busujima Saeko's eyes were solemn. There was no longer the sense of ease before. No matter who it is, seeing this mountain-like proto-stomach animal, they will subconsciously become nervous. For a behemoth like this, just turning over can cause the collapse of an area. Hey! Finally I have to face it. Kasumigaoka Utaha clenched the demon book tightly, not knowing whether the maximum power output of the lightning strike could cause damage to it. As if sensing the gaze of Lin En and the others, Scorpio paused for a moment, then opened his huge mouth and roared. Yeaine. The sound was sharp and piercing, and the air was shaken into a mess, blowing the clothes. But Lin En frowned. This cry sounded like crying. Chapter 96, Chapter 96. This starry sky region, still missing the sun. Lightning strike. Kasumigaoka Utaha opened the Book of Demons, and a waterfall of azure blue lightning fell from the sky, slamming into the black carapace of Scorpio. Crackling. The black carapace instantly turned red under the high temperature. Then it was pierced straight through. Purple blood rushed and spilled all over the ground. But the tender red flesh was exposed for a moment, then it grew rapidly and covered the black carapace again. Kasumigaoka Utaha's face froze, and she said a little discouraged, "It's completely useless. This kind of creature, even iron-made weapons can't suppress its regeneration speed." Busujima Saeko pulled out the iron-made sword inserted in Scorpio. The place where the damage was caused was intact in less than a second. Faced with this situation, even Busujima Saeko had no good solution. Fortunately, they just came to get experience. Lin En is still the main force. So, next, Saeko Busujima and others who have been promoted to intermediate demons threw all their skills at Scorpio. It was not until he was about to lose strength that he was brought out by Lin En. Huff huff. Several women panted and were taken care of by Gengzizi and others. Kasumigaoka Shiu panted and said, "It consumes so much energy, and it's such a big thing. I should be able to get a lot of experience, right?" Tendo Mu suddenly said, "Is it possible to directly upgrade to a high-level demon?" Kasumigaoka Shiu rolled her eyes at her. "Just a few days after becoming an intermediate demon, you're already thinking about a high-level demon?" Saeko Busujima thought for a while and said, "After all, we are not the main force, so we should not have too many fantasies." But Bushima thinking of the wanton killing before, Saeko licked her lips subconsciously, and then smiled. "We have also killed a lot of stage 4 protostoms, so there should be a lot of improvements." Hearing this, Kasumigaoka Shiu said in a complicated tone, "Saeko, you will definitely be fine, maybe you can already upgrade." After all, before the crusade, Saiko's ability value was not far from upgrading. "How long has it been?" Kasumigaoka Shiu bit her lips, a little unwilling. Saeko Busujima smiled and said nothing. Her dream is to become the sharpest knife of the master. Slow down, it's not okay. In her daily life, if the master doesn't have any instructions, she will keep killing. She doesn't find it boring, but thinks it is a kind of enjoyment. After all, yearning for killing is not just a skill name. Saeko Busujima really yearns for killing. So, there is a reason why Lin En rated her as the best cow and horse of the clan. Humph! Hearing that Busujima Saeko was about to be upgraded to a superior demon, Tendo Kimura said unwillingly, "I will definitely become the sharpest knife of Lord Lin En." Busujima Saeko. Busujima Saeko looked at her with a strange expression. How could this person steal other people's lines? But, hearing Tendo Kimura's words, she just smiled softly. No matter what others say, it's just a metaphor. Only she. Busujima Saeko thought of her demonization ability, and then thought of the feeling of being held in the hand of Lord Lin En. Hu. Unconsciously, her breathing became a little more rapid. Kasumigaoka Shiu looked at Busujima Saeko strangely. Tendo Mugen. Do all swordsmen look like this? Share the same lines? On the other side, Lin En stood alone in front of Scorpio. And Scorpio, for some reason, stopped moving. So handsome. Looking at Lin En's back, Kasumigaoka Utaha said infatuatedly, as expected of the master. Just the back made her a little. But it might be that the visual impact was too shocking. One person, one mountain. Standing opposite each other, looking at each other from a distance. Hiss. But what made them strange was, Scorpio, stop. Why? They looked strange. They were fighting hard just now. Lin En was also a little confused. But although Scorpio's voice sounded like crying, it seemed to have a hint of wisdom. But Lin En looked at the deformed behemoth. Alas! With this appearance, it's better to go and reincarnate. Lin En calmed down and looked at Scorpio. A behemoth like this is the most natural target for Lin En. And it's not flexible enough. Lin En just moved simply, and Scorpio couldn't do anything to him. Even Saeko and the others didn't get hurt because of their flexibility. Except for the regeneration ability and destructive power, it has nothing else to offer. Lin En opened his hands and was not prepared to fight a protracted war with it. With a buzz, a black-white area magic circle instantly unfolded from the top of Scorpio's head. The range was so large that it covered the entire Scorpio. Yeeini yeeini. Feeling threatened, Scorpio roared again. The next second, a purple energy beam spit out from its mouth. Boom! The purple energy beam hit the air in front of Lin En, as if it was blocked by an invisible copper wall. Magic barrier. A very simple magic release technique. With Lin En's current strength, Scorpio's attack could not break his magic barrier at all. Boom! The wide area magic circle above the sky made a sound that seemed to penetrate the heaven and earth. The next second, it was like the sky was falling. Black lightning poured on Scorpio's body like a torrent. The terrifying lightning seemed to dye the entire sky black. The power that was enough to destroy the entire Tokyo completely erupted from Scorpio. Endless air waves swept across. Kasumigaoka Utaha and others stared blankly at the scene in front of them that seemed like a miracle, and swallowed subconsciously. This was the first time they saw Lin En make such a big noise. Busujima Saeko clenched her hands. She is not worthy of being held in the hands of her master now. Mr. Lin En, you are really strong. Shina Mahiru's eyes were dull, and she only saw Lin En's figure. Geng Yuzai tightly grasped Busujima Saiko's shoulders, fearing that she would be carried away by this extremely strong airflow. Although ghosts have weight, they will be blown away. So handsome. Yurikawa Hana's eyes were as bright as a light bulb. She shook Yotsuya Miko's shoulders frantically, her eyes flashing with stars, and said expectantly, Miko, Miko, will we be as strong as Minister Lin En in the future? Yotsuya Miko, who was shaken, was also forced to get out of the shock. Helplessly said, it should be, okay. After all, there is the existence of the grace system. Okay yet. Getting the answer she wanted, Lily Kawaka jumped up excitedly. She also wanted to be as handsome as Minister Lin En. With Lily Kawaka's innocent interruption, the girls also got out of their shock. Then they looked at Lin En's back with admiration. This is their master. It's their Lord Lin En. Hey! After a while, the momentum caused by the black lightning gradually dissipated. Zero, please ask for flowers. Lin En also breathed a sigh of relief. Releasing such a wide area lightning strike still consumes a lot of magic power. But the result is good. Lin En looked at the empty scene in front of him. Scorpio, completely annihilated. From the molecule. Lin En stood there, opened his personal panel, clicked on Devil Chess Piece, and checked the changes in apoptosis genome. Apoptosis genome, incubating. Factor collection, already included, mole factor, hedgehog factor. Factor chimera, double factor chimera. Factor assimilation, can parasitize other life forms and implant the apoptosis species, which can be transformed into a puppet controlled by the host. Zodiac, Scorpio. Lin En's eyes narrowed. Zodiac? Scorpio? What the hell is this? Stage V apoptosis animals are stuffed in? Lin En couldn't help but click it, and then suddenly heard a cry of surprise. Master, you hurt me. Lin En? In Lin En's puzzled eyes. In the vast starry sky, a petite and slender figure emerged. As the figure solidified, Lin En gradually saw her face. She had a dark night black color gradually changing to violet tail, with a wisp of wine-red hair on the top of the head. The hairstyle is an asymmetrical double spiral ponytail, and the right hair is tied with a barbed Gothic style. A pair of eyes are like liquid amber, with scorpion tail patterns deep in the pupils. Lin En blinked, are you a Scorpio? Yes, Master. Her voice is sweet, blinking and looking up at Lin En. Lin En. No, do you really think he is the god of Lolita? What kind of Lolita is stuffed into him? You. Stella O'Brien. Master, just call me Stella. Lin En rubbed his eyebrows, so what's the situation now? Stella spoke in a sweet voice, with her index finger on her lips. Well. Master has signed a contract with me. Contract? Lin En was puzzled. Then after her explanation, he looked at her speechlessly. Anyway, it's similar to the state of his family. So, what abilities do you have now? Stella thought for a moment, then smiled and said, at the moment, condense the phantom of Scorpio. Lin. It seems useless. Summon the phantom to hit people? Stella pursed her lips. When the sisters arrive, it will definitely be different. Lin was speechless. You still want me to put other zodiac signs in? Stella blinked. Master, don't you want to? Lin paused. Well, I do want to. It's mainly because of my collecting addiction. The skill clearly shows the zodiac signs, but there is only one Scorpio. Lin felt itchy all over, and his obsessive-compulsive disorder was about to come on. Stella smiled sweetly, then said, Master, Master, I have another function. In Lin En's strange eyes, Stella turned into a rainbow light, hanging high in the starry sky. Lin En was stunned for a moment, then touched his chin, and said with a strange expression, So, this starry sky has Scorpio from now on. He turned his head to look at other empty positions. Gemini, Virgo, Aquarius. Hiss. It's really a bit empty. And? Is it missing the sun? So. Where should the sun go? Chapter 97, Chapter 97 Great Favor of the Clan, New Skills. Seeing Stella hanging in the starry sky, Lin En stood quietly for a while, and then left the starry sky of Devil Chess Piece. He had an inexplicable feeling. Devil Chess Piece seemed to be nurturing the universe. He shook his head and put these things aside for the time being. Now the starry sky in Devil Chess Piece is more than 100,000 miles away from completion. It's still too far for him. Let's take it slowly. Turning off the personal panel, Lin En walked in front of Shi Yu and the others. Then his eyes looked farther away. Far away. The blonde lowly hiding in a ruin paused. Ah, discovered. Her voice was flat, giving people a mechanical feeling of reading. Although the distance was far, the hearing of the demons was terrifyingly strong. Busujima Saeko and others looked in the direction of the sound. There was an inexplicable look in their eyes. A little bug sneaked in. Busujima Saeko's voice was calm. No one was surprised by this situation. After Tokyo fell, they also let go of their control over Tokyo. It's normal for someone to come to Tokyo to find out what's going on. But since you're here, you can't leave. Tina Sprunt's body stiffened. So scary. She walked out of the ruins silently, indicating that she had no hostility. After analyzing the existing intelligence, Tina is no match at all, so. 020 Tina Sprunt slowly raised her hands, looking like she was asking to be tortured. Tina has been captured by you. Lin En. Busujima Saeko's lips moved a little, and her expression was a little subtle. But she knows the situation very well. Tina Sprunt said, although far away, she still witnessed the scene of the stage V proto-gastric animals being instantly destroyed, so it was hard for her not to know the situation. Originally, she was sent by Wuxiang to investigate the situation in Tokyo. To see why Tokyo suddenly fell. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Now, the case should be solved. Picked up another loli for free. Lin En shook his head subtly, then waved his hand and said, Let's go, I'll go back and update your favor. Busujima Saeko. Intermediate Demon. Race, Demon. Master, Lin En Walliver. Strength, SSS 1378. Agility, SS 1096. Durability, SS 1035. Magic, SS 1028. Inherent skills. Yearning for killing, omitted. Demon of the Sword, omitted. Development ability, Swordsman I. Seeing the favor information on Busujima Saeko's back, Lin En secretly said, as expected. Then he said, "It's okay, it should be the limit. But it's really fast." Lin En sighed. Busujima Saeko breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. He whispered, "Then I'll leave it to you, Master." Lin En nodded at her back. Level up. The unrestrained moan sounded, making Shina Mahiru and others blush. "Saeko, why did you make such a seductive sound? You must have done it on purpose." After a while. Favor information updated. Busujima Saeko. Superior Demon. Race, Demon. Master, Lin Walifer. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic, I0. Inherent skills. Slaughter Vision, omitted. Sword Demon, omitted. Black Eclipse Blade. Bacterial Resonance, absorbs trace amounts of enterovirus when attacking with weapon, converts into self-strength recovery. Blood Slaughter Awakening, when killing continuously, the weapon is gradually covered with black erosion lines, and the final attack range is expanded by 200%. This is... Lin En was surprised. After seeing the ability related to the protozoan virus in the skill, Lin En suddenly realized. It turned out that it was because of killing too many protozoan viruses that the ability was obtained. Lin En copied the information of the favor of Saeko Busujima. Saeko Busujima saw her level at first glance. Superior Demon. In this way, she can help the master do more things. Then she looked down and saw a new skill. Black Erosion Blade. Saeko Busujima looked puzzled. It should be because of the protozoan creatures. Lin En briefly said his guess. However, anyone who sees the protozoan virus in the skill description should be able to connect it. After listening to Lin En's explanation, Saeko Busujima suddenly realized. But... Lin En touched his chin and said, "This skill is still useful in the Black Bullet world. After all, there is an ability to restore physical strength. But it is limited to the original enterovirus. Once Busujima Saeko leaves the Black Bullet world, this skill will be half useless." Busujima Saeko smiled indifferently, "It's better than nothing." And Busujima Saeko's eyes seemed to flash blood red. "In this way, I can kill better in this world, and gain experience." Kasumigaoka Utaha pulled the corner of her mouth. "Almost said what was in my heart, this killer." Seeing Busujima Saeko awaken a new skill, Yotsuya Miko suddenly thought, "In this way, can't we also awaken similar skills?" Thinking of this, she was a little excited. Her summoning demon was so useless. It only worked wonders on spirit creatures. It was powerless when fighting normal monsters. She could only look at the physical fitness and magic power of the intermediate demons, which made her want to learn the skills of using magic power. Unless she raised some powerful cursed spirits. But so far, she hasn't encountered a very strong one. What's more, she can't enslave a too strong one. It's simply useless. If she could awaken new skills, maybe there would be changes? Yotsuya Miko was looking forward to it. New skills. Others heard Yotsuya Miko's guess and looked forward to it. But soon, they lost. Tisk. Kasumigaoka Utaha pouted, "Saeko is the only one." Yotsuya Miko also had a grey face. The wish for new skills was dashed. Lin En patted her on the back and provided her with another idea. "Since we can't enslave powerful cursed spirits, why not make friends with them and sign a contract?" Contract? Yotsuya Miko's face gradually improved. But is it necessary to make friends with cursed spirits? Her face became stiff again. Until now, she still can't forget the time when she was scared to death by cursed spirits. Cursed spirits, they all deserve to die. Thinking of her past predicament, she felt ashamed and angry, and her body became hot. Red temperature. Lin En continued to help them update their favors one by one. The ability values of Kasumigaoka Utaha and others who were already intermediate demons increased a lot, but they did not reach the limit of upgrading. Lower-level demons such as Geng Yuzai and Lilihua and others also upgraded. But there were no other changes except that the level reached the intermediate demon. Lily Chuanhua's development ability has been improved to Boxer Eye. It may be because she often wraps her fist with aura and punches out. Geng Zai's development ability is Netherworld Resistance Eye, immune to the mental erosion of curse skills. In a dark environment or negative energy area, the total ability value is increased by 20%. It is a very good development ability. Lin En commented. Geng Zaiza smiled and threw herself on Lin En, constantly rubbing his head with her fierce mouth. Master, Master, when will you come to taste the ghost? Geng Zaiza's narrow eyes slightly hooked, and Lin En moved slightly. Miss Ghost has said this, if he doesn't respond, he will be worse than Ning Keichin. Lin En patted her, come to my room tonight. Geng Zaiza's eyes suddenly lit up. The 60-year-old virgin is finally going to give up her precious first time tonight. Then the master has to wait for me. After saying this, Geng Zaiza seemed to become light and airy. Although she was light and airy to begin with. Seeing her like this, Kasumigaoka Shia curled her lips and said nothing. She was just a little curious. What does it feel like if it's a ghost? Shina Mahiru opened her mouth, then pursed her lips in frustration. She had long guessed that this day would come. Geng Zaiza was too proactive towards Mr. Lin En. She tempted him from time to time. Now it's a natural outcome, as expected. But she was clearly in front of Geng Zaiza. The most depressed one is Yotsuya Miko. Another one. She muttered to herself. Hey, Miko, weren't you the first one to become Minister Lin's family? Yurikawaka asked curiously, then did you climb onto Minister Lin's bed? Climb onto the bed. Yotsuya Miko's face flushed, and she looked at Yurikawaka with surprise. Such words are too bold. But thinking of her natural attributes, it seems normal. But it's really heartbreaking, Zayahua. If you cut it open, it won't be black, right? Seeing Yotsuya Miko's reaction, Yurikawaka's face suddenly showed an expression of awe, so. Yotsuya Miko's face turned black. Don't tell me. I'm so embarrassed for not climbing onto the bed. Just when she was indignant, Yurikawa Hana suddenly said seriously, Jitsi, I will help you. Xiao, Zayahua. Yotani Jianzi became stammering. What to help her? Help her climb onto the master's bed? How to help her? Yotani Jianzi was a little ashamed and a little curious. Definitely not wanting to know the specific method. Yurikawa Hana showed a righteous look and patted Yotani Jianzi's shoulder like an elder brother. Don't worry, Jianzi, I will definitely help you after I climb onto the minister's bed. Hey! Yotani Jianzi's eyes suddenly widened. I didn't expect you to be such a Zayahua. You said you would help your bestie, but you ended up thinking about climbing onto the bed first? Friendship is over. Friendship is over. Yotani Jianzi looked regretful. Zayahua, bad. On the other side, it was finally Tendo Kisaragi's turn to update the favor. She was looking forward to it and quickly took off her clothes, waiting for Lin En's visit. The next second, Lin En's hand pressed on her smooth back. The grace information emerged. Tendo Kimura. Intermediate Demon. Race, Demon. Master, Lin En Walliver. Strength, C613. Agility, C687. Durability, E437. Magic, E497. Tendo Ryu Menkyo Kaden, omitted. Sword Demon, omitted. Revenge Demon, omitted. Elegy of Sad Wish. Lin En checked it carefully. The level did not change, but the ability value increased very quickly. Because of Tendo Ryu Menkyo Kaden, Tendo Kimura's strength and agility increased very quickly. In addition, he has been killing and killing during this period. And like Saeko, a new skill has appeared. Chapter 98, Chapter 98 Almost in Heat Kitten, Love That One Coming Home. Elegy of the Sorrowful Wish. Hate Mark, increases damage to Gastrula creatures by 50%. Declaration of the End, next attack will hit the target's weak point. Similar to Psycho Busujima's new skill, both are related to Gastrula creatures. But does the effect of Declaration of the End seem to be pretty good? Lin En copied the information of Tendo Mugen's favor. Tendo Mugen grabbed her own favor information and laughed when she saw the new skill. She is not much worse than Psycho Busujima. After updating their favors, Lin En set her sights on Tina. Now it's your turn. Tina's eyes widened a little and pointed at herself. Lin En nodded silently. Tina paused for a moment, then began to undress silently. Perverted Lolita control. She muttered to herself. Then she showed her back to Lin En. Lin En gathered the demon chess piece and pressed it on her back. The grace information emerged. Tina Sprunt. Lower level demon. Race, demon. Master, Lin En Walliver. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic, I0. Inherent skills. Owl with Gastrula factor. Increase all attributes in nighttime combat. Battlefield topology. Automatically generate a three-dimensional tactical map by analyzing terrain/airflow/sound. It's not a special demon. But it does have two skills. Battlefield topology. Has the talent to become a battle commander. Lin En copied her grace information and explained her current situation. After a while, Tina's face was suddenly enlightened. She looked at her wings curiously. So 02, this is the reason why the cursed children disappeared. Devil. Well, they, who were originally called the children of the devil, will eventually become demons. And the characteristics of the protozoan virus are completely gone. That is to say, there is no need to worry about turning into protozoans anymore. Tina was in a daze, and felt that she was favored by the goddess of luck. No. It should be said. Tina was favored by Tina's current master, Lin En. Tina looked up silently and engraved Lin En's face in her mind. The master is their savior, the savior of the cursed children. Even if he is a demon. She took a deep breath, bowed her head to Lin En, and said solemnly, "Thank you for giving me a new life." At this moment, she was a little grateful to Wu Xianghui for sending her to perform this mission. But she looked up again, her expression full of seriousness. "I am familiar with Osaka and America, please send me to these two places for support." Tina decided to be the guide. Bring back all the cursed children. Lin En patted her head and entrusted her with an important task. "Okay, then I'll leave it to you." But Lin En was not very reassured about her condition. If I remember correctly, she seemed to have a setting of not being able to wake up during the day because of the owl factor. I don't know if this shortcoming disappeared after she was reincarnated as a demon. Lin En shook his head and started the next work. Now the cursed children have been sent from all over the world one after another. He also needs to reincarnate them into demons as soon as possible to eliminate the protozoan virus in their bodies and let them feel at ease. After finishing all the things, it was late at night. Lin En bedroom. "Master, I'm here." Gengziza came through the wall. Lin En's eyelids jumped. "You, what are you wearing?" Geng Ziza looked down and asked in confusion, Master, don't you like it? She was wearing a pure white loose robe, a white triangular scarf on her forehead, and a few blue ghost lights floating around her. Really ghost? No, I like it very much. Lin En pulled her down from the air. As Geng Zizi exclaimed, the ghost lights in the room suddenly flickered. The next day, Geng Zizi's pink tongue gently licked Lin En's skin. Master, how does the ghost taste? Her narrow eyes flashed a trace of cunning, and her fingers drew circles on Lin En's body. Compared to Xiu and the others, it should taste different, right? Lin En touched his chin and said righteously, I think this kind of thing still needs to be verified by multiple experiments before a real conclusion can be drawn. Geng Ziza paused for a moment, then rolled her eyes at him unhappily. Her eyes rolled a few times, and she floated up naked. There are many benefits of ghosts. For example, can you easily unlock more strange postures? Suddenly, Lin En narrowed his eyes and exhaled comfortably. Fully automatic ghost cup. Wonderful. Afternoon. After handing over the affairs of the Black Bullet world to his family, Lin En became idle. Apartment. Living room. Lin En and the kitten started a new round of fighting. On the side. As a pet, Bushi Kui puffed up her face and stared at the tower sitting in the arms of her owner. Tachin kitten. She felt that her territory was threatened. Her hair seemed to explode. Tachin kitten was absent-mindedly playing video games, glancing at Bushi Kui from time to time. Then her eyes were on the cat ears on Bushi Kui's head. She was silent for a while, and then inadvertently revoked the magic that hid her ears. Lin En looked down and said strangely, Kitten, why are your ears exposed? Tachin kitten pursed her lips, the magic is a little unstable. Magic is unstable? Lin En looked strange, but didn't say anything. Bushi Kui, stare. This shameless cat. Definitely intentional. Tachin kitten pursed her lips and whispered, Senior, my ears are itchy. Tachin kitten asked for a touch. Lin En was stunned for a moment, then the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she put her hand on Tachin kitten's head. Her broad fingers gently stroked her soft cat ears. The kitten in Tachin trembled all over, twisted its body unconsciously, and slightly clamped its legs together, and its breathing became a little heavy. Lin En paused. Could it be? Is it going to estrus? Lin En looked strange. He remembered that if the cat-shaped mandrill went into estrus before reaching adulthood, it would be life-threatening, right? Thinking of this, Lin En stopped immediately. The kitten in Tachin looked up, and there seemed to be a layer of mist in his eyes, staring at Lin En in a daze. As if wondering why he didn't continue? Just as Lin En was about to find a reason, Bushi Kui suddenly squeezed in. Master! Bushi Kui got into Lin En's arms, tears streaming down her face. It felt like being the broken feeling of abandonment. At this time, she didn't care about being shy. Master, you're going to be snatched away. Seeing this, Lin En put his hand on Bushi Kui's head again and rubbed it gently. Hey hoo hoo! Feeling Lin En's touch, Bushi Kui's face immediately changed and she smiled foolishly. Tachin kitten paused for a moment and stared at Bushi Kui in silence. The previous feeling was gone. Seeing this, Lin En also breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, the kitten should not be in heat. But Lin En did not expect that she became a little abnormal just by touching the kitten's ears. It seems that I should pay more attention in the future. But Lin En looked at the secret competition between Tachin kitten and Bushi Kui, and suddenly felt that it seemed that raising two cats was not bad. I don't know if Liya Si has the possibility of transferring the cat. Just as the kitten from Tachin and Bushi Kui were fighting for the right to touch Lin En, the doorbell of the apartment suddenly rang. Lin En raised his eyebrows. Who was it at this time? His clansmen were all in the Black Bullet world to gain experience. Nangang Au? Master! I'll go open the door. After hearing the doorbell, Busujima stopped fighting with the kitten from Tachin. She wanted to be a sensible cat. As soon as the door opened, Busujima saw a beautiful girl wearing thin-framed glasses and exuding an intellectual aura. Busujima asked in confusion, "Who are you?" She had never seen this big sister before, so she should not from the clan, right? Seeing Busujima, Kangna's eyes also flashed with surprise. "Kangna Ziti." He said his name, and then asked, "Excuse me, is Lin En here?" "Master." Busujima was stunned for a moment, then stepped aside, "Please come in first." "Master." Lin's family? Walking into the living room, Kangna was still a little nervous. She couldn't help but squeeze her thighs together, obviously recalling some scenes. But when she saw the kitten from Tachin sitting in Lin's arms, her steps stopped directly. A flash of surprise suddenly flashed across her eyes. Why would Rias's family be here with Lin? And they are so close. She clenched her fist subconsciously. Then she took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. But Kangna's eyes flashed with cold light, but it soon disappeared. Hee. Rias. What about her fiancé? How could he attack Lin? He even used the cat attack. Hey! Be patient. Be patient. At this time, Lin also noticed Kangna's figure. Lin said in surprise, "Oh, rare guest." He didn't have any bad feelings towards Sana. After all, she gave him a house and water magic. These things were all sent by Rias. This was the second time that Lin En and Sana met since the last broken engagement. Lin En thought that Sana would avoid him before cancelling the engagement. As a result, she came here suddenly today. Lin En was confused for a moment. However, if Sana came to him, there should be only one thing. Has the cancellation of the engagement been resolved? Sana's expression froze. Resolve? Cancel the engagement? She suddenly remembered this matter. Ah! No, it's not. Sana was a little embarrassed. Lin En was silent for a while, then asked, "What are you doing?" Kangna silently took out a bunch of scrolls, spells, and weapons. Then he put them all on the ground. Lin En's eyelids jumped. Kangna began to explain one by one. This is a magic of sacred attribute, the Chain of Redemption. Light attribute spell, photo etching seal. Sacred attribute weapon, the Nail of the Penitent. Light attribute weapon, photon collapse hand cannon. Chapter 99, Chapter 99. So, who is your master? Lin En's apartment. Living room. The air was filled with silence. Lin En fell silent as he looked at the spells, weapons, etc. piled on the floor. Lin En didn't speak until Kana finished taking out all the things. This is... well, it's compensation. Kana pondered for a moment, then said, "I heard from Rias that you need something with holy and light attributes recently." Compensation. Lin En raised his eyebrows and thought of the previous conversation. If the engagement is cancelled, he will be compensated. But... Lin En asked in confusion, "But haven't we cancelled the engagement yet?" Kana's face froze, and he stammered, "It's a matter of sooner or later." Okay. Lin En reluctantly accepted this explanation. If she insisted on giving it to him, could Lin En refuse? But... Lin En looked at her subtly, "Did you rob the church?" When it came to this topic, Kana calmed down again. She pushed her glasses and said calmly, "It's just a small bug that's not worth mentioning." A small bug? How could there be so many small bugs? Lin En's eyelids twitched. But... let's just take it as it is. There's no need for Lin En to expose her. After all, he is the one who benefits. Well... these sacred and light attributed things are just for Mahiru. Is it not good to give Mahiru the things that Sana gave him? But even Mahiru is his, how can giving to the family be considered giving to others? Kui, give Miss Sana a cup of tea. She gave him so many things, Miss Sana deserves a cup of tea. Sana pursed her lips. Miss Sana. Yas was calling her by her name directly. She felt a little muffled when she spoke harshly. And Kang Na stared at the Tachin kitten silently, who was still sitting in Lin En's arms. As if she felt the cold gaze, the Tachin kitten stiffened slightly, and then met Kang Na's gaze. Tachin kitten. She remembered that President Kang Na should have an engagement with Senior Lin En, right? Would it be a little bad for her to lean on the senior's arms so openly? But isn't she a pet? Unable to bear Kang Na's gaze, the Tachin kitten stood up silently. Senior, I'll go back first. Without giving anyone a chance to stay, the Tachin kitten used the teleportation magic directly and left Lin En's apartment. But the moment she stood up and left Lin En's arms, she felt a little dazed. Feeling a little empty. After the Tachin kitten left, Lin En's apartment fell silent again. Kang Na sipped her tea and felt a little embarrassed. She came in a rush. But because of the friendly exchanges when they first met, the relationship between her and Lin En was a little subtle. I don't know. What should I say? She wanted to save the awkward relationship between the two of them. But all she could think of was to spend money. After hurriedly drinking a cup of tea, Kang Na left. Lin En was a little confused about this woman. Just to give him something? Could this woman want to support him? Just then, the phone notification sounded. Rias, what did you do to Konako? Private Kyo Academy. Supernatural Research Club. Rias looked at the model who was in a state of something wrong after going to Lin En. Like. She raised a question mark to Lin En. In this state, it is obvious that she is going to be in heat. Rias's expression is subtle. Lin En, this guy, could it be? Lin En. Does touching the ears count? Seeing Rias's question, Lin En knew what she wanted to ask. Rias. Surprise flashed in Rias' eyes. Just like this? She thought. Rias was a little uncomfortable. But is Kitty so innocent? Just touching the ears, and it looks like this? But fortunately, it didn't completely explode, it is in the controllable stage. Rias touched her forehead with a headache. In the future, why not prohibit Kitty from meeting Lin En? It's only been a short time, and he showed his ears to others. Will he show his tail next time? Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. Rias sighed like an old mother. Ding dong. Suddenly, a message alert came on the phone. Lin En, picture.jpg, thank Miss Sana for the reward for me. Sana is so generous, shouldn't you, Miss Rias, also show some appreciation? Lin En hinted wildly. Rias? Rias looked complicated. Lin En's pictures were all divine and light attributed spells and weapons. Without thinking, Rias knew that it was Sana who sent them. She received the news not long ago. A church of fallen angels in Juwang town was annihilated. Needless to say, it was Sana who did it. Diplomatic incident. Diplomatic incident. Just to send divine and light attributed spells and weapons to Lin En? Sana. You. Are you trapped? This point is temporarily in addition, Sana's matter will definitely be reported to the Demon King. Fortunately, Sana is still very rational. He only chose the weakest fallen angel among the three major forces. And that church does have a big problem. Overall, it's not a big deal. But Sarah Flarusama will definitely know. Rias was a little helpless. On the other side, in a corner of Juwang town, a woman who has been using magic to monitor the kittens in Tower City discovered her abnormality at the first time. Bian's estrus period has come early. The underworld. Leviathan's office. Sana's actions were immediately put on Sarah Flare's desk. She stared at the information in her hand and asked in confusion, destroyed a fallen angel's base in Juwang town. Did Sana do it? She was a little unbelievable. It doesn't seem like something Sana did. But after she finished reading all the information, her eyes were dull. Then she clenched the information in her hand and gritted her teeth and said, "My Sana, she actually did this for that man. I'm not willing." Sarah Flare's eyes were filled with tears, and then she said resolutely, "It must be that man. It must be that man who threatened Sana with the reason of dissolving the marriage. Woo. Sana, you have suffered." Sarah Flare had known about Sana's move to break off the engagement. But this matter is not simple. It concerns the entire underworld. She and the 4 demon kings of Surtsk are all new demon kings, and their foundation in the underworld is still shallow. If the promised things are not fulfilled, only it will make the underworld more turbulent. They can naturally suppress everything with their powerful strength, but what is the difference between that and the old demon king faction? So, the marriage contract with the Valif family has become a booster for stabilizing the underworld. Except for her, the other 3 demon kings attach great importance to it. Serafla, as a demon king, can understand it. But, sure enough, we can't let Sana bear this pain. Serafla's eyes were determined. This marriage contract was originally on her. For Sana's happiness. Her eyes were obscure, and I don't know what she was thinking. A few days later. The world of black bullets. The fall of Tokyo shocked the world. They focused all their attention on Tokyo. Then they were shocked again. Scorpio, dead? But how did he die? Who killed him? No one knows. Just when they were about to send someone to investigate, they suddenly discovered that their backyard seemed to be on fire. Why are there fewer and fewer cursed children for no apparent reason? After Lin En reincarnated a new batch of cursed children, his strength increased again. Then on the map of the Black Bullet world, a cross was drawn at the location of Neon Sendai. Sendai fell. At the same time, Shuzaiwan, teacher guidance room. Nangang Neiho closed her eyes, looking speechless. Jian Shan Huangchuan, lost contact. After putting down the phone, Nangang Neihu rubbed her eyebrows. Looking for someone? She's not good at this either. But Nangang Neihu suddenly thought of the demon flyer that Lin En handed to Jian Shan Huangchuan. I don't know if Jian Shan Huangchuan has used it. Although it is very likely that he will be asked for an exorbitant price, but at least it can be saved a life. It is estimated that with Lin En's current strength, it should not be a problem to face a big monster like Yuko. After thinking about it, she sent a message to Lin En. Black Bullet World. Lin En received a message from Nangang Neiyu. Izayama Yomi. Lin En thought of the black long straight a few days ago. He looked strange. I didn't expect that the chess piece I made casually before would be moved so soon. But if you cross the world, you can't feel the call of the devil's flyer. Lin En turned around and went to the main world. Main world. A shrine. Izayama Yomi and Iwanaga Kotoko were in a mess. Iwanaga Kotoko stared at Izayama Yomi with resentment. If it weren't for this guy, she wouldn't take such a risk. Izayama Yomi was also a little embarrassed. Sorry, I implicated you. She spoke a little breathlessly, obviously very tired. Jian Shan Huangchuan looked around, with endless fatigue in her eyes. This should be a fantasy space. This is the result of her discussion with Iwanaga Kotoko. But even if they knew Zhao's knowledge, there was no way for them to leave this space. So Iwanaga Kotoko affirmed, this place is definitely related to Yuko. It can make them, The main reason is that Jian Shan Huangchuan has no way to deal with it. It must be a big monster. Jian Shan Huangchuan hummed weakly. She almost didn't have the strength to speak now. Iwanaga Kotoko sighed, so, why don't you take out the life-saving leaflet you used before you came up? Hearing this, Jian Shan Huangchuan hesitated. In our current situation, if we use it, we will definitely have to pay a heavy price, right? Iwanaga Kotoko said speechlessly, it's already this time. No matter how high the price is, can it be worse now? Even if they don't summon the devil, they will be trapped here all the time, which is no different from death. But Izayama Yomi is still hesitating. Iwanaga Kotoko couldn't stand it anymore, so she took the flyer out of her pocket directly. Wait! Izayama Yomi was slightly startled. But Iwanaga Kotoko didn't care about her permission. She gave her a sweet smile, then raised the devil flyer. Please help me, Mr. Devil. The voice fell. The devil flyer in Iwanaga Kotoko's hand shone brightly. A magic circle unfolded instantly. Lin En's figure slowly emerged. But when he saw Izayama Yomi and Iwanaga Kotoko, Lin En paused slightly. So, who is the employer? Chapter 100, Chapter 100 Space Mirror, Broken Seconds. Her. Iwanaga Kotoko hurriedly pointed at Izayama Yamizu. Lin En looked at Izayama Yamizu, and then looked at the demon flyer in Iwanaga Kotoko's hand. Iwanaga Kotoko smiled awkwardly, and then stuffed the demon flyer in her hand to Izayama Yamizu. Izayama Yamizu. She opened her mouth, and finally could only sigh silently. There was no way. It was indeed Iwanaga Kotoko who was implicated. But who would have thought that this time he would capsize in the ditch? Obviously, there were no problems in the previous few times. But this time, Izayama Yamizu's eyes flickered slightly. This time, it turned out to be a tale of Yuyuko. Bad luck. She complained silently. Then she met Lin En's red eyes, and after a moment of silence, she could only nod and say, "It's me." Lin En nodded. It will be easy to confirm the employer. He began to look around the environment. It was dark, and a bronze mirror in the style of ukiyo-e from 108 years ago was floating in the air. The edges of each mirror were covered with dark red spells. Strangely, what was reflected in the mirror was not them, but pictures with a sense of history. Some reflected the burning city, while others reflected the spring garden. It seemed that each mirror was a different space. Izayama Yomi reminded, "It's very strange here. Every mirror can reflect the scene of the battle. Miss Kotoko and I have broken 8 mirrors." Hearing this, Iwanaga Kotoko smiled awkwardly. Basically, it was all done by Izayama Yomi alone. She could only analyze the situation, but she didn't expect Izayama Yomi to include it in her calculations. Izayama Huangchuan continued, "I guess we have to break all the mirrors to escape from this strange space." After she finished speaking, her eyes were a little solemn. 947, with only 8 mirrors, she was already in a mess. And there were 100 mirrors ahead. If she and Iwanaga Kotoko were the only ones, they would definitely not be able to get out. So, although she was a little hesitant before summoning the demon, but now that she was here, she didn't feel anything. She was even thinking about what reward she would pay. "I heard the demon is most interested in collecting followers." Her expression was a little confusing, and it was hard to tell what she was thinking. As for whether Lin En was able to lead them out of this space, a person who could chat and laugh with Lord Nangong should not be much different, right? Iwanaga Kotoko was also secretly looking at the summoned demon. "I always felt it was different from what I imagined. Aren't demons supposed to be weird, ugly, and scary? Why is this guy so handsome? And Shuchen uniform?" She muttered softly. "He's actually a student from the same school as her. By the way, is this demon really reliable?" There was some doubt in Iwanaga Kotoko's eyes. After all, the identity of a student is still hard to convince people. Okay, I understand. After Izayama Yomi's reminder, plus his own analysis and magic exploration, he has roughly understood everything about this place. In short, it's a fox demon's illusion space. If you want to be rough, just use the power of magic explosion to break through. This is easy for Lin En, the top demon. If it is more delicate, it can be easily broken by the slash of sword demon or the lightning strike of secretary demon. So, let's talk about the reward first. Hey! Iwanaga Kotoko's eyes widened, a little surprised by Lin En's directness. Izayama Yomi didn't have any expression. In fact, it can be said that he was relieved. Since Lin En said so, it means that he has enough confidence. So, the problem comes to her side. What can she give? Izayama Yomi looked up and down at herself. In addition to a body, there is also the precious sword Lion King. Okay. In fact, she also understands that the right to choose is not hers. After all, it is a commission of 2 lives. Izayama Yomi sighed in his heart. It feels like I have sighed all the anger in this life today. She calmed down and said solemnly, if the devil has anything he likes, just take it away. At least, she can save her life. She didn't want to leave Kagura yet. Thinking of Kagura, her heart softened a little. Seeing this, Lin En didn't say anything polite. Okay, then come and be my family. Sure enough. Jiashan Huangchuan was not surprised. After all, from the perspective of humans, she is also a talent. Okay. Jiashan Huangchuan nodded. Having made a decision, she had no intention of regretting it. Lin En looked at her in surprise. I didn't expect her to agree so readily. Instead, Iwanaga Kotoko exclaimed. What is a family? She blinked her eyes as if innocent and looked at Lin En curiously. Lin En didn't look at her, but just said casually, in short, it's my harem. Harem. Iwanaga Kotoko was really shocked this time. Even if the family means harem, but just say it out loud like that? Is this the style of all demons? I can't understand. Even Izayama Yomi's body stiffened for a moment. Family, still have to fulfill the duties of a wife? She felt a little uncomfortable, but her face remained calm. Her eyes were slightly dazed. So they were going to start a family? But it didn't seem bad. She kind of liked the feeling of being accepted. Although he was a man she had only met twice, no. He should be a demon. But it was still too fast. She was a little conflicted. If she was to fulfill her duties as a wife, it would take some time. Iwanaga Kotoko saw that Izayama Yomi seemed to be lost in some kind of reverie, and she was speechless. Lin En looked at her with a smile. Why, are you interested in joining our family? No. Egged. Iwanaga Kotoko waved her hand hastily, and even stepped back. Although this Mr. Devil was very handsome and suited her taste. But the harem was still too. She smiled awkwardly. Well, my delicate body can't withstand the impact of Mr. Devil, so I don't need it. It's okay, my physical strength will increase after I become a demon. Iwanaga Kotoko's face froze, and then she said with tears in her eyes, Mr. Devil, my lowly body can't fit in at all, right? Lin En looked weird, and then said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. It's time to leave here. Since the reward has been agreed, there is no need to stay here. Hearing this, Iwanaga Kotoko patted her lips and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she asked curiously, what is Mr. Devil going to do? She and Izayama Yomi have been trapped in this space for several days. She is very impressed with the strength of Izayama Yomi. But if they break through one by one, even the powerful Izayama Yomi can only break the 8th mirror. I don't know what Mr. Devil will do. But I think we should follow the rules, right? That's right. Rules. According to her speculation, this space has rules. At present, she has two certain rules through the battle with Izayama Yomi. One is staring. As long as you stare at the mirror for too long, the scene inside will become reality and the battle will begin. The second is the impact of obsession. There are some projection characters similar to the owner in each mirror. Once the mirror is defeated, you need to face the impact of the obsession of the mirror owner. This is also the reason why Izayama Huangchuan can't hold on. She is very sensitive in her heart, and she is even more exhausted in the face of all kinds of negative emotions. If she continues, Izayama Huangchuan feels that her consciousness will be submerged in all kinds of obsessions. Iwanaga Kotoko told Lin En about her discovery, and her words revealed worry. Lin En raised her hand, "Don't worry. Just one moment is enough." Iwanaga Kotoko. Her doubts just arose, and she saw a strong black magic burst out from Lin En's body. The magic was like a flame, instantly covering the entire room. Crack! The illusion space couldn't bear Lin En's overwhelming magic power, and it made a shattering sound. Then there was a bang. The entire mirror space suddenly collapsed. The setting dusk was reflected on the three people. Iwanaga Kotoko's eyes widened, and she said tremblingly, "Yes, it's a big monster." She had never seen any demons, but through the strength of the magic released by Lin En, she could also clearly understand Lin En's specific strength by comparing horizontally. And didn't you see that she had come out of the mirror space, and the group of monsters who had been surrounding her didn't dare to approach? Even. Oh, so scary. Quick! Run! It's over. The princess has become a prisoner of the devil. The group of monsters shouted something like "It's over, the princess is going to be eaten," and then ran away. Yet. Ran away. Iwanaga Kotoko's eyes twitched violently, and her delicate little hands clenched. These monsters are really unreliable. Izayama Yomi looked at Lin En in a daze. Actually, just use magic power to break through. It's obviously a simple and crude method, but it's extremely effective. And big monster? Hearing Iwanaga Kotoko's call, Izayama Yomi's face was a little subtle. Whether facing Yuyuko or Yasaka, she didn't feel the momentum that Lin En had from them. This future master. Isn't it going to break through the Demon King soon? Hiss. Izayama Yomi's calm face couldn't hold back. He took a breath of cold air. Is she going to ascend to heaven in one step? Become a Demon King's follower? It feels. It's a big profit. Izayama Yomi's eyes became subtle. Let's start the reincarnation ceremony. Izayama Yomi's heart tightened, but then he heard Lin En say, "Although I really want to say this, there is still a little bug that needs to be dealt with." Little bug? Izayama Yomi and Iwanaga Kotoko were puzzled. But soon, they heard heavy stomping on the ground. I was wondering why he came out. It turns out that he found help. Izayama Yomi and Iwanaga Kotoko looked at the sound, and a huge fox emitting a golden halo came into their eyes. Ya. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.